desk, will one of you guys just be like, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Cool. I just want to make sure that we had a method. No, no. Yeah, yeah. Do, yeah, yeah, yeah. We can also do a timer on our laptop if you're like, okay, you guys have 3 minutes. I can start a timer and do that too. A minute? Okay, cool. All right. Um, okay. Yeah, yeah. It'll take a few tries. Yeah. It's gonna be a lot of review. In my experience, we don't really do. I mean, obviously, after opening ceremonies, it'll be match preview. Uh, yeah, I know. Like in Arizona, our kids, we got it down to like 7 minute match cycles this summer, and like we'd be talking, and the kids are just ready to play. They're like, "Come on, girl! Like, let's just play robots." And I'm like, "Okay." So. And will we always throw to introductions, pretty much? Okay. If there's anything else like social media related or sponsor related, we can always do that before throwing two if they want to throw that in
If you are doing If you are doing field reset, please join our field supervisors on the field in 5 minutes.
Attention attendees. The driver's sitting will be 9 a.m. on the field. The driver's sitting will be 9 a.m. on the field.
I can't let you go. There's no way. I'm already so.
My stuff's over on that chair, or by that chair. Yeah. 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 guess, about a minute-long match reviews. So I'll probably just kick things off, ask you some questions, do the usual. We'll actually match preview, and then we'll throw to intros.
Sounds good. Since they didn't post the schedule last night, I haven't
Yeah. I was looking at Nate right as they posted it. He's like, "We just posted it." I'm like, "Okay, period."
Yeah.
But I think Red Alliance takes the first match. I think that's pretty straightforward. So, because you have Code Orange and Robo Warriors are gonna double feed to 687, and then here you might get a single feeder, and then they'll just alternate cycles.
Yeah.
But their autos are better, so it's just gonna be a Red Alliance is probably, unless somebody breaks, gonna win. So. Hi, Riley. And then these mics, you have to get pretty close to for them to pick you up. So just adjust whenever.
Yeah.
We have plenty of time.
Yeah.
So.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting myself all. Prepping was just not going to happen with life. So
No.
Like, I hate feeling unprepared. So
I want to say that Arheo coerced me into the scouting palooza, but I did it because I was like, this will force me to prep some,
Yeah.
and then motivate me to do the rest.
Yeah.
So I scouted I only scouted like 6 teams last Saturday, and then the rest of the week just kind of picked off a couple at a time.
This is awesome.
Yeah, I did. I took all my notes like in here, and then I threw it all in here, and I just enter the team number and it'll populate.
Awesome.
Obviously, all these EPAs are in season, so they're not the most helpful.
Right.
I can tell you 359, they have their in-season robot here.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Everything else, like I watched Title Tumble finals, Battle at the Quarterfinals, Chesy finals. Chesy was the only one where I think a clean double feeding strategy worked and then every other off season they attempted it, but I think teams being told not to score the points stresses them out. And so eventually they just go over and start cycling. Like it's very, very unpolished. Honestly, Title Tumble and Battle of the Quarterfinals were really not clean matches. So I'm hoping most teams here have been to more than one off season, hoping we can clean it up a bit.
Yeah.
Because it was just scrappy. So it wasn't super it was just okay, all right. But yeah. to it, we really can just swap off matches if we need to.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah. I don't know how much there will be to say.
Yeah, because I don't think I'm on desk for too long. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I think we have like the first 2 hours this morning.
I'm only here for the first hour.
Okay, I think I'm
And
here
then
for
you
2
have
hours.
Nick, yeah. And then you have Nick Hamas.
And honestly, I'm a really the girls that were originally on the team like are my soul sisters. Like, um, I love the team. I think the team has some work to do.
Electrics and program.
I mean, and a lot of just a lot of stuff. I went to 498 because I had gotten involved in ARL, and at the time, all my original kids had graduated, and so I was like, doing ARL kind of aligns more with what I want, and I anticipate like I'll stick around with 498 for a while.
We're on big on sponsorships and grants right now.
Yeah, no, I think I've applied for on 498 3 or 4, but I had to do a WCP grant and a Best Buy grant. We have like a whole we've been like hitting it hard this year. But yeah, DOF's great.
Can you like send those grants to me or anything?
Yeah, I mean honestly, I think Dan and Glenn and Freddie are all really good at staying on top of those. And I think they were working with
just got GM.
Yeah, well, I think they're working. Cisa Puede at least is working with a grant writing company, so they're probably going to be more help than I could ever be. Also, I don't organize them. One of our mentors, she's not here, Kenny. She just she just sends. She's like, this is the list. Do this, and I'm like, okay, yes, ma'am. But yeah, DOF's great. I love the team.
I've been here my whole entire life.
Yeah.
I went to all-girls school.
Yeah.
And then I started volunteering because of the team.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I started mentoring when I came out for college because I was in Dan Frank's class. I went to his office hours, and I was like, I want to win impact. Like, that's my bread and butter. And he's like, well, I have this team. Like, if you're interested, I think even though they're young, they're competitive for it. So we had gone to North that year, and my kids, we did impact. We were in impact exchange with the Robonauts. And the Robonauts often, I think, all girls teams are talked down to or treated like charity. And so that's what 118 was doing. They're like, oh, you shaded. I'm like, kids, what the fuck does 118 know about you? Absolutely nothing. I was like, I do not care about, like, that's why I don't like my kids going to exchanges. I'm like, what did they know? And then the kids won. And I was like, that's why we listen to ourselves. And we believe in ourselves and trust what we know.
And then you have the geeks or the little ducks.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm
still learning it, honestly, because I'm not going until January.
Yeah.
And I've been down here busy.
Yeah.
So.
I think you'll have so much fun. So the team's really fun.
I already have my polo shirt.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's fun. I love DOF.
Hey everybody, think we're going to get ready to do the driver's meeting? Can anybody think of anybody that's not here? Welcome to Beach Blitz 2024. Okay. This is my 13th event this year, so I'm hoping it's a really great one to round out the crescendo season. I've been with this event, or with this game, for 2 years now, as of 4 days ago. So I'm ready for it to be over, but I'm ready for a great event. You guys ready to give me one? Okay. Okay, got a few things to talk about. Nah, we're screw that. Okay. Yeah, I know. Okay, want to introduce a couple people around the field that helped me out running the field itself, getting you guys connected, and making sure we hopefully stay on time as much as possible. Okay, if you guys can help us that. We are running for the first couple rounds 8.5-minute cycles, and then dropping down to 8s to give you guys 10 matches for the 2 days. Okay. So Austin is over here in the corner, fellow FTA trainee, and he's gonna help you, help me, help you. Okay. Evan and Fletcher are the FTAAs. So if you see them behind the glass, come up to your driver's station. They're trying to help figure out why you're not getting connected, that kind of stuff. Oswaldo and Rick are field soups. They're working on making sure your field stays in good repair, that kind of thing. They'll try to stay out of your way as much as possible when you're loading on. But if they're trying to repair something, let them get it done so that we can keep going. Okay. Couple of housekeeping, paperwork type things, okay? The space in front of me here, in front of the scoring table, we've tried to mark it off with red tape. We'd like nobody to come through here as much as possible, okay? Go through the gates on the field if they're open. If they're not, we can go around the field. Try to, if you are the human player going to the source, see if you can get there before we close the gates. So that you're ready and we're not trying to delay, waiting for you to go around. We are running Nexus for the event, which I'm pretty sure you're all familiar with at this point. So you are still responsible for getting to the field on time for your scheduled match. Okay, the paper schedule is still the official thing, but Nexus helps you with queuing. Speaking of queuing, the flow path for getting into the arena and out. You'll be coming in the door that's over in this corner over here, okay? The lead queuer will be over there directing you. If you are gonna be on the red alliance, they will direct you immediately to the queuing boxes that are right there. If you're going to blue, you're gonna cross over and get into your queuing boxes on that side, okay? Entrance onto the field is through these two gates next to me on this side. Okay, you'll come around. Before the previous match is finished, they will start getting you moving into position, okay, so that we can start moving. As soon as the match is finished for your match, please exit the alliance stations as quickly as possible so we can get the next ones in and ready to go, okay? Off of the field goes through the far gates, okay? You're gonna come around and you're gonna exit this door over here, so that we don't get cross traffic through the doors. Okay, we all good with that? Any questions on how that works? No? Okay. On the field, please do not, as much as possible, use the field walls as stops. Okay? Please don't go full bore into the walls trying to spread the field apart. Okay? It's going to happen. We know it's going to happen. Please don't use it as strategy, okay? We'd like to not have to take 20 minutes to put the field back together.
And field damage can be a tech foul.
Okay, like you said, field damage can be a tech foul, okay, particularly if it's repeated, okay? So let's try to help us. We've already had to fix it this morning. That was just after practice, okay? This is one that I ran into a couple weeks ago in the Denver off-season I ran with the new radios, okay? Teams were adjusting the power on the radios, like pulling the power wires off and putting them back on with the robots powered on, which a lot of them were crossing the red and black wires and blowing the red fuse on the PDH, okay? This took a while to figure out, particularly since you guys seem to want to really bury that PDH inside of a robot, okay? If you need to deal with power on the bot, please turn it off. Let's avoid, blown fuses, that kind of thing. The last major one is practice field, okay? We are allowing wireless activity on the practice field, okay? Your radios will work over there in 2.4 gigahertz mode. Please be conscious of those around you, safety, okay? Other people don't know that you're turning your robot on, okay? Be very, very conscious. We do not need paperwork, okay? As a side thing of running wireless on the practice field, one thing we were doing in Denver for most of the event was we were chasing driver stations with Wi-Fi still turned on when you came back out here, okay? So if you are using it, if you're enabling it to use on the practice field, please disable it before you come back to the real field, okay? What it was doing was it was showing that they were fully connected, but they weren't turning the field green, okay? Once we disabled, the field immediately turned green, but it took time to diagnose, okay? So if you can help me not have to do that as much as possible, I think we could keep this event going, okay? Does anybody have any questions for me? Cool, you've already done this before. Okay, gonna hand it over. Oh, sorry. A-stops, everybody remember how these work? Okay, they will be in the right corner of your driver's station, okay? Do not press it before the match starts. You know, if you need to hover over it, go ahead and do that. But go ahead and press it. These ones, if you're not familiar with these particular ones, they don't latch, okay? So press it, your robot stops, and release. You don't need to turn it to unlatch it like the e-stops do, okay? E-stops work just like they always have, okay? It'll be in the left corner of your driver's station. These ones do latch, okay? So, we do have to turn them to open them up, which is something that we will do fine. But the A-stops, just be aware, if you haven't dealt with these particular ones, they do not latch, so it does kind of feel a little different. Okay, any questions? Yep. It should be a student, but you don't care? Okay,
Anybody.
We don't care.
There is no restriction on who hits the A stop, mainly because this could be a safety concern.
It's not part of the drive console. They're not allowed to drive the...
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
specifically allowed for anybody to hit it.
Okay. There you go. Any other? Okay, gonna hand it to Eric.
Don't clap too loud. I've got this whole thick wad of paper here. Okay, I'm Eric. I'm the head ref. I've also got Ken here, who is my trainee. Just a quick review of some of the stuff we need to review. Let's see. Please be on time to your matches. I don't think I need to say anything more than that. Does anybody need a demonstration of what the foul calls might look like? Okay, you guys are asking for it, but Rick? So Rick's going to show us how to call a foul or a tech foul. Looks the same, except he crossed his arms afterwards. If you see that pointing at your robot, you just did something dumb. Please don't do that again. Something we've seen a bit is if you're doing a long-range shot and your bumper is just a little bit over the line. So if I'm shooting over this way and my bumper's over this line, you will get called if the note goes all the way across. Cards, we hope you don't have to issue them, but if I issue you a yellow card, it's a warning. Red card means you get nothing for the match. Questions. There's a question box. Looks like Rick has a question right there. It's over here for everybody. Rick's a highly questionable person. Hang out in there. Someone will come over and check in and see what the question is. We'll see what the answer is. Might be something for me. If you need to talk to Nate, that's probably where you find him too. One quick note is that there was a rule change. Just leaving the source zone with more than one note is not a penalty anymore, unless it's like really obviously intentional. You have 3 seconds to get rid of it before we start calling a foul. I've been asked to remind everybody that we are using the new alliance selection procedures. So tomorrow, end of matches, please have your up to 3 representatives ready to go. If you don't know what they are, come talk to me and I'll point you in the right direction as far as the blog post and or the rule adjustments. And we'll have more information on that tomorrow. Does anybody have any questions for me? Yes, Stanford. Okay, the question of will there be any video review? There is no provision in Beach Blitz rules for video review. Any other questions? All right, back to Nate.
Okay, one thing of paperwork before we're done here. If you're in match 1, we want you on the field. You can set up how you want, but leave the robots powered off before opening. The keywords are going to trigger that as soon as we're done with the drivers meeting anyway. But match 1, in case you don't know, Red Alliance is 687-3476-2659. Blue is 4079-399 and 9271. Okay? If we could have you on the field, ready, powered off, driver stations in before opening, that way we can flow right into the first match. First match is supposed to start literally 5 minutes after opening, so we really don't have much time to get you on. Okay? So those 6 teams, if you could be on. We good? Any questions before we go?
Okay, so the question is about the limits on taking more than one note out of the source. So when your robot bumper is in the source, we don't care how many notes you have in control. Once your robot bumper leaves the source, you should only have one note. If you, for some reason, have more than one, shed the extras as soon as you can, because 3 seconds later we're going to start calling penalties. If it's particularly egregious, so like let's say somebody racks up like 6 notes thinking they can dump them all off in like 2 seconds, well, we might have to start looking at you funny, and we'll probably come talk to you about, hey, don't exploit the rule. All clear? All right, we'll see you back for opening ceremonies and for match 1.
Well, don't they have handhelds right there?
One of them is
No, because there's 2 of them going on at the same time, and they can only have
so
2
one of 'em-
broadcasting mics at the same time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's fair.
You're announcing Nick and Emma at the Oh, right. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
yes.
I
I'm
see
gonna
the
go
vision.
find a snack and then I'll be right back.
Okay.
could see what I looked like more, but I can't. So if I look goofy, let me know.
It's okay. I look
Okay.
goofy enough that you'll be fine. We'll be good. Me and my
I really
half-dried
regret
hair.
not bringing a a black long
Yeah.
sleeve. That was like we were in the car like an hour out, and I was like, I don't have a belt or a long sleeve. Sick. That's
Part of the plan.
we're from the desert.
Yeah, I'll hop out of your way.
Yeah. Like at port, we had like hot hands like everywhere. Like, we were like just freezing. And Paradise, I don't think Jorge told the kids that it was gonna be cold
1.
Good morning, everyone. Please welcome to the field your melodious masters of ceremonies, Nick Hamez and Emma Blankensop.
Good morning, Beach Blitz! Welcome, 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 teams, spectators, one and all, to an off-season that promises to be the best ever. That's Beach Blitz 2024, presented by the Gene Haas Foundation. The Gene Haas Foundation supports FIRST Robotics because it aligns with their mission to promote manufacturing, education, and hands-on STEM skills, providing young people with opportunities to learn and to practice engineering and machine concepts through robotics automation, ultimately aiming to cultivate the next generation of skilled manufacturing workforce.
Beach Blitz lays claim to being the largest Southern California off-season event. We are pleased to welcome this weekend 42 FIRST Robotics competition teams, 24 FIRST LEGO League teams, and 8 FIRST Tech Challenge teams to our event. We are committed to make sure that everyone here are enjoying themselves this weekend and above all having fun. So we hope that all of our participants across all 3 divisions will find themselves welcome at our event.
And, you know, we have the FIRST Robotics competition here, those FRC robots. We have our FIRST LEGO League competition upstairs. Really, go check that out. We walked through it this morning, and I saw some really cool stuff the teams are doing. Like, y'all should go visit. And we have the FIRST Tech Challenge demo. You can see their new game for this season right up next to FLL. Both competitions happening today only, so don't miss out.
Beach Blitz also has some incredible sponsors that we'd like to recognize. We're extremely grateful to our presenting sponsor, the Gene Haas Foundation. We deeply appreciate the tremendous support that they have provided to both FIRST and Beach Blitz over the years. This event would not at all be possible without their sustained generosity and investment in tomorrow's STEM professionals. And so, before we move on, let's hear a word from Haas.
Hello to all of our friends in the FIRST community, from all of us at the Gene Haas Foundation and Haas Automation. The skills that you are learning in your FIRST robotics teams are relevant, they are practical, and they are in demand. Dean Kamen and the leaders at FIRST have been telling us this for years. The Gene Haas Foundation is supporting your efforts, giving directly to the FIRST organization and your teams. FIRST and Haas Automation share a vision for the future. Let me show you inside. Our machines are used to make the parts that make the world run, from spacecraft to your FIRST robots. Now, Haas employs thousands of people all over the world, creative individuals in roles just like you'll find on your FIRST robotics teams. We've got mechanical team, electrical team, software, business, marketing, and all of these skills you're learning today on your FIRST team translate directly to the real world. In fact, a lot of the components on your robots would be recognizable on our precision machine tools. Here at Haas Automation, we are dedicated to providing high performance, high value machines to our customers all around the world. And we rely on our skills in science, technology, engineering, and math to create, well, anything you can imagine. In fact, with your experience on your robots, you have a head start on many of your peers, even understanding a little of how our precision mills and lathes operate. Think Robo-Rio, speed controllers, like your Talons or Sparks, kind of. Now, we have some big motors to control. Our pneumatic system. Now, note the color-coded air lines for each mechanism. Kind of nice, huh? Write that down. And our servo motors. Think giant Sims, Neos, or Falcon 500s with encoders. We are growing, and we are building, and we need you. And we are not the only ones. The world is teeming with exceptional companies who are in need of your technical and relational skills that are being developed at FIRST. We support FIRST because we believe in you.
We would also like to give a special thank you to Capistrano Unified School District and College and Career Advantage for partnering with us to host Beach Blitz here at Capistrano Valley High School. CUSD's staunch commitment to Southern California's foremost off-season event is particularly gratifying. Please welcome Executive Director of College and Career Advantage, Chris Carter, to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. What an incredible energy that we feel on this campus today. It's an honor to be here at the Beach Blitz preseason first team robotics competition. I'm Chris Carter, Executive Director of College and Career, an organization dedicated to inspiring students like all of you chase big dreams and career goals. Through career technical education and engaging hands-on experiences, we're passionate about helping students gain knowledge, skills, and confidence that they need to succeed beyond the classroom. Events like today bring together what we stand for: creativity, teamwork, resilience, and the thrill of real-world application. Robotics is an amazing arena, combining the elements of design, engineering, problem-solving, and collaboration. Not only are you building robots, you're building a foundation in the skills that are critical in the field that you will choose to pursue someday. You're learning to take risks, think on your feet, and innovate. I want to commend each and every one of you, as well as the mentor and coaches and families supporting you. Your hard work and preparation for this competition has already put you leagues ahead, regardless of this weekend's results. And let's remember, Beach Blitz isn't just a competition, it's a chance to connect and learn from each other and to grow as a community. Take in everything you can over the next 2 days, the challenges, the victories, the lessons, and of course, the camaraderie. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the mentors, coaches, and staff here today. Your dedication to the students and this program truly make a difference, providing guidance, inspiration, and a foundation for their success. I'd also like to thank John Masustin and the Capistrano Valley High School staff, as well as our Capistrano Unified School District and our Board of Trustees for supporting this event. Thank you to our incredible volunteers. Your time, energy, and commitment make this event possible. And thank you for the genuine efforts that make the Beach Blitz so special. We couldn't do it without you. So to all the teams, show us what you got. We can't wait to see the brilliant minds and innovation on display here over the next 2 days. Thank you, and let's have an amazing Beach Blitz. Thanks.
We also want to take a moment to acknowledge the hosts who make this event possible. Beach Blitz is a production of the Orange County Robotics Alliance, or OCRA, and our host teams are 3309, the Firebots, and 5199, the Robot Dolphins from Outer Space. We are deeply grateful for the immense time and effort the mentors and students on these teams have given to make this event possible. And once again, we also wish to say a huge thank you to all of our sponsors for enabling to put on this event for you. So before we move on, let's hear a big round of applause for our kind sponsors and our generous hosts.
From the very beginning, Beach Blitz has always been about the teams. We want to make sure that you all have an excellent experience. We want to put on an event that's as competitive as a regional, but really emphasizing the team experience and having a lot of fun. So we also want to use it as an opportunity to build up the local volunteer base and to train volunteers in new positions. So if any of you want to help put that on, if any of you have some suggestions, talk to the organizing committee and see what we can do together.
And with how much fun this event is going to be, we're sure that you might want something to remember it by. Luckily for you, we have this awesome Beach Blitz merchandise for sale. For the low, low price of $7, you can get one of these mugs. You can think back on the good times when you drink your morning coffee. And for $20, you can get one of these Beach Blitz t-shirts. Honestly, they're really nice. They're just gorgeous shirts.
These are one of the best shirts I've been to a lot of beach blitzes. These are legitimately one of the best shirts I've seen.
I just saw this today. I want one myself now.
I do too.
Has your teams on the back, full color, front and back. It's a really nice shirt, 20 bucks. And if you thought ahead and pre-ordered some event merchandise, first of all, good job. Second of all, please remember to pick that up by noon tomorrow. And if you haven't ordered any yet, luckily for you, it is on sale right now. You take cash and card, so be sure to grab some before it runs out.
Yeah, if everybody likes it as much as we do, I think they're going to be going pretty quick.
And last thing, if you need some fuel yourself during the event, we have food trucks available outside all throughout all weekend for lunch. There's also coffee, there's ice cream, so make sure you grab some of that.
Now, you also may notice there are some folks coming around to the pits, having a conversation with you, learning about your team. They are our esteemed judges, and they would like to hear your stories. So let's say hello to our judges.
And one more group you'll get to know this weekend are the other voices on our microphones. So in addition to me and Nick, you'll also be hearing from Dean Brown, Grace Rosenval, Connor Martindale, and Izzy Thalman on the microphone. And all of us will be taking turns introducing teams here on the field, providing play-by-play, and also some post-game analysis over at the desk.
Now, we're sure you're eager to get into some crescendo, but there's one more group we gotta acknowledge. Beach Blitz would not be possible without the truly awesome volunteers who make this event possible. You'll see them all walking around in those really nice orange shirts. So please give a huge round of applause for all of our volunteers.
And now, without further ado, it's time for some matches. Teams, please come onto the field, power on your robots, and I'll kick it over to Grace and Izzy at the analysis desk to take a preview of our first match.
All right, hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the analyst desk. I'm Izzy. I am joined by Grace here today. Grace, how are you?
I'm a little cold this morning here. You know, I have a feeling we're not in Arizona anymore.
No, it is not 100 degrees out either. So I can feel
Yes.
the cold air coming in from the front door, and I am quite frigid.
Yes, I think we're ready. Something's brewing. A beach blitz, if you will.
Yes, I'm ready for the beaches to be blitzed, as they say. You and I have easily put in almost 24 events this year. This game has many different flavors of strategy to offer. What do you expect to see here today?
Well, going out of championship, we kind of saw two dominant strategies. One of those is where you have everyone running a full court rotation. Everyone picks up from the source, everyone shoots into the speaker, gets the amplifier ready to go. What we saw pivoted in some of our more recent events, like at Tidal Tumble, is where you have two robots feeding from the source itself. We saw some challenges with that because it is quite the complicated dance. They have to make sure they're on the right rhythm to accomplish that task.
Yeah, I think a happy medium there is having that one feeding robot and then either keeping one robot at the amp and at the speaker to cycle all of those notes, and then having somebody run full cycles, having both those robots alternate. I think something really, really effective that'll probably come into play in this first match is going to be defense on that opposing feeder robot. If we just take a look at the match preview, we've got a really, really intimidating Red Alliance. I anticipate that we'll see Code Orange and the Robo Warriors doing single feeding, if not double feeding. In 687, I can imagine we'll clean up those notes quite well. So over on the Blue Alliance, it's going to be important for them to maybe shut down one of those robots because I don't know if they quite have the offensive power that the Red Alliance has.
Yeah, we saw a strategy like that a lot in the finals, the Einstein finals this year. My favorite quote was, "No notes, no points," right? If you play a strong defense, you can shut down the opposing alliance, but it is tricky.
Yeah, points denied is points scored, and I think 3-2-1 put on a master class at the championship. Definitely a strategy that we saw another robot here today, 294, deploy at the World Championship. So that's something they're very experienced with. But I'll be interested to see how the Blue Alliance takes on the offensive power of the Red Alliance and see which alliance comes out on top.
Yeah, I'm excited. Are we ready to see some robots play here?
Yeah, I think we're going to send it down to the field for introductions for Qualification Match 1.
Okay, Beach Blitz, let's meet the teams in match 1. Starting off on the Red Alliance, Team 687.
From California Academy Math and Science, it's the Nerd Herd.
Joining them, 3476.
Coming from Irvine, it's Code Orange.
And let's hear it for Team 2659.
From over the Mission Hills, Robo Warriors.
Over on blue, 4079.
From Cyprus, Quantum Leap.
Their alliance partners, 399.
From Lancaster, give it up for Eagle Robotics.
And Team 9271.
From right here in Mission Viejo, it's Cyber Porpoises.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
All right, welcome everyone to the first game of this competition. Starting off in the autonomous period, we have 2659 Robo Warriors grabbing some notes, shooting them right into the speaker, while Code Orange does the same on the Blue Alliance side. As we exit the exit into the teleoperated period, Blue Alliance coming in with a slight deficit, 17 to 24. But already we're shooting rings right now as the Blue Alliance grabs their own nose, try and choose them for the center stage. Meanwhile, Red Alliance getting some quick notes in their amplifier, getting ready to amplify their own speaker. Over on Red, Code Orange going back and forth, just delivering those notes over to their own side. Meanwhile, 9271 Cyber Porpoises trying to line up their own shot, but it seems like a note is stuck in their robot. They're unable to get it out right now. Let's see if they can get it back. 4079 trying to make their own shot while Code Orange runs right past them, knocking them off course, but it's okay. Code Orange getting one shot while 687, the Nerd Herd, misses their own. 2659 with a note in tow, puts in one note in their amplifier. On the Blue Alliance side, Blue Alliance looks like 9271 Cyber Porpoises. They're right in front of their amplifier trying to get their note out. Something is going wrong, but they're trying to put it back together to get as much points as possible. With a minute left in the match, though, Blue Alliance is only 10 points away from being tied with the Red Alliance. Red Alliance keeping their lead right now with 3 robots compared to Blue Alliance 2. Blue Alliance doing a good job, though, keeping up with just 2 robots in the running right now. But with Code Orange having a note in tow, brushing right past 4079 yet again. They're lining up to their speaker. They shoot. Oh, their alliance partner misses. They also miss. That is 2 notes bouncing off the backboard in the speaker. 30 seconds left. Red Alliance still having that near 10-point lead with 45 to 54. It's now the end game, folks. These robots are going to go to their speakers, latch onto those chains. Let's see if they can harmonize by putting 2 or more robots on one chain. We got 1 red robot in the air, 1 blue robot in the air. Oh, a miss for the microphone. Oh, 399 barely making it on as there's just time. That's the end of your first qualification match. We will have your final scores in just a moment, folks. Stay tuned. And we have your final scores, folks. It is a red victory for your first match, keeping their 10-point lead at 63 points to the Blue Alliance's 52. All right, folks, we're now going to take you to your analysis table for some post-match review.
Alrighty, looks like the Red Alliance taking the win there. Those speakers' points really making the difference. Grace, what did you think?
You know, that was a close match. It was exciting to see the different strategies that we had play out on the field. Red Alliance going with that traditional one feeder, one score, and one doing the cross-country run. And Blue Alliance took advantage of that. A lot of their points were able to be scored off of notes that Red was trying to feed towards its own Alliance members.
Yeah, and also it looked like 92-71 was dealing with some technical issues that match. And I think if they had been up and running for the entire duration of the match, that, you know, Blue very well could have contested that final match score. It also looked like they were poised for some defense, you know, blocking off that red side source. Obviously not quite maybe executing the way they wanted to, but I definitely anticipate that they'll continue to clean things up throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, a lot of these teams may not have touched carpet since April, so trying to shake some of the dust off might be entirely new robots to them, building an off-season project for learning, trying a new strategy. So I'm excited to see the evolution over this weekend.
Absolutely. Super, super exciting times in the off-season to get to try new things out, train new team members. So great stuff all around. Red takes the win. I like that, you know, Otto's looking good. Code Orange, you know, going for those midline notes, which as qualifications progress is going to become really, really important to exit that wing line and take as many of those notes as you can before the end of Auto. So that'll be really, really important. And overall, just great stuff. So we're going to send it down to the field shortly for introductions for qualification match 2.
Thanks, Izzy. Let's meet the teams in match 2. Starting off on red, 85-21.
From Westminster, give it up for the Cyber Lions.
Their alliance partners, 58-34.
From Newport Coast, give it up for Sage Hill Robotics.
And the one and only 60-20.
From Los Alamitos, give it up for the Golden Griffins.
Over on blue, let's wave at 44-14.
Surfing it for Ventura, it's High Tide.
Joining them, team 38-82.
From Lahaina, Hawaii, it's Lunas.
And last but not least, let's hear it for team 42-76.
All the way from Huntington Beach, the Surf City Vikings.
Let's get ready to play. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Here we go, folks. Qualification match number 2, starting at your autonomous period. 58-35, Sage Hill. 2 notes loaded in their robot, but none shot so far. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, 1 shot, but no score so far. But while I looked away, the Blue Alliance etching their lead with 34 points to 7. That's a hefty lead for the Blue Alliance right now. Red Alliance is going to have to play some severe keep up with Blue, starting off with Sage Hill making a shot but not scoring into the speaker, while their alliance partner places 1 note inside of the amplifier. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance side, Blue Alliance making High Tide making 1 shot into their speaker. It was a clean shot, while their alliance partner 4276 is lining up their robot, having a bit of trouble. Let's see if they can get it in. Looks like Lunas, though, coming in right behind, making their own shot, and Surf City Vikings makes theirs, giving the Blue Alliance in the lead, 57-16. 58-35, Sage Hill making their shot finally. Going over, grabbing 1 note from their side of the field, while Blue Alliance swerves right by them. Sage Hill getting another shot in the speaker. 62-28, lining up their robot, getting 1 into the amplifier. Should be enough to amplify their speaker. On the Blue Alliance side, Blue Alliance facing relatively little obstruction from the Red Alliance. It's just getting these free shots in the speaker. High Tide sniping from across their zone into the speaker. Oh, but running right into Sage Hill as they try and go back and missing another shot. Their momentum may be down, but not as their score. 71-25, Red Alliance severely behind right now. It's going to take a lot for them to get back into it. 30 seconds left. We're almost entering the end game period here, folks. High Tide heading over, grabbing another note to try and get past the Red Alliance. Red is playing some defense against High Tide, trying to keep them in their zone, but High Tide sneaks away and lands another shot in the speaker as we enter the end game period. 58-35, they're latched onto the stage. They're just about ready to go in the air. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance doing some last minute work. Oh, missing 2 microphone shots, 3 microphone shots in the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance getting 1 in the trap. And that is game. All right, folks, stay tuned. We'll have your final scores here in just a moment. And here are your scores, folks. The Blue Alliance takes it with 99 points to the Red Alliance's 44. Over to you, analysis desk.
Alrighty, the Blue Alliance takes it there. Grace, what do you think of that match?
It was interesting to see another one of our usual strategies where all of your Blue Alliance robots running the full cycles across the court. A lot of these come out of those strategy decisions that teams have before the match, trying to figure out what the capability of their alliance is and how best to use their alliance partners.
Yeah, and I also noticed over on Red, 85-21 doing some feeding. Now, some teams will feed under the stage, and some teams will feed over the stage. What kind of decision making do you think kind of goes into deciding how you're going to feed across the field?
I think it may depend on the robot's capabilities themselves. Trying to hit the right angle to not throw a bunch of notes out of the field is really tricky. But if you shoot under the stage, there's a chance you might get one of the older, more well-used notes that doesn't slide quite like an air hockey table.
Absolutely. And I was also really, really impressed over on Blue, 44-14, T-minus 10 seconds, maybe even T-minus like 7 or 8 seconds. Getting that climb and trap right there at the end of the match, that'll make a big difference. Do you anticipate seeing a lot of that triple full cycle strategy here throughout quals? Do you expect to see it in the limbs, or do you kind of just expect to see it while these teams are getting their strategic minds warmed up?
I don't know. I expect to see a pretty even split. It really depends on how fast the drivetrain is. Maybe teams are training a new driver, and so they aren't able to dance around the defense, which really slows that 3 full cycle robot strategy down. But the feeder strategy is really easy to take advantage of as an opposing alliance.
Absolutely. I think it's a little intimidating for some teams that have spent their entire season scoring points to then be told, hey, don't score the points. And so I think that adds some nerves to that strategy that teams aren't quite used to, and a lot of teams just prefer that full cycle. They're like, this is what I know how to do. I'm going to grab the note, and I'm going to go score it. But I think in terms of having just like robot traffic, I think feeding is super, super efficient. So we'll see how teams kind of evolve their strategies here today. And with that, I think we're going to send it down to the field for introductions for qualification match 3.
Let's meet the teams in match 3. On the Red Alliance, 51-37.
From San Marcos, give it up for Iron Codicas.
Let's hear it for Team 498.
From Arizona, it's the Cobra Commanders.
And their alliance partners, 1148.
From Studio City, it's Harvard Westlake Robotics.
Over on blue, say aloha to 359.
From Hawaii, give it up for the Hawaiian Kids.
Their alliance partners, 4419.
Also from San Marcos, give it up for Team Rewind.
And of course, 2102.
From Encinitas, give it up for Team Paradox.
Let's get ready to play match 3. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Here we go, folks. Starting off in autonomous with one red shot in the speaker. Blue Alliance, Hawaiian Kids lining up their shot. They missed both of theirs. Red Alliance making one of their own. A lot of shots in the speaker by the Red Alliance to see if this puts them in the lead. Not quite. Blue Alliance coming out 24-19. That's okay. Red Alliance has got speed right now. They're lining up their notes in their amplifiers, ready to launch them. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance side, Blue Alliance just currently playing courier right now, getting as many notes as they can over in their zone. Red Alliance, though, they're just about ready to shoot those notes in, getting 2 shots from the Red Alliance right now. But Blue shooting right over the truss. Lining those up for the Hawaiian Kids to easily pick up, putting right in the amplifier. 498. Cobra Commanders going over, lining it up with their amplifier, getting that easy score. With a minute 20 left in the match, Blue Alliance holding that still 20-point lead, 60-37. Red Alliance, though, they're taking their time right now, believing that Slow and Steady wins the race, that the Blue Alliance just brushes right past them as one Red Alliance robot. Looks like they're having trouble moving around while the Blue Alliance is just swiping by right them. 44-19, Team Rewind shooting across the field. The Hawaiian Kids, they catch it, putting it in the amplifier. 50 seconds left. Red Alliance still trying to play a bit of catch up here. The Blue Alliance is just teamworking themselves to victory right now. Hawaiian Kids getting another shot in the speaker as the amplifier is turned on. Another one again. 30 seconds left. The Blue Alliance has 84 to the Red Alliance has 44, a 2-time lead. Red Alliance still trying to play that desperate game of catch-up right now, putting one in the amplifier and another in the speaker. As the Surf's Up theme goes up, we reach the end game here, folks. 498 lining up their last shot to put into the amplified speaker. 9 seconds left. They get one microphone shot. Landing another on top, but not quite. Blue Alliance has one robot in the air. Red Alliance, none. That is the end of your qualification match, folks. We will have your final scores in just a minute. And we have your final scores. Your winner is the Blue Alliance with a score of 95 to the Red Alliance's 57.
All right.
Alrighty.
All right, let's take a look at that most recent match. All right, let's take a look at that most recent match. Saw a couple different strategies playing out on the field. Izzy, what were your thoughts from that last one?
So the Red Alliance was down a robot for a majority of the match, so that kind of made it tough for them. It really allowed for Blue to just easily jet across the field and grab those notes 2102, feeding for their alliance partners. I think it's important to note here that 359, they've brought their in-season robot here today. So they've been playing this off-season with a second robot, but today we have the robot that won them 4 regionals. So they're looking super good. They were able to stay on their side of the field for the majority of the match, score those notes, get a lot of amp cycles off, and that really worked out for them in the end.
Yeah, it was interesting to see how the style of play pivoted after your Red Alliance robot. Kind of, one of them looks like they're having some brownout issues with their power, and so trying to strategically park themselves in one of those choke points between the stage and the wall of the field. 359 having won every single regional that they touched the carpet of this year. That's pretty incredible, and we're seeing that robot here at Beach Blitz. Any other thoughts from that match, and looking forward to how strategy evolves this weekend?
I mean, if you're going to, unfortunately be dead on any part of the field, 1148 was in the right spot. They were able to slow down 2102 a little bit, just kind of by generally being in the way. Not really sure what their plan was for the match, but that strategy, would have worked out probably a little better if they were up and moving. So expect to see these teams pull through in future qualification matches. And I do also, in the first match, I think we only saw about one robot make it to that midline during auto. But the end of auto at this match, there was only one note left on that side of the field. So I think that'll become a lot more common to see all these robots racing for that midline during auto. And that's what we're going to be able to expect to see for most of the matches. So,
yeah, I'm excited to see it keep moving, seeing what happens at that midline. And with that, let's head down to the field to meet the teams in our next match of the day.
Let's meet the teams in our next match. Starting up on red, 2017.
From Palos Verdes Peninsula, it's Jetstream.
Joining them, team 2658.
From San Diego, it's E-Motion.
And small but mighty 7157
From Brea, California, Mubotix.
Over on blue, the Gem State Gems 2122.
Joining us from Boise, Idaho, it's Team Taters.
Joining them, let's hear it for Team 3309.
From Anaheim, the Friarbots.
And Team 3647.
From San Diego as well, the Millennium Falcons.
Drivers behind the line. Okay, let's try this again. Drivers behind the line. Match 4 in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
And on the Blue Alliance, we see two robots, Millennium Falcons and Taters, both rushing towards the center line, trying to grab the notes available there, and then coming back to score. Meanwhile, Red Alliance has started with their preloads. Mubotix adding one more note scored in Red speaker. And that was a close autonomous, but it is Red starting with 5-point advantage. Blue looking to make that up. We see Friarbots trying to drop one note in their amp. Not quite making it, but they pick it up and give it another go. On Red, meanwhile, we see 2658 across field at their source, passing notes back to their alliance partners, Mubotix, who have two notes already banked in that Red amp, ready to amplify, and this time they bring that note to their speaker, adding 1 and 2 amplified notes to Red's score, helping them pull ahead a little bit, but Blue preparing to answer. Blue's own speaker is now amplified. Taters scoring for Blue, heading across field, trying to grab another note. However, looks like they get a little hung up. Now they're making their way back. However, seems like while Blue Alliance was waiting, Red was coming over, trying to grab some of the notes that they had banked, and Red, in fact, coming back with a few more. Already prepared to amplify again. However, Blue Alliance starting to creep ahead, taking the lead, and Tater looking to add to it. Getting a couple of notes scored there in that period of amplification. And Friarbots on the Blue Alliance keeping that amp steadily filled. And with 50 seconds to go in the match, Blue ahead by 8 points. Red, however, ready to amplify, preparing to answer. Looks like Mubotix lining up as soon as they can get a beat on that speaker. And now Red Alliance amplified. Mubotix looking for another note to score. They get one more in place, but Blue answering with a pair of their own. Team Taters, one more note bouncing out of the speaker. However, Millennium Falcons shooting for another. And we head into endgame as we hit 20 seconds. Blue with a 12-point lead. Red trying to make that back up. Seems like Blue Alliance at the 10-second mark, not quite done with note scoring just yet. 27-10 meanwhile, parked under the stage for Red. We have just 3 seconds left, 36-47. Up, trying to get into the air, but not quite making it off the ground. And we have your scores for that match. Your winner is the Blue Alliance by a score of 82-61. Blue Alliance picking up 3 ranking points from that match. And now for another look, let's take it over to our analysis desk.
Well, that was an exciting match to watch. It was very, very close there until the end when your Blue Alliance pulled away. But let's talk about the Red Alliance first. What did you see from that team's strategy?
Yeah, so red was up slightly in auto, maybe by, I think, really only a note. And from there, 71-57 kind of establishes themselves as that primary scorer for that match. 26-58, 6 to feeding, I believe, the entire match. 27-10, also doing a little bit of feeding, a little bit of cycling, but ultimately having some shorter fed shots, which allowed Millennium Falcons to pick those up and send those right over to the blue side of the field. I think 71-57 did a good job as their primary scorer, but I think when you have two double feeding robots, it's really important that you don't get tempted to go to the other side of the field while you're waiting for a shot, like if they miss. I saw 71-57 go try to grab a cycle, grab a note from the other side of the field while they were getting some shots out or waiting for some notes to be delivered to their side of the field. But I think that kind of puts them in the wrong place, wrong time to be able to keep up with getting those really well-timed amp cycles once those notes are there. So, might have been better off just sticking on that side of the field just so that they could be immediately ready to score those notes once they got there. But what did you see over on blue?
It was interesting, the autonomous round from both Taters and Millennium Falcon, able to pick up those notes off the center line and hitting a lot of their shots, but Red Alliance did the same, so they had the advantage going forward. Now, blue, you mentioned this earlier, Taters and a couple other Blue Alliance robots able to take advantage of some of those lower power shots from red, reducing their cycle times. The shorter your cycle times, the more points, just how the basic math behind any of these strategies we see here. And that Blue Alliance was able to take full advantage. All right, I think we're going to head down to the field for the next match and meet our teams.
Now let's meet the teams in match number 5. On the Red Alliance, 41-41.
From Santa Ana, California, it's Monarch Robotics.
Joining them, 32-55.
From Escondido, the Super Nerds.
And let's hear it for team 94-52.
From San Diego, the Lincoln High School Steel Stingers.
Over on blue, 51-99.
From Dana Point, the Robot Dolphins from outer space.
Joining them, team 31-28.
From San Diego, the Aluminum Narwhals.
And bringing their mini-bot, 696.
From La Crescenta, it's the Circuit Breakers.
behind the line. 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
And Blue Alliance starting off with 2 of their preloaded notes scored, and Circuit Breakers just beating out Super Nerds for one of those centerline notes. Circuit Breakers, in fact, already coming back with another. However, they ran into 32-55 again, a little bit off target and not able to score that note. However, Blue still starting off with a healthy 12-point lead as we enter tally-up. And quickly looking to add to it. Looks like 51-99, starting to fill up the amp first, and both of their alliance partners sending them notes from across the field. On red, meanwhile, it is Monarch doing that same job, and 32-55. Home underneath their own speaker, scoring 1 note amplified already, and lining up for another. Blue, however, has amplified themselves, taking advantage with a couple notes scored, and quickly already prepared to amplify again with 2 of those notes banked in their speaker. And they do just that as 51-99 starts to score. They are finding as many notes as they need. They have a pile of them over there, in fact, on their own side of the field, with both Robot Dolphins and Circuit Breakers sending them over from the blue source. And with a minute 20, that is enough for a 33-point lead for the Blue Alliance. However, Red, not done yet, looking to make that back up. Red Alliance prepared to amplify, and they do, as Super Nerds score once and twice in the speaker. However, back on Blue, once again answering with that, some more notes of their own. We see Robot Dolphin scoring again in that amplified blue speaker, and now loading up that blue amp again. And Blue continues to pull ahead with 50 seconds in the match. Seems like we see the same setup that they've got going. 31-28, getting a little bit hung up on some defense from the Red Robots. However, it is difficult to defend that swift little 696 robot. They are still handily able to fetch notes for their alliance partners 51-99. And it's speaking of, it seems that Robot Dolphins have already set their sights on the stage. They are up in the air and scoring a note in the blue trap. And now we are officially in endgame. Looks like so far 51-99, the only one approaching the stage, but 31-28 looking to join them. 6 seconds left. Reds trying to score last couple notes, and 31-28. Aluminum all up in the air, and it looks like they may have just made it on stage. And we have your results for that match. It is the Blue Alliance winning by a score of 119-63 and picking up all 4 possible ranking points. And for another look at that impressive performance, let's send it over to Grace and Izzy.
All right, so Blue Alliance, I believe, sets the high score for this morning. Grace, what did you think of that match?
You know, it was interesting to see the strategies and everything, as we've talked a lot about that over the last few matches this morning. But I got to see some of the highlights of robot design and some of the choices that have been made both on a team level and on an overall FRC strategy level. You know, the proliferation of swerve has been a really big deal in terms of making robots more maneuverable, powerful enough to break our fields and, you know, cause some chaos out there on the floor. But one drawback is that they draw incredible amounts of current, which means when you see a robot, it looks like it's stuttering, almost like, you know, you have a bad internet connection and the video's still loading, is from something called a brownout, where you're actually overvolting so much so that it can't provide enough power to get the robot to keep moving. And that we see that a lot with swerves. You need to have really good batteries for that. The only other one is 696. Don't get confused. We are back in 2011 with mini bots here. That is an 18 by 20 inch frame robot, and it has been making a difference. Izzy, what did you see during that match?
Yeah, 696 was able to, you know, grab those first few centerline notes there in auto and get there before their opponents. I think their size makes it so that they're not running into their alliance partners when they're making, or their opponents, when making those really close call grabs for notes during auto. And I think that's a benefit. We also saw 31-28 and 6-9-6 play some double feeding, some really actually nice double feeding in the beginning of this match. And then over the progression of the match, as the other robots went to climb, 6-9-6 continued to score, which is super, super valuable way to spend your end game, especially if you don't have a climber. Getting those last few notes in, last amp cycle off, really, really dedicating to taking it down to the last second is really, really rewarding. And so, I think that Blue Alliance performed really, really well. It definitely the kind of performance we expect to see in the later stages of this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. A double feed strategy being that high risk, high reward, but if you can get a consistent flow going, I mean, your cycle times will be as optimized as they can be.
Yeah, and we saw in the last match and a few matches, the issues of feeding under the stage is allowing the opponents to go and grab those notes. And as opposed to shooting over the stage, really kind of ensures that those notes are gonna end up near the amp. Still running into some issues where your primary scoring robot gets a little impatient, goes for notes, and it comes down to how fast they're scoring. If they're scoring all the notes before they can even be fed more notes, it requires a little more clean coordination. But with that, we're gonna send it down to the field for introductions for Qualification Match 6.
All right, everybody, let's meet the teams for qualification match number 6. Starting off with the Red Alliance. Put your hands together for team 597.
From Los Angeles, the Wolverines.
Joining them in the middle driver's station, it's 4322.
From Orange, California, it's Clockwork.
And last but not least, we have team 60.
From Kingman, Arizona, the Bionic Bulldogs.
On the Blue Alliance, please welcome one of our rookie teams. It's 9408.
From Downey, California, the Warbots.
And in the middle driver station, 4415.
Here from Cerritos, it's Epic Robots.
And last but not least, they were finalists at the World Championships this year, 294.
From Redondo Beach, Beach Cities Robotics.
right, we have a thumbs up from our field crew. Let's get started with this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
On the Red Alliance, we see starting off with all 3 of those preloaded no scored, and Clockwork looking to add another. They make their way now to the center line, grabbing one more note there, but sending it flying far over the speaker. Blue, meanwhile, has been busy with some scoring of their own, enough to start with a few points lead in tally-up. And now 9408 and Beach City's grabbing those last couple of notes, still available at the center line, and sending them back to their own side of the field. It seems like Beach City's fetching even more notes. That is their duty for the time being. It seems for the Blue Alliance, they are sending them back over towards 9408, who is remaining on their home side of the field. Blue Alliance ready to amplify, and doing so now. However, Red, meanwhile, has done that themselves, scoring enough to bring themselves closer to Blue Alliance's lead, but not quite enough to pull ahead. Bionic Bulldogs now scoring one more note in that red speaker. 597 adding another. However, on the Blue Alliance, looks like they are still keeping up a steady pace of scoring. 9408 keeping that amp once again full, prepared to amplify, but it is the Red Alliance who seems like they may be ready to get there first. And Red Alliance coming back now. Wolverines and Clockwork each firing at that red speaker. One of their shots hitting its mark, but Blue answering that with 1 and 2 of their own, courtesy of 9408. It's enough for Blue Alliance to keep its lead with 50 seconds to go, but it is a narrow one. This match is still close and well within reach of the Red Alliance. Speaking of, we see both Bionic Bulldogs and Clockwork cross field. Seems like it is Team 60 coming back with a note, getting some helpful counter defense from their alliance partners, and Clockwork now firing at the speaker themselves. However, Blue Alliance, as they score a note from 9408, they find that one will be amplified, adding enough for them to pull ahead just a little bit. 10-point lead for our Blue Alliance. However, with that narrow margin, it seems like all of our teams are still focused on notes at the moment. And now it is Red. First to approach the stage, we see 597 up in the air, comfortably on stage. Just 3 seconds left. Beach City's Robotics make it up in the air. They make it on stage for Blue, and 60 makes it up for Red. Have your final scores from that match. The Blue Alliance are your winners by a score of 77-66. And now for another look, let's send it over to our analysis desk.
Alrighty, the Blue Alliance takes the win there. Grace, what did you think?
It was an exciting match once again, seeing as we keep talking about different strategies there, and a lot more defense than we've seen throughout this event. You've got Team 60 from the Red Alliance playing off. You've got someone parking there between the stage and the Alliance wall, and that made a difference. Those scores were really close. It may not have looked like it at moments during the match, but it was exciting to see kind of how that strategy pivoted.
Yeah, 44-15, the absolute MVP of that match. They did so good at shutting down every single robot that came through to that Red Alliance source zone, and also doing so safely without garnering any penalties. A really, really great strategy. 43-22 is really, really great at scoring, and 597 was feeding for them as well, but because 44-15 was able to shut down those robots so significantly, they kind of had to, swap to a full cycle strategy, because 597 just was not able to get the notes off for 43-22 to score. So that was an excellent example of how we should anticipate to see defense played during the course of the competition. I don't really anticipate any subwoofer type defense being played. And really the only other effective place to play defense is going to be, that the area in which, robots are going to be exiting their source zone. So I think that was a really great example of that.
Yeah, it's exciting to see when teams pivot to that defensive role, or if they do a hybrid between defense and scoring. It's that calculus between, the opportunity cost of defense. How many points are you not scoring for your alliance, but is that worth the amount you're preventing? And I think the teams really did a good job on that calculus this last match.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure if that was the plan for 44-15. It looked like they were struggling to grab notes over from their source zone at the beginning of the match. So it was very likely that they had a feeding strategy that they were planning on deploying. But kudos to them for being able to switch gears so quickly and confidently. I think, the least effective defense is when you can't really stay on the other robots. You can't really, they're fast, they're slippery. So really confident defense is really well played by 44-15 for that Red Alliance. For the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance. I think I have my alliances mixed up.
It's okay. Sometimes I do too. Well, I think we've got another exciting match coming out real quick. You ready to throw it back to the field?
Yes, absolutely. We're going to send it down to the field for introductions for qualification match 7.
All right, you heard them. Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 7, beginning with the Red Alliance. It's team 7042.
From Long Beach, it's Poly Robotics.
And I was like, wait.
In the middle on red, put your hands together for 9615.
From Redlands, California, it's Redlands Robotics.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, 1197.
Here from Torrance, the Torbots.
Let's meet the teams on our Blue Alliance. Starting on the first end, it's 4738.
Joining us from San Diego, the Patriots.
And in the middle, welcome 6995.
From Escondido, Nomad.
And last but not least, it's team 8888.
From Riverside, the Flying Lions.
All right, everybody, we have a thumbs up on the field, so let's get started in 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
And the Red Lions, we see Torbots, Robotics, and 9615 all scoring their preloaded notes. And those first two also going back for some more. However, on the Blue Alliance, they have cleared up the notes they started with and added several from the center line as well. Enough for Blue Alliance to start tally up with a 10-point lead. And H-Bros and Nomad grabbing those last two center line notes. Looks like it is 4738 who will be tasked with scoring those, already getting Blue's amp full, while Nomad is heading back and forth from Blue's source to lob those notes over towards their own side of the field. And it seems like Blue Alliance still hanging on to that amplification, and now they activate it as 4738 scores. They find another note, however that one bounces out, not quite making it into the speaker, and it looks like that amplification will run out for Blue. And on red, meanwhile, they answer it with one of their own, Torbot scoring, Robotics lining up, not quite making it in time for amplification, but they will still fire that note and score it in the speaker. Blue, meanwhile, hanging on to just a 10-point lead, is looking to add to it now, amplifying as they score in the speaker. 4738. We've seen them working on the amp, but they are able to score in that speaker as well, lining up, not quite able to get that shot off, but ready to give it another go. And on red, meanwhile, we see both Robotics and 9615 over by their source, trying to come back with a note. Seems like Robotics at least have one. Both their alliance partners, Torbots, work on the red amp. And we see much the same margin of scores as we have all match long. Blue trying to pull ahead, 6995 scoring that amplified speaker. Adding another one. Trying to clear up those notes that they have banked. But as amplification runs out, looks like they turn over towards their amp instead. And now, Blue Lions finally lead that to a 20-point margin as we enter endgame. Red, however, not out of this match yet. Scoring into an amplified speaker. Torbot's adding one more note, and at 10 seconds, Blue, meanwhile, they have a spotlit stage. It looks like 6995 and the Patriots both trying to get up on stage. 5 seconds left. They're trying to stay in the air. 1 second left. Robotics pick it up for Red, and Blue tries to hang on to those two on-stage robots. And we have your scores from that match. The Blue Alliance win it by a score of 91 to 71. Blue Alliance picking up 4 out of 4 ranking points as well. And now for some more on that match, let's send it over to the analysis desk.
Alrighty, looks like the Blue Alliance takes the win there. Nick, what did you see on that side of the field?
I think that was a great match for the Blue Alliance. They clearly had a plan, 69-95, ferrying those notes across, 47-38, cleaning up, 88-88, kind of playing that midfield. But then they switched it up. And I thought that was really interesting to see. They went, okay, we're getting close. We're going to switch what roles everybody's playing. We can 47-38, they can ferry a couple of notes. And then 69-95, cleaning up. They got to 22 notes. They hit the threshold for that ranking point, and they had enough time to do the climb, so they went for it and comfortably got those 4 ranking points.
Absolutely. It's important to note here a rule change at Beach Blitz is that the note RP threshold is fixed at 21, so there's no cooperation bonus. There's no opportunity to lower that threshold. So teams, if they're wanting to pick up those extra ranking points, are going to need to score as many notes as possible. It's the off season. We'd like to challenge these teams a bit. And Blue really delivered here. Over on Red, we saw 96-15 primarily feed throughout the match. And then 11-97 and 70-42 alternating who's running that full cycle and who's cleaning up those fed notes. This kind of allows for, in situations where, you know, your primary scoring robot is waiting for notes, this kind of allows them to keep busy, and then also, okay, I'll get the extra notes this time, and then while you're grabbing the extra notes, I'll go do a full cycle. So alternating both there, and they both, those two robots also pick up a climb, 2 side climbs in the end game over on their chain. So overall, great stuff, but they were just outscored by the Blue Lions. So. And with that, we are going to send it down to the fields for introductions for qualification match 8.
Oh, I'm so sorry. All right, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 8. All right, starting off with the Red Alliance. Put your hands together for 3, 6, 4, 7.
The Millennium Falcons.
Joining them in the middle driver station, it's the winners of the Orange County Regional, Team 7157.
Mubotics.
And rounding out this powerhouse Red Alliance, it's 31-28.
The Aluminum Narwhals.
On the Blue Alliance, let's hear it for Team 2102.
Team Paradox.
In the middle station, it's 26-59.
The Robo Warriors.
And last but not least, they're your title tumble champions, 696.
The Circuit Breakers.
All right, looks like we are ready on the field. Let's begin this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
And Blue Alliance starting off strong with the preloaded notes. However, Robo Warriors and Circuit Breakers colliding as they head to the center line. Looks like that will slow down their pace of scoring, and it is Red will pull ahead with a 5-point lead at the start tally-up. And Millennium Falcons and Narwhals starting to at the center line, grabbing those last few notes, lobbing them over to their alliance partners, Mubotix, who already has 2 notes banked in that red amp. And as they score now in the speaker, they start that amplification. Mubotix adding 1, 2 notes, looking for a third while those 10 seconds are still running. And it seems like both their alliance partners racing back and forth from the source, passing those notes to Mubotix. Blue, however, seems to have much the same strategy going. 696, adding 1 note to Blue's amp. Robo Warriors adding another, but in that time, Red has already refilled their own amp and started amplifying again. In fact, both of our alliances have amplification active. Robo Warriors trying to score. However, it is difficult to match the pace at which Mubotix is able to keep adding to Red's lead. And once again, we see both Narwhals and Millennium Falcons passing those notes over towards their alliance partners. However, 3128 getting wedged underneath Red's stage. Looks like they're not able to get themselves free. Alliance partners, Mubotix coming in, trying to help them out. Still, however, hung up. Seems like Mubotix, with that amplification active, have to turn away from their partner for now. And back to scoring. And with 40 seconds left, Blue's own speaker, having just finished amplification, enough for Blue Alliance to pull a little bit closer, but Red still has a comfortable lead. And 2069 adding 1 more note to Blue's amp. However, the Red Alliance having filled their own, amplifying once again. Mubotix has as many notes as they might possibly need in front of them, and plenty of time left to score. And with 15 seconds, we are now into the end game period. However, Blue Alliance still trying to get the last few notes in place. And 2659 with 3 seconds left, up in the air on a spotlit stage for Blue. However, not quite able to get that note in place into the trap. Have your final scores. The Red Alliance take the match 84-64, earning 3 ranking points as they do so. And now for another look at that match, let's send it over to Nick and Izzy.
Alrighty, so despite a couple of issues over on Red, they take the win there. Before we break down what led to the Red Alliance's victory, do you want to break down the blue side of the field for us?
Yeah, I saw a little bit of an older play that we saw during the regional competitions earlier in the season. where they were really just all three alliances playing that triple offense, but they were running the notes. I don't think I saw any notes lobbed by the Blue Alliance over the stage, and I think the speed that they didn't get really didn't help them out. There was a little bit, like there were a couple of missed shots, and I saw Paradox kind of cleaning them up. But I think what was really interesting about the Blue Alliance, and this is their second match, but 696 wasn't seeing a lot of defense. And I feel like that says a lot about the meta that is kind of evolving here at Beach Blitz. Like, we've got a really offensively oriented meta. So that small mini-bot, like I've seen previous games, where those little tiny robots that have very little weight are just pushed around by defense. They can't play offense. But 696 was playing some reasonably effective offense.
Yeah, I think, you know, I can anticipate that being an issue for them later, but you had Millennium Falcons and the Aluminum Narwhals feeding throughout that match, but also both having some trouble. 31-28 getting stuck under the red stage at some point during the match, and 36-47, as much as I love that they go and grab the notes that Blue has discarded on their side of the field, kept disconnecting, having some technical issues where they were still for certain periods of time, once over by that Blue driver alliance station wall, once under the Blue stage, which is a really, really precarious place to die. Luckily, they reconnected, and then I believe they were having some connection issues over by the Blue source, which really for them is the best place to die, but 696 is so small, really can't slow them down in that situation. But regardless, 71-57, being able to clean up all those notes, get those really, really good amp cycles off, really, really helped the Red Alliance stay ahead. They were up in auto. But yeah, that kind of goes to show that the ye old faithful 3 triple offense shootout just doesn't really, really work at this point in the season. You're cycling back and forth across the field. Your batteries are having to draw a lot of current. You're going to just slow down, whereas if you're only spending, you know, the entire match in this portion of the field, you're just shooting back and forth. And that really worked out for the Red Alliance here. But with that, we are going to send it down to the field for introductions for qualification match 9.
All right, let's meet our team. Starting in the Red Alliance, please welcome team 4141.
Out of Santa Ana, it's Monarch Robotics.
In the middle station, it's 4079.
Give it up for Quantum Leap.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, it's 6220.
The Golden Griffins.
And on the Blue Alliance, let's kick it off with team 1148.
Team 1148, Harvard Westlake Robotics.
In the middle station, it's their partners, team 399.
Eagle Robotics.
And coming all the way from Idaho, it's team 2122.
They're my home spuds, Team Taters.
That's a thumbs up on the field. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
Welcome to qualification match number 9 here at Beach Blitz. Taters going for the middle notes there, shooting one up high, just shy of that score. Red Alliance, one robot going for the run as well, just a little misaligned as they aim for the goal there. Blue Alliance with the auto advantage, 3 notes scored. 399 dropping off a note, getting ready to start that amplification cycle for Blue Alliance. Taters seeing some interference there from 4079, cleaning up the final note there in the middle of the field. On a lot of these cycling strategies, you're going to see notes getting pushed into that corner on the audience side of the field. It's a lot more protected, harder to access from the opposing alliance. And you see Team 2122 shooting their notes there. Unfortunately, they can also run a risk of getting shot out of the field, as we've seen 1 or 2 do. Over on the Red Alliance, 6220 running across to play interference, 4141 trying to pick up the note there from their human player. Taters getting knocked off course by the Golden Griffiths machine. A minute and a half remaining in the match. 40-79 aiming high, shooting up into the speaker. Seeing some interference there from the Harvard Westlake machine of 11-48. Over on the blue side, 399 picking up the notes available to them that Taters are ferrying over. They had a road trip to go down here, and they are running many a road trip here on the field for their Alliance partners. Minute left in the match. Bit of a skirmish there on the Red Alliance side of the field, 11:48, trying to run interference without getting into that protected zone around the amp. For 41-41, Monarch Robotics trying to play interference on the Taters. Taters have to get back to the center of the field to legally shoot their note. Getting knocked off course a little, but it still finds its way to its home. Seeing some new strategies evolve here with 30 seconds remaining in the match. 11:48 trying to run interference, protect those notes that are there as well as we see the score. Blue Lions ahead 50-30. We got a robot sandwich here on the red side of the field, 20 seconds remaining. 40-79 trying to prevent the Tater climb there at the end. Taters trying to avoid that defense without causing a foul for themselves, just slipping through in the nick of time as 3, 2, 1 wheels up on red and blue at the end of the match. And your scores, taking the victory is the Blue Alliance, vaulting them up in the rankings. High-powered speaker scoring there from Blue. But to hear more about that match, let's hand it on over to the desk.
That was a really clean and well-executed match by the Blue Alliance. They had a very simple plan, a very classic strategy, and despite a little bit of trouble on 11:48 side, they were able to execute really well. We had Eagle Robotics doing the cleanup, 399, and then Taters, they actually started off, we only had a couple of notes moved from the midline during auto, and they were able to win there were 3 of them that were left over. Quantum Leap got 1, Taters were able to zoom around them and get 2, and really take that early advantage and turn it into momentum. They were just lobbing notes back and forth, 399, cleaning them up. They had a really clean plan, and they executed it well, and that got them the win.
Absolutely. And over on red, it's kind of hard to make up that offensive difference when blue comes out on top in auto. And for our Red Alliance, also not the most offensively powerful combination of robots. We actually saw 2 robots playing defense in that match, a little bit from 41-41 and from 40-79 as well. And while it was effective defense, you still need to be scoring points to make up that lead that the Blue Alliance had in auto, so that didn't quite work out for them, but a really, really excellent display of defense. So.
And I think with that, let's throw it down to the field for our next qualification match.
And let's meet the teams for our next qualification match. Starting on the Red Alliance, welcome 4276. In the middle driver's station all by himself, it's 2710. Rounding out our Red Alliance, they had to travel all the way from the upper campus. It's 9271.
Kind of annoying that we have multiple APs.
Let's meet the teams on our Blue Alliance. It's our Aerospace Valley Regional winners, 294.
Beach Cities Robotics.
In the middle drive station, please welcome 9615.
Redlands Robotics.
And last but not least, please welcome 9452.
The Lincoln High School Steel Stingers.
And that's a thumbs up on the field. Let's get this match underway. 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome to qualification match number 10. Red Alliance, Blue Alliance starting off with shots up high. Blue with several there during auto, already at 29 points, 34, 6 notes scored for the Blue Alliance. We're one of the highest scoring autos we've seen so far from Blue, as Beach Cities Robotics running cleanup duty there in the middle of the fields. 2710. Your Jetstream machine placing a note there into the amp, trying to align it, making sure it doesn't get wedged in there, using some percussive maintenance to score it home. 9615 running another note across the field to their partners, Beach City Robotics. 9452 as well, helping cycle. Over in the middle of the field, we have 9271, Cyber Porpoise's machine there. The Red Alliance picking up a note from their human player. We got a note sent high there after interference from the Redlands Robotics machine. Several notes up for grabs on the Red Alliance side. 294 trying to clean up those notes over there as quickly as they can. Ready to amplify, it's all hands on deck on Blue Alliance. 2710 going for another amp cycle, needing one more note to get the power up ready to go. 4276 Surf City Vikings taking a little rest on the field, looking like they're having some connectivity fun there with playing interference on the Steel Stingers machine. We're looking at about 50 seconds left in the match. Red Alliance, several notes up for grabs. They are amplified on red, but one machine to take advantage of it, as the Vikings machine being held up there by the Blue Alliance. Over on the blue side, another amplification helping them to pull further ahead and hitting that melody there with 21 notes scored. 2710 cleaning up that last note in the protected corner there. Getting ready to amplify as much as we can. 20 seconds remaining. Probably the last amplification period there for both alliances. 294 aiming high, and they score there with 9271 going for the climb and trap. Looks like they have, unfortunately, no wheels on the ground, aren't able to right themselves as 294 goes up in the air too. And time expires. And your scores, Blue Alliance taking the victory 114 to 47. We had G424 violations for both alliances, but with Blue Alliance pulling ahead with the score, let's take a look at the match, handing it over to the analysis desk.
That was a great showing by our Blue Alliance. First of all, 294's auto. That was super clean, super quick. They got, I believe it was 5 notes in that time. That was a very strong auto, and I think we're going to be talking about that a lot this weekend. I think we're going to see them doing very well in no small part thanks to that auto. But the Blue Alliance, like their whole strategies has just worked really well. They had 2 alliance partners who were both just feeding notes across most of the time. A little bit of opportunistic defense, but they actually saturated notes over here. And because the Red Alliance just wasn't, like they were having a little bit of trouble, they weren't able to take advantage of that. So we actually saw them, just in the last 30 seconds, clean up all those extra notes and really crank the points up.
Yeah, aside from 294, it was actually a bit of a more quiet auto than what we've seen today. None of the red robots, picking up those leave points, all kind of staying put. And that's a really, really tough deficit to make up for when your auto is 9 points to 34 at the start of the match. You're working at almost a 20-point difference. A little bit of some uncoordination on the Red Alliance too, making it difficult for 2710 and 4276 to score efficiently. 92 feeding some notes over to the red side of the field, but again, just some uncoordination slowing things down makes it tough for them to make up that difference. So
yeah, absolutely. And I think really like psychologically when you're behind the glass, like the further behind you get, the more you go, well, we're either going to lose this and we want to like see what we can do well, or you go, hey, let's do something really bold and catch up. And those are like really the only 2 options you have at that point.
Yeah, and I think it is important to know that 4276 did say, let's do something well. They played a little source side defense, and that looked really good. So, just unfortunately can't quite make up that difference offensively. But with that, we are going to send it down to the field for introductions for qualification match 11.
All right, everybody, let's meet our Red Alliance, starting out with 6995.
They are Nomad.
In the middle, it's 7042.
From Long Beach, it's Poly Robotics.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, put your hands together for 4419.
Be kind, it's Team Rewind.
On the blue side of the field, let's welcome Team 2658.
They are Some Motion.
In the middle driver's station, it's 5835.
From Newport Coast, Sage Hill Robotics.
Joining them with your title tumble champions, Team 687.
From Carson, California, the Nerd Herd.
We have a thumbs up down on the field. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, go.
Red Alliance aiming high, Nomad shooting 2 up high in a row, 26-58 on blue, answering back. Red Alliance with the advantage as your Poly Robotics machine parked and ready to rock and roll on the center line. $69.95 clearing the ring out of their machine, going for a shot across to help feed their alliance as 687 the Nerd Herd snagging that last one there on the middle line. Blue Alliance, the Nerd Herd, going for the amp, a little off target, but trying to aim true there into the window. Depending on where the driver station is for some of these teams, their lines of visibility may be obscured, as we have a note shot off the field from the cycling Red Alliance. 44-19, another up high alongside their teammates, helping Red Alliance pull further ahead as they are amplified. 58-35 using their cascading elevator to pick up a note there, feeding it into their shooter. Having the handoff, leaving a note stuck in their robot, as Red Alliance 44-19 shooting another up high there. Red Alliance waiting to amplify as Polyrobotics picking up another note, lining up. These human players will time the amplification period with when a note goes into the speaker. As it takes a second or two to get fully scored in the system, they are trying to maximize the use of that bonus round. 50 seconds left, 50 seconds remain as Blue Alliance scoring more there in the amp, trying to answer back to Red Alliance's firepower. Got a couple of your top-ranked teams so far in the event on the Red Alliance. But Blue providing a valiant fight as 58-35, Sage Hill Robotics working to defend that zone against Nomad. With the last few seconds in the match, teams may try to get those robots to go into that protected stage zone. Defense needs to be careful, make sure they are not drawing any fouls there. Robots going to climb. Blue Alliance hooked onto the chain. Red Alliance, Polyrobotics looking like they are wanting to do a co-op climb. As we are wheels up on Blue as time expires. And your scores. Red Alliance taking the victory 85-36. 3 ranking points for the Red Alliance at the conclusion of that match. Let's hand it on over to the analysis desk to take a closer look.
Match 11 was a strong showing for the Red Alliance. Izzy, do you want to tell us a little bit about how they did it?
Yeah, so we had 69-95 feeding for a majority of the match. But what I like here is, I often caution, the feeding strategy needs to be clean. It's better if we're not all just, randomly deciding to cycle every now and then. But 69-95, when they did cycle to their side of the field, they did it specifically when their alliance was ready to amp. And so they really, really made sure that those amp cycles, their alliance was getting the most out of those cycles, and then they went straight back to feeding. So I think that's a super, super effective way to both feed and cycle and score notes throughout the match. 70-42 and 44-19, mainly playing cleanup on those extra notes and then cycling when necessary. But I think it was some really, really well-timed trips over to the Red Alliance side of the field for 69-95, and that really helped them extend their lead over the duration of the match.
Yeah, I just want to say on the Blue Alliance, something that may not be obvious to anybody who's not, closely working with a team, lobbing those notes over the stage and, learning how to get that right shot and the right angle is hard. We've actually seen a lot of notes, they just go a little bit too far and they go over the amp, or they almost hit a referee. I suspect it may be true that the Blue Alliance just isn't as well practiced in this. They were going with the good old-fashioned strategy of carrying the notes across. Just wasn't fast enough to keep up, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's just sometimes how these matches shake out. But with that, we will send it down to the field for introductions for qualification match 12.
right, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 12. In the Red Alliance, it's 43-22.
Give it up for Clockwork.
Joining them on red, it's team 47-38.
The Patriots.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, it's 44-15.
The Epic Robots.
Heading down to the blue side of the field, please welcome team 85-21.
The Cyber Lions.
In the middle drive station, it's your title tumble winners, team 359.
The Hawaiian Kids.
Rounding out our blue alliance, put your hands together for 32-55.
The Super Nerds.
Let's get started with match number 12 in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Red Alliance moving forward, Clockwork aiming high, 1-2 on red as blue, 359 picking up one of those notes, 1, and they are cleaned on the blue Alliance side. A game of chicken happening in the middle, narrowly avoided by 359 as Super Nerds knocked off a little off course there from the contact. That last note up for grabs in the middle as Hawaiian Kids takes it and runs away. Epic Robots trying to place into the amp using their backboard mechanism there. You've seen a lot of robots so far this season having some struggles going from horizontal to vertical with their notes. 4415 trying to keep it simple, just using a couple of bars on polycarb there to help guide things to where they need to be. The Patriots machine 4738 ferrying notes across the field to the Epic Robots. As 359, the Hawaiian Kids saying surfs up as well with those notes. Their alliance partners 8521 trying to do the shuffle across the field. This is where you see the difference between the battle-hardened notes and some of the fresh ones out of the box. The new ones slide across the field like an air hockey table, but some of the old ones can cause differences there for the robots, so teams must accommodate for that. 359 shooting up high as well, 1 minute 10 to go. So we've got Red Alliance with the advantage there, 87-38. And your full melody amount of notes scored, 21 notes scored from red. Blue Alliance sticking with the same strategy here as 359 shooting another over to 32-55. We're amplified on red, trying to increase their lead here. As Epic Robots using their turret mechanism to aim up high and score another there in the amp, trying to bank at least one more amplification period with some of those available notes. Hawaiian Kids seeing the notes up for grabs over there and snagging one, stealing it, taking it back to their alliance. Clockwork been a little quiet during this match, going for the trap and the hang with plenty of time to spare. Goes up, trying to get that extra RP at a match at an event like Beach Blitz. Every extra ranking point a team can get is worth it. It can make a huge difference by alliance selection tomorrow. 5 seconds remaining. We have wheels up on 3 robots. Epic Robots just shy of the chain as time expires here with blue off the ground. Red Alliance taking the victory 135 to 81. 4 ranking points there for the Red Alliance. Blue walking away with 1 as well. Let's take a look at that match, handing it over to the analysis desk.
Alrighty, so 135 sets our new high score of the day, but Blue still puts up an impressive 81 points. Nick, what did you think?
I thought that was still, despite not being a winning match, I thought that was a good showing by the Blue Alliance. They put up enough notes to get that Melody ranking point. I think 359 was really kind of like playing a lot of different roles on their alliance, trying to like optimize, but it just wasn't enough. I think one of the really interesting things I want to call out was the beginning of the autonomous period. So right at the beginning of auto, we had a red robot come across and grab those notes that 359 was going to look for. And they didn't have like any code in their autonomous to look for like the next note. So they actually missed out on 2 shots. That 15-point deficit that they started out with just kept growing. And like the decisions that they made to try and catch up just weren't quite enough.
It really emphasizes the importance of pre-scouting your teams. If you can anticipate what auto your opponent is going to run, especially a team as prominent as 359, then you can kind of adjust your autos to maybe disrupt theirs, and that'll help you stay ahead in that auto period. Over on red, the rest of the match, super clean, double feeding strategy. Really liked it. 47-38, cleaning up all those notes. We didn't really see any additional cycles from 43-22 or 44-15. 2 robots, both very capable of doing so, but 47-38 was able to clean up all those notes super effectively. There was never a shortage of notes for them to score. And because they had such a substantial lead, they were able to climb and trap at T-minus 30 seconds, which is an insane amount of time to trap for some of these teams, especially with 43-22 being able to climb and trap within seconds. Usually you see teams try to run amp cycles to the very end, to T-minus 10, but they knew they had a significant enough lead that they could capitalize on it, make sure they get up on those chains. So overall, great stuff from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one more thing that I think was really interesting in this match, like I was talking after the last match about like how lobbing those notes across over the stage can be really difficult. One solution, I didn't see it before Sunset Showdown in July, but 85-21 actually has, instead of going up and over, they've got a nice low shot on their robot. So you can't shoot it out of the field and over if you're shooting angled just a little bit down. So I thought that was actually a really smart, I don't know if that's something they had in season or they added during the off season, but I think that's a great feature for their robot that works strategically and makes the driver's job easy.
Yeah, it is a cool feature, but it's also a feature that comes with consequences, similar to how lobbing over the stage
Absolutely.
Can result in notes getting out of the field. Our feeding robots, 43-22 or 44-15, because when you shoot notes lower, they often don't travel as far.
Yep.
They're able to go under the stage and bounce that note right on out, and then they shoot their feeding note, they pick up the note, they shoot it. So it can be a little difficult to make sure that those understage feeder shots go far enough that they're not prey to the opposite alliance. But definitely a good alternative to, if the alternative is shooting your notes out of the field, I think you'd rather keep them inside the field. So.
Absolutely. I think we should throw it back to the field for our next qualification match.
All right, you heard it. It's time for qualification match number 13 on the Red Alliance. Please welcome team 597.
From Los Angeles, it's the Wolverines.
In the middle driver station, it's one of our host teams, 5199.
From right here, it's the Robot Dolphins from outer space.
Joining them in red, it's 1197.
From Torrance, it's the Torbots.
On the Blue Alliance, please welcome them coming all the way from Hawaii. It's 3882.
They are Lunas.
In the middle station on blue, it's 5137.
From San Marcos, the Iron Kodiaks.
And on the other side of the field, it's our other host team, 3309.
From just down the road in Anaheim, the Friarbots.
That's a thumbs up. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
It's our last match before lunch, and these robots are hungry for victory. 5199 going for the middle note, but knocking it off course. They have more success with their second note as 1197 just shy of scoring up high. Blue Alliance with 3 scored for during that auto. Drivers take control. Red Alliance with the advantage. The Wolverines knocking off a note, getting their intake mechanism on the floor and ready to go. We've seen some success with the integrated intake and shooter mechanism like 597 has, reducing the complexity of that handoff so that notes don't get stuck in that machine. 5137, 5137 Iron Kodiak's having a similar mechanism as well. 3882, one of our Islander machines there, picking up a note from the human player source with an under bumper intake. 5199 with a note just right on their shooter mechanism, able to clear that as they narrowly avoid the Wolverines. The Friar bots as well, placing another note there in the amp. They are ready to amplify for Blue. Red Alliance, 13-point advantage moving forward here. 1197 picking up those notes that have been ferried over to them by the Wolverines. 5199 Robot Dolphins from outer space, your host team, score another up high there, taking advantage of the amplification period. A minute remaining in the match. Red Alliance with an advantage, 20 points. As we see 2 Red Alliance machines able to be fed by the Wolverines and picking off those ones the human players may have left behind for the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance doing a similar strategy there as Friar bots, dropping another one there towards the amp. Couple out of the field there from the Red Alliance. One of the dangers of the handoff there for that alliance. 597, the Wolverines, seeing some interference there from their own team member. It is a contested by the source. Little bit of a brownout possibly there for 5199. Making their way back across the field. 10 seconds remaining. We've got a high note shot just shy of the microphone for Red Alliance. Robots wheels up. As we see 2 robots off the ground on red. And your scores. Red Alliance taking the victory, 85 to 58, 1 extra ranking point for each alliance getting the melody. Let's take a look at that match before we head to lunch. Handing it on over to the analysis desk.
So I think that match for the Blue Alliance was a little bit like there were 3 good robots playing crescendo, kind of each on their own. Like we had 3 robots playing offense, scoring the amp, shooting into the speaker. I didn't really see a lot of taking advantage of those amp notes, trying to maximize their speaker bonus. I didn't see any ferrying, a couple of missed shots, but the robot would pick it right up and shoot it. It really didn't feel very well connected, and I think that disjointedness didn't help them in terms of getting the win. But they did put up a lot of notes, and they got a ranking point for it.
Absolutely, and I think, again, that triple full cycle strategy really kind of expired around the championship.
Yeah.
I think teams got really, really creative with strategies. A lot of different regional strategies came together at the championship, and that's kind of just been carried into the off season. Over on red, we saw some feeding, 5199 altering between feeding and full cycling, 597 acting as that primary feeder. We did see a little bit of the danger of feeding over the stage. I know we talked about the cons to feeding under the stage, but feeding over the stage, we saw quite a few notes kind of exit the field or get stuck on the amp or whatnot this match. But 1197 did a great job in cleaning up all those notes for their alliance. Red was up in auto, really with a good strategy and a lead in auto. It's really hard to lose a match at that point.
Yep.
So now that we are, we're getting ready for lunch. It's been a morning. Taking a look at our rankings, I believe these are about the most up-to-date rankings we've got. 4738 is in first. They've put up a phenomenal performance today of what a great feeding strategy can do for that primary scoring robot. Excellent job, not having to worry about running full cycles, just doing their thing over on their side of the field. And that has definitely earned them their spot in their first seed this morning. They're followed by 8888 in second, and one of our host teams, 5199 in third. 5199 having competed in the finals of all of their off seasons this summer. We also have 3128 following in fourth, 6995 in fifth, 4415 in sixth, 4414 in seventh, and 294 in eighth. So what do you think of those top 8 teams?
I think it's a little bit surprising, and we're early in the day. We've still got a little bit of noise. I know getting 3 ranking points was dropping 51.99, which that's a pretty good match. So I think as we go throughout the day, we're going to see a little bit more. But I see some teams who have been playing really well this morning above, honestly, some of the big name teams here this weekend. And I wonder if that's going to stay that way, or if those teams with a lot of experience are going to climb their way to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting those 4 ranking points is really, really important here at this event. In Arizona, that's where I usually spend my time. We don't often see that as much, so I often card in the back of my mind, okay, they need to get 3 ranking points. That's what's important here. But no, they really need to be trying to pick up that 4th. We've seen some robots play some great defense this morning, some teams trying to show off what they can add to an alliance very early on in the stages of competition. They're thinking ahead about what they do and what they do well. So I'm excited to see how everything shakes out here. And with that, I think we're going to send it to lunch.
as we return to matches after lunch. There we go. Please welcome back our teams, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 3476.
From Irvine, California, it's Code Orange.
And joining them, 498.
From Cactus High School in Glendale, Arizona, it's the Cobra Commanders.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, 8888.
From Riverside, California, it is the Flying Lions.
And over on blue, give it up for 9408.
From Warren High School in Downey, California, it's the Warbots.
And joining them, Team 60.
From Kingman, Arizona, it's Kingman First Robotics Team, the Bionic Bulldogs.
And last but certainly not least, 4414.
From Ventura, it's High Tide.
Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
Qualification match 14, robots putting notes up into the speaker on both sides of the field. 34-76 with the note. 44-14 going for those midline notes. They shoot and they score. Another note gets put up by 498, and that is the conclusion of the autonomous period here in qualification match 14. The robots race to get the remaining notes at the center of the field. 44-14 shooting that note to their side, while 498 scores a note into that amp. They're going to want to start that amplification period as soon as possible. 9408 racing to the blue source zone to grab a note. Similarly, 3476 doing the same over on the red side of the field. 4414 now picking up a note, looking to head back to their side of the field and score. 60 takes a shot. They do not quite make it. 498 racing to grab those notes on the blue side of the field where they can. 88 trying to slow down those blue robots from racing back to their side of the field. 498 with a shot into the amp and now into the speaker as 9408, the Warbots, try to clean up those red side notes. 60 shooting a note over to the red side of the field, giving 3476 some trouble in their conquest to deliver notes to their alliance partners. 9408 grabbing those notes from the source zone. They race back to their side of the field. They're going to look to shoot that note into the speaker. 3476 feeding their alliance partner in 498 some notes. 498 shoots and they score. Team 60 desperately trying to slow down 3476 from delivering those notes to their partners. 9408 makes a shot. They don't quite make it, but they will clean that one up, and they are joined by 4414 in the same, shooting 3 notes quickly into that blue side speaker. A collision over on the red side of the field. 9408 and 4414 looking to pick up some notes to score in the last few moments of this match. 498 lines up for a shot, and they make it. 9408 and 4414 trying to race to grab a couple more notes in the last moments of this match. They also must race back to their side of the field and to safety. 3476 passing just another note to the red side of the field, while 4414 and 60 prepare to climb the stage. 4414 lines up with that trap. They don't quite make it. 3476 about to make a shot in the last second of the match. But that is the conclusion of qualification match 14.
scores are in for that last match, and the Red Alliance takes the win 93-91. We're going to head on over to the desk for that breakdown.
Well, what a match that was, coming right down to the wire there. Connor, what were your thoughts after that one?
Oh, that was such a close match. We had so many of our best teams coming into that match. It was really impressive. Even from Autonomous, we see on both sides of the field, all of those notes in the front of the stage getting cleared up, and then both alliances had teams running out to the middle. It was so crazy to see just right off the bat. That was such a good match.
Yeah, it was a battle of two of our highest firepower shooters. And it was pretty crazy to see some of the defense and the different strategies at play here. And just coming up short of that win, a 2-point difference, and I think 1 note away from getting the ranking point for the Blue Alliance, and just a heartbreaker. But they'll be dusting themselves off and heading on to the next match. Well, speaking of the next match, let's hand it back to the field and meet our teams.
And first off on the Red Alliance, please welcome Team 696.
From Clark Magnet High School, it's the Circuit Breakers.
And joining them, 9615.
From Redlands, California, it's Redlands Robotics.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, 2710.
Family Community Team Jetstream.
And over on Blue, give it up for 6220.
It's the Golden Griffins.
And joining them, 4322.
From Orange, California, it's Clockwork.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, 399.
From Lancaster, California, it's Eagle Robotics.
drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
Kicking things off here in the autonomous period for qualification match 15. 27-10 and 6-9-6. Putting up some notes into the red speaker for the Red Alliance. Over on blue, 399 looking to pick up a midline note. Heading into teleoperated period. Only one note remains in the center of the field. It's grabbed by 696 as 2710 puts a note into the amp. 39-9 doing the same over on the blue side. That blue line's trying to quickly get their amp ready for an amp cycle. 4322 making a shot into the speaker. 9615 delivering notes to their partners. 2710 they are joined by 696 and doing the same. 4322 cycling from their source to the speaker. Oh, it looks like they are going to the amp. 3999, 3990. Also shooting to that amp. 4322 doesn't quite make it. 2710 with a shot into the speaker. They are joined by 696. The Red Alliance has no shortage of notes on their side of the field. 399, another note into the speaker. It looks like they are gearing up for an amplification cycle. Those notes will be worth more. A collision over on the blue side of the field. We've got 4322 and 696. 2710 lining up for another shot for red as 4322 taking a shot for blue. Our blue robots are racing to their source zone to grab more notes, while the Red Alliance 2710 has delivered their notes so kindly from their alliance partners. Shots go flying, one out of the field. 4322 also passing a note over on their side of the field. They get into a collision with 9615 under that blue stage. Our teams are racing. 399 with a note into the speaker. Looks like they are going to make way for 6220 to do the same. 4322 getting ready for that endgame period. They're going to line up on their stage and line up for that trap, while 696 and 2710 make a couple more shots over for red. 399 and 6220 also lining up to climb. 399 not quite make it, but they make it in the last moment. And that is the conclusion of qualification match 15. All right, and our scores for that last match, Red Alliance takes the win, 99-52 points. And with that, we are going to send it on over to the desk to break down qualification match 15.
Well, that was another exciting match to watch, with Red Alliance coming out on top, 3 ranking points there. Connor, what were your thoughts after that last match?
That was a super fun match. We saw at the end that one had some pretty important ranking considerations there. We saw 2 teams moving up into our top 15. They're hoping to keep climbing as we go up through the tournament. But the thing that really stuck out to me was how coordinated that Red Alliance was. They had their strategy down the entire match. It was so much fun to see them shuttling notes across the field to each other, and 696 really impressed me. They were shuttling notes very quickly, and then as soon as they saw that 2710 was lagging a little bit behind them, they ran over to the other side of the field, helped them clean up, and got back on their pattern. It was very good teamwork from both alliances.
Yeah, it was great to see how the team dynamics affected the outcome of that match. You mentioned that Red Alliance is working well together in those cycles. The form factor of 696 being such a small robot means that those pinch points, especially that one between the stage and the wall, don't affect them as much. We did see some defense on them, but it wasn't particularly effective relative to their scoring abilities. Over on the blue side, they had some challenges there, fitting 2 full-size robots into the source. We've seen this throughout the season, and just so close on those climbs at the end of the match. Any other thoughts on that one before we hand it back?
Yeah, I think it was 399 had that super fast last second climb right at the end. That was a nail biter, but it was really impressive to see them pull that off even when that timer's ticking down.
Yes. Well, with that, let's go back to the field and meet our teams in our next match of the day.
And now let's take a look at our teams coming up in qualification match 16. First up on red, give it up for 36-47.
From San Diego, California, it's the Millennium Falcons.
And joining them, 44-19.
From San Marcos, California, it's Team Rewind.
And joining them, 41-41.
From Santa Ana, California, it's Monarch Robotics.
And over on our Blue Alliance, 40-79.
From Cypress, California, it's Quantum Leap.
And joining them, 85-21.
From Westminster, California, it's Cyber Lions.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, 51-37.
From San Marcos, California, it's the Iron Kodiaks.
Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
Qualification match 16, 40-79 and 51-37. The Iron Kodiaks putting up notes into the speaker while the Millennium Falcons heads to that midline for additional notes for the Red Alliance. They grab a third. 44-19, Team Rewind with that last note there in auto for the Red Alliance. Our robots begun their tele-operated period. 41-41, Monarch Robotics racing to the Red Alliance source zone to feed notes to the Red Alliance. 44-19 lines up a shot for Red. They're working that shot out well. Blue scoring some points, grabbing the remaining notes over on their side of the field. 51-37, the Iron Kodiaks line up at the amp. 44-19 and 41-41 race to the Red source zone to grab notes for Red. 85-21, the Cyber Lions, and 36-47, a small collision there at the center of the field. 85-21 lining up to grab a note from their human player. 41-41 lines up the shot and they make it. They're immediately racing back across the field to grab another note. The Iron Kodiaks lining up for a shot for Blue and they make it. 36-47, the Millennium Falcons, they're online now. They're lining up at the amp. They're followed by a shot to the speaker for Red. 44-19, Team Rewind trying to slow 51-37 down there in the center of the field. Playing some defense for Red while 36-47 races across the field with a shot into the speaker. Got some robot traffic here on the Red side of the field. It's 51-37. Iron Kodiaks looking to make their way back onto the blue side of the field. Red robots race to grab more notes. We're entering the end game of this match. 36-47, looking to get another cycle in. 85-21 is going to have to quickly make it to the blue side of the field to be safe. 41-41 with a climb that is Monarch Robotics. 36-47 taking one last shot here in the last few seconds of the match, and they make it, and a climb on top of that. And that is the conclusion of qualification match 16. got scores for that last match. The Red Alliance wins 62-52. Slight adjustment there in their rankings for 41-41. And with that, we are going to send it on over to the desk.
Well, that was an exciting match that we just saw. It started off with Red Alliance having the advantage there. Red Alliance rank 8 and 9 going into the match and staying at their ranking, and a yellow card coming out of that match for 51-37. Connor, what were your thoughts after that last one?
Yeah, we saw some interesting collisions going on all the way across the field. I saw 36-47, the Millennium Falcons in particular, doing an excellent job avoiding that defense, especially when you get those big traffic jams under the stage as you have, 3, 4, 5 teams all trying to cross through that at the same time. Saw some really impressive driving from that team. And yeah, it was a pretty good match. Red took it, but I think Blue also had a pretty solid performance throughout.
Yeah, for a while there, it was kind of a toss-up as to who is going to win that match. We had both alliances having a dedicated defender. Haven't seen a lot of that this weekend. And that really showed in the scores, and actually it looks like neither alliance got the bonus ranking points.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw a few climbs from the Red Alliance there right at the end, super fast last-minute stuff. Unfortunately, if you don't have that trap mechanism, that ranking point is very hard to get. So we'll see if we see much more of the trap later on in this event.
Yeah, it'll be exciting. Let's head down to the field and meet our teams.
And now it's time to take a look at our teams in match 17. Starting us off on red, team 2658.
From San Diego, California, it's Emotion.
And joining them, 3882.
From Lahaina, Hawaii, it's Lunas.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, 4738.
Also from San Diego, it's Patriots.
And over on our Blue Alliance team, 498.
From Glendale, Arizona, it's the Cobra Commanders.
And joining them, 294.
One of our Einstein finalists this year, it's Beach Cities Robotics.
And last up on blue, 7157.
From Brea, California, it's Mubotics.
Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
Autonomous period kicks off here in qualification match 17. Mubotics and Beach City Robotics with notes up for blue. Patriobots are rank 1 team, putting up a note for the Red Alliance. Not quite missing those additional midline notes, but no worries, they'll pick up those notes here in the beginning of the teleoperated period. They're sending those over to the red side of the field. Make sure that they're able to score those. They're joined by Emotion at the red source, grabbing some notes while 294 looks to feed some notes over to Mubotics. Mubotics and Patriobots going for that note there in the midline, but Mubotics picks it up. 498 racing back to the center line, also looking for that feeder strategy there. 3882 Luna's racing to the source. 4738 Patriobots, they're doing what they do best. They're scoring into the amp and then quickly into the speaker. They're going to kick off that amplification period. Those notes are going to be worth more. 2658 lines up for that feeder shot, and it safely arrives on the red side of the field. 294 Beach Cities Robotics doing the same. 498 and Beach Cities feeding for Mubotics. Lunas and Emotion feeding for the Patriobots. It is a feed off here in qualification match 17. 4738 with a note up for red. They are going to begin another amplification period while Mubotics and their turret are going to shoot into the speaker for blue. A collision between 498 and 4738 in the blue side of the field as 4738 races to their amp. 498 grabbing that note there on the red side of the field. Racing back to their source, they're going to continue to feed notes to Mubotics. Collision there on blue. 498 trying to keep 4738 from grabbing their preciously fed notes on that side of the field. 2658 Emotion with a note delivered to the Patriobots. Teams are racing. We are in the last few moments of this match. These teams are going to get ready to climb on their stage. We have notes going up from the human player, Beach City Robotics. They're going to try to climb. They've got that highlighted note there on the stage. And that is the conclusion of qualification match 17. All right, those scores are in for that last match, and the Blue Alliance takes it 115 points to 77. All three Blue Robots moving up in the rankings. We're going to send it on over to the desk for the match breakdown of Qualification 17.
Well, what a triple-digit scoring match there from the Blue Alliance. Connor, what are your thoughts after that one?
Oh, that was so fun to watch. As soon as you see Cobra Commanders, Beach Cities Robotics, and Mubotics on the same alliance, you know it's going to be a powerhouse. But that Blue Alliance put up such a good fight, too. Patriobots especially, we see them cleaning up around the speaker as they've got their partners both feeding them notes and coming over to help clean up. But I don't know how you're supposed to compete against those three robots. That was very impressive from the Red Alliance.
Yes, and they put up a fight there. We saw some of the double feeding strategy there on blue, but Red Alliance trying to steal a couple of those notes, and yet blue still couldn't be stopped. And it was pretty cool to see how they'd be all hands on deck when they're amplified. Definitely a lot of strategy, having the human player who works on the amp, working with those drive teams loudly, counting that down, helping to communicate as well across the fields. Any other thoughts on that one?
Yeah, it's great to hear. I mean, we're down here on the field. We can hear the human players coordinating with their coaches and their teams. It's great to see how that's changed over the season and how important the amplification period is. When you see these triple-digit scores, you know that all three teams are ready and they're coordinated.
Yes, well, we are excited to hand it back for our next match, qualification number 18.
And next up, it's time to meet our teams in match 18. First up on red, give it up for team 4276.
Surfing in is the Surf City Vikings.
And their alliance partners, 9452.
LHS Steel Stingers.
And joining them, 4415.
Epic Robots.
And over on our blue alliance, please welcome 3128.
Swimming in is the Aluminum Narwhals.
And their alliance partners, 8888.
Flying Lions.
And last but not least, team 1197.
Torbots.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
Here we go, folks. Starting off in the autonomous period, Red Alliance is pile driving these notes into their speaker right now. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance also getting their fair share of points during auto, leaving them at 24-29. That's a fair disadvantage. They can get back with that. Starting off here, 1197. Torbots is going bumper to bumper with the Red Alliance right now, trying to get past them. But 42-76, Surf City Vikings is having a bit of trouble. Torbots making it by, making a clean shot. Meanwhile, 44-15, Epic Robots getting some, or trying to get some pieces into the amplifier, but it seems that it's stuck in their robot. That's going to be tricky to get out. Meanwhile, they let their alliance partner to get one shot in at the amplifier. They shoot, they get it in. 42-76, Surf City Vikings seriously playing that heavy defense against Torbots as they're just trying to make their way in life and get right past to the Blue Alliance side. Aluminum Narwhal sneaking right by. Oh no! They're trying to get by, get some pieces and play some defense. While the Red Alliance shoots 2 notes into the amplifier. A minute left now. The Red Alliance has carved their niche. 53-36 right now. Blue Alliance has got to do some hefty work to do this, but Red Alliance doing some really hefty defense while they're scoring their own points right now. Surf City Vikings playing that defense spot. They're a trooper right now. They're saying bring it by spinning their robot. Aluminum Narwhals trying to play their own defense, stopping the Red Alliance from scoring their notes in the amplifier right now. It seems they're succeeding, but not enough to catch up. With 26 seconds left, we're almost entering the endgame period right now. All right, here we go, folks. Aluminum Narwhal still trying to play some defense and let their alliance play safe. But they're going to head back right now as the Red Alliance makes some last-minute scores. No microphone shows. Oh, shooting right over the amplifier from the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance latches onto the chain. They're getting on the stage. That's game. All right, folks, stay tuned for your final scores. They're coming up in just a moment. And we have your final scores here, folks. Your winner will be your Blue Alliance, bringing it back with the score of 46 to the Red Alliance's 55. Blue hedging the victory with 40 points and fouls. I'm going to bring it over to your analysis desk to see what led the Blue Alliance to victory.
Wow, what a match from match number 18. We saw 40 foul points come in right at the end. We were thinking that was going to be a real nail-biter, but it looks like the Blue Alliance took it in the end. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, the Red Alliance was slated to win this match by about 9 points. And unfortunately, 94-52 got caught in the danger zone in endgame. And really just contacting multiple robots is just going to be a really, really unfortunate situation. But I kind of liked the defense played by 4276 on Red. That really, again, was the star of that. That was the difference maker in that match. They were only up by 1 note in auto, but they were able to extend that lead as a result of that defense, which was also mimicked on the blue side by 8888. What else did you notice on blue?
Yeah, on the blue side of the field, we noticed them struggling to really get their notes into the field. We saw their cleanup robot, Torbots, having a little issue with their amp mechanism, couldn't quite get it into the amp every single time. But you had their alliance partners feeding them notes, bringing them back over, and we didn't see a whole lot of amplification during this match. We saw lots of notes going into the speaker, but not a lot of amplified. So I think that's why the scores were maybe a little lower than we would have expected. And yeah, that end game, wow, that was a real change in the score right there at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And over on Red, there was actually, I believe, no feeding going on. I think I saw maybe 1 fed note towards the end of the match, but it was just double full cycle. And then 4276 slowing down the Blue Alliance coming back from their source zones. I think that's actually a pretty good strategy for teams that aren't really super confident in their ability to do a double feeder strategy or just keep one robot on the side of the field. Run the double cycle, but then really have that dedicated defense robot in the source zone because it really, really slowed the Blue Alliance down. And if it weren't for those penalty points, the Red Alliance would have taken the win there. So.
Yeah. All right, that's it for that match. Let's head on down to the field to meet the teams in our next qualification match.
And next up, let's meet our teams in match number 19. First up on Red, please welcome 359.
Surfs up to the Hawaiian kids.
And joining them, 5199.
Serving a porpoise, it's Robot Dolphins from outer space.
And their alliance partner, 7042.
Hopping in is Polyrobotics.
And over on your Blue Alliance, 597.
The Wolverines.
And joining them, 58-35.
Sage Hill Robotics.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, 34-76.
Code Orange.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
With the start of 19, we have 4 clean shots from the Red Alliance. Blue so far only getting 1 in. Red over here trying to get 1 more shot in. There we go. All right, the bell is rung and the robots are off into the teleoperated period. Red Alliance with a hefty 30-point lead over the Blue Alliance right now. Blue Alliance trying to make up for it, but Red Alliance is getting in their way as 70-42 Poly Robotics runs over with a note in their possession. Their Alliance partner misses. Will they score? Yes, they do. Code Orange trying to make up for the mistakes of the autonomous period, shooting right over the field to shoot to their Alliance partners. 58-35 of the Blue Alliance. Sage Hill trying to play some defense here while their Alliance partner shoots over a bunch of notes across the field. Talk about a high note for the Blue Alliance. While 597 gets a shot in the speaker. Blue Alliance steadily keeping a 30-point lead. They're not dropping behind, but they're not keeping ahead either. Red Alliance over here with Hawaiian kids getting all of those free notes into the amplifier. They're getting ready to amplify the speaker. Speaking of, Poly Robotics shoots into the speaker right now as they run right into 58-35, going past them, getting a note. Let's see if they can escape the Blue Alliance unscathed. They do. About a minute left in the match. It's still a 30-point difference. These teams are neck and neck. It will be a lot closer. Save for the autonomous period. Looks like Code Orange, they're sticking to their job. They're just shooting notes across the field with nothing else in sight. But as we wrap up with 30 seconds left in the match, it seems that they're heading over to finally put those notes to play. Looks like Aluminum Narwhals lining up for the end game. They're latched onto the chain at the stage. Let's see if they can get in the air. Almost missing the mic shot. Hawaiian Kids is in the air. Robot Dolphins is in the air. Code Orange is in the air. 20 seconds left. 2, 1. That's game. That is the end of qualification match number 19. We will have your final scores here in just a moment. Stay tuned. And we have your final scores. Your winner will be your Red Alliance with a score of 111 to the Blue Alliance's 76. Take it away, analysis desk.
All right, the Red Alliance takes the win there, 51-99, hanging on to their first seeded position. Super impressive performance from the Red Alliance. They had a third of their notes for that ranking point threshold at the end of auto. So they made a third of those notes in the first 15 seconds of the match. And that really led them to just run away with the match. 35-9 were the primary scores in that match, 51-99 and 70-42. 51-99 doing some feeding, and then 70-42 running some full cycles. I think what would have elevated this match and even put up a higher score is if 742 had timed some of their speaker shots a little better or fed until 359 was ready with that amp cycle, because quite often they were shooting notes into the speaker when they were about one note off of an amp cycle, and I think if they had fed and then come over and done that, I think they would have been able to put up a much higher score. And regardless, they put up an incredibly impressive match.
Yeah, we've been seeing that a lot this weekend. It's really hard to get all of your teams coordinated during the amplification period. So we see a lot of amplification periods where you get maybe 2 or 3 out of the 4 notes. But for those teams, those alliances that are able to get all 4, that's some really impressive teamwork right there. On the blue side of the field, we were really impressed by Code Orange's autonomous mode, as always. They beat the Dolphins out to that first center note and then cleaned up in the beginning. But like you said, that Red Alliance, amazing autonomous period. It's really hard to come back from something like that. We saw 58-35 Sage Hill Robotics playing some really great defense in one of those big choke points when you're coming under the stage. That's kind of the just sweet spot for defense right now. Everybody seems to want to be playing defense in that spot, and it really does seem to work. I feel like they definitely slowed some teams down getting back to that source. And then 34-76 just doing their usual feeding notes across the field, and 597 doing an excellent job keeping up with Code Orange's pace. Usually you sometimes kind of see the cleanup robot getting a little bit behind, and then the shuttling robot has to come back over. But we did not see this in this match. Wolverines were really on top of it. It was a very impressive match from both sides.
Yeah, we talk about how difficult it can be to coordinate those amp cycles with all 3 alliances amongst the team. But it throws another wrench into the picture when a team like 58-35 is also playing defense, slowing 70-42 down from, getting into that rhythm. Can really disrupt their pace. So kudos to the Blue Alliance for still putting up a great fight.
Yeah, very exciting match. So let's head back down to the field as we get ready for our next match.
And now it's time to take a look at our teams in match 20. First up on red, please welcome Team 60.
The Bionic Bulldogs.
And joining them, 26-59.
Charging in is the Robo Warriors.
And alliance partners, 3309.
Friarbots.
And over on blue, please welcome 687.
The Nerder!
And joining them, 2102.
Back again is Team Paradox.
And last but not least, 3255.
The Super Nerds.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
All right, here we go, folks. We got one clean shot for the Red Alliance, one for the blue, or 4 for the blue, excuse me, as I look away. Red Alliance, Blue Alliance making contact with each other. 32-55 already has a note stuck in their robot. All right. Oh, as I look and breathe, 2102, Paradox just racing across the field, shooting a note over the truss to their side. Red Alliance shooting towards the judges. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance side, 32-55, Super Nerds gets 1 shot, 2 shots in the speakers. Alliance partner tries to get some notes, placing them in the amplifier. Said Super Nerds goes and does it themselves. That's 1 shot in the amplifier. 2102 just blazing across the field right now, grabbing all of these notes, shooting them across to support their team, Super Nerds. 26-59 Robo Warriors. Getting on a note in their possession. They want to do something with it. They shoot in the speaker. They score. Firebots coming in right behind, lining up their shot. They score. Team 60, Bulldogs. Okay, let's see if he can do it. Oh! They shoot, they score. 687 making hard contact with the truss, but they're still okay. About a minute left in the match. Blue Alliance holding the lead right now, 67-40. Red Alliance is keeping pace, but not enough. Blue Alliance is just blazing across the field right now, 26-59. Still trying to play catch up. Oh, hard contact yet again. These teams are bumper to bumper, rail to rail on the field right now. They're trying to get by each other, not even any defense. 2102, Team Paradox still playing that courier role, going back and forth, getting 3 of those notes across the field. 26 seconds left. Blue Alliance still holding on to 81-53. We've entered the end game period here. 26-59 is trying to latch on, but Blue Alliance got to stay far away from them. 26-59 in the air. There's a microphone shot as well. 7 seconds left. Blue Alliance get in the air. Red Alliance, Team 60 is lining up. They're parked. And that's game. We will have your final scores here in just a moment, folks. Stay tuned. All right, we have your final scores, folks. It's a Blue Alliance victory with a score of 93 points to the Red Alliance's 74. I'm going to hand you over to the analysis desk. What happened in that match?
Very very exciting match from both our alliances here. 93-74 with the Blue Alliance barely coming out on top. And we saw both teams getting an extra ranking point, but not the same extra ranking point, which is not something you usually see. What are your thoughts on that match?
Yeah, you know, out of the gate, Blue had a lot better auto. I think we, you know, repeatedly talk about how important it is to come out on top in auto. And more often than not, that's the team that can send more than one robot to that midline for those midline notes. And the Red Alliance was only able to send one robot to the midline during auto, and that really, really sets you behind for the match. For the most part, our Red Alliance was just running some cycles. You know, we saw a little bit of feeding on the side of one of our event hosts, 3309. But other than that, you know, they were a little down, and it was hard to make up that difference. I do want to note, I think over the course of the day, teams are getting increasingly brave with that T-20, like traversing under the stage. Last few matches, we've really, really seen some penalties or close calls in that regard. And what are your thoughts over on Blue?
Yeah, we're definitely seeing people get a little bit more aggressive with getting near those penalty zones. Particularly want to call out, I believe it was Super Nerds during that last match as they were cleaning up around the source. They were definitely heading into that opposing alliance source to steal some notes from them. Didn't see any penalties get called, so kudos to them for doing a good job staying within the rules. But yeah, it's very exciting to see a little bit more competitive nature come out of these teams as the tournament goes on. For the Autonomous for Blue, I was very impressed by 2102 Paradox and the Super Nerds. Both of them had a very interesting autom where they start with shooting some of those close notes, then they go out to that midline, grab a few of those, come back, and then finish up the middle. It's very tricky, and when you see us get into playoffs and teams are starting to scout, you know, okay, what kind of autons are they running? Which notes in the middle should we be going for first? Something really tricky like that is definitely going to be hard for other teams to deal with, so that'll be very exciting to look for later on. During the match, we saw 2102 doing an excellent job feeding notes across the field. They did such a good job that both of their alliance partners were having to come back to clean up notes just to keep up with 2102. So that was super fun to see them really kind of get into their groove and find their niche in this tournament.
Yeah, I like in comparison to the last couple off seasons here in California, it seems like the feeding is really starting to clean up, which is exactly what we want to see at one of the last events of the year. So a great job all around to these teams, and we're going to send it on to the field for introductions for qualification match 21.
All right, everyone. We're coming back to the field with our next qualification match. Let's introduce the teams. Starting off from the Red Alliance, Boyle and Masham sticking with us too. It's 21-22.
Sam's favorite team, Taters.
Next up in the middle of the field right here is 69-95.
Take it easy, because here comes Nomad.
Rounding off the Red Alliance, Team 9408.
It's the Warbots.
Moving over to Blue, starting off Team 1148.
It's Harvard Westlake Robotics.
And right in the middle here, 9271.
The Cyber Porpoises.
And waving off the Blue Alliance is Team 4414.
It's High Tide.
All right, we have a thumbs up. Teams behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And over on the Red Alliance, starting off strong with Nomad onto 1 and 2 notes into their speaker. Team Taters not quite grabbing the first one they wanted from the center line, but that shot finds its mark in the red speaker. Blue, meanwhile, just about matching red note for note, and in fact lining up just 1 point ahead as we start tally up. And as we do so, those notes at the center line are long gone. We're seeing teams start to settle into their note fetching cycles. It looks like back on Blue, High Tide, comfortably at home in front of their own speaker and amp, getting 1 note bank there already. However, it looks like their alliance partners, 1148, not in motion at the moment, so it'll come down to 9271 to help High Tide out. But back on red, they have already amplified their speaker. 1 shot trying to take advantage of that, bounces out, but Nomad and Team Taters each get 1, 2, and 3 more notes in while that amplification is active, helping Red Alliance start to pull ahead. And it is Nomad on the Red Alliance, staying back, adding 1 more note to their amp, unfortunately grabbing 2 at once the next time they try to score. But they work that out, get that second note in place. That means both of our alliances are currently ready to amplify. And it is Red who will get there first. Nomad scoring 1. Their next shot, however, bouncing out of the speaker. Picking it up, trying again, but Blue has answered with an amplified speaker of their own. High Tide coming back with a note they grabbed themselves. However, they have to make their way all the way across field to grab another note, and by the time they get back, that amplification is long gone. And that means those 45 seconds to go. Red Alliance is pulling ahead, but this is still anybody's match. Taters and 9408 Warbots both still fetching those notes from their source for Nomad to score, and Red trying to add to that lead. Speaker amplified once again. Taters scoring as well, along with their alliance partners Nomad. And it is Red with a 36-point advantage as we hit our final 20 seconds. Back on Blue, 9271. Looks like they are parked underneath their stage. Red still trying to get the last few notes scored. Looks like Red has just hit that extra RP bonus. And with 3 seconds left, rushing into park, but not quite making it off the ground, so that is where they will finish. And we have your results. Your winner is the Red Alliance with a score of 92-66. The Red Alliance earning 3 ranking points from that match, and Blue Alliance coming away with 1. And now for a little more on that match, let's take it over to our analysis desk.
All right, and what a match here. Red Alliance definitely came away with the victory there. Blue Alliance seemed like they were struggling with some mechanical issues throughout. I believe 1148 broke down pretty early on coming into the teleoperated period, and 9271, the Cyber Porpoises, were putting on some really good defense, but it's hard to get a lot of points when High Tide's the only scoring robot out there. What did you see?
Yeah, I was really, really impressed, particularly by 9408. There's been so much talk about that source side defense, especially on feeders, and they said, how about I just don't go that way, and then I don't get defended on? So they hooked around the stage, and that allowed them to just shuttle notes to 2122 Team Taters, and that made all the difference here. They were really able to seamlessly get the notes over to that side of the field, and that was the difference maker in being able to keep up with a team like 4414. Yeah, so that was a really, really clever solution to a problem that a lot of teams have had to adjust based on today. And you could see that, even when 21-22 was on the blue side of the field or at their source zone, as well as 69-95, they were being defended on. So I think 94-08 did a really, really good job of circumventing that, and that was super impressive.
Yeah, exactly. That was a big traffic jam over there because that's exactly where 1148 was unfortunately not able to move anymore. And it's the same spot where the Cyber Porpoises wanted to start playing their defense. So great job by 9408 to get around that. And a great job to High Tide, too, for putting up 66 points when they were pretty much the only scoring robot throughout that match. We saw some points come up from their partners during Autonomous, but after that, it was the High Tide show all the way through to the end. So a really great job and a very, very impressive Autonomous period from High Tide. I think they got all 4 of the notes that were close to them and made it out to the middle field to get 2 more notes. So very great job. And unless you have any more thoughts, we'll head on down to the field for our next match.
Sounds good to me.
All right, everyone, bringing it back to the field for qualification match number 22. Let's introduce the teams. Starting off on the Red Alliance team, 51-37.
Iron Kodiaks.
Next up, team 294.
Beach Cities Robotics.
And rounding off the red is the color orange of team 3476.
Code Orange.
Over on blue, starting off team 9452.
LHS Steel Stingers.
And next up, team 3647.
Millennium Falcons.
And rounding off the blue, 6220.
The Golden Griffins.
All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Alrighty, folks, let's kick off qualification match number 22. And immediately right off the bat, over on the Red Alliance side, we see 3476 Code Orange going for a center line note. Over on the blue line side, we see 3647 racing for the same note, a large collision. 9452 LHS Steel Stingers cleaning up some wing notes for the Blue Alliance. After the autonomous period, it is 19-5. Blue Alliance is currently up. As we begin this tele-op period, we see 5137 over on the Red Alliance, doing some wing cleanup and putting it up into the red speaker. 3476, their alliance partner, puts one note up into the red amp. Speaking of which, blue is already amplified with 9452 taking full advantage of that. Each of those notes are now worth 5 points as opposed to 2 during that amplification period. Red responds with their own amplification period of their own. 3476 taking full advantage, trying to toss one note up, but it falls a little short. Looks like 294 might be stuck underneath the red stage, drivetrain issues possibly. Over on the Blue Alliance side, 6228 bringing a note over for their Blue Alliance partners to use. 9452, another amplification period beginning for the Blue Alliance. Putting up 2, and putting that third one back into the blue amp. Looks like 3647 recovered from that impact earlier during the autonomous period, ferrying some notes over for the Blue Alliance, an effective strategy we've seen used throughout the entire season. And with that, Blue Alliance is already going for another amplification period. Red responds with their own. 6228 over on the Blue Alliance puts one note up into the blue speaker. Over on the Red Alliance side, looks like 3476 trying to put potentially a note into that amplified speaker, but it ends. So into the amp it goes. At 53 seconds, your score is 57-29. Your Blue Alliance is currently up. 94-52 kicks off another Blue Alliance amplification period. 62-28 follows up with another note into that blue amp. 51-37, the Iron Kodiaks shuffling some notes over from their Red Alliance source and putting it up into the red speaker with 2 notes in the amp. Amplification begins for the Red Alliance, and 294 looks like they're still, or maybe just playing some defense on the Blue Alliance. Undeterred, 36-47 and 62-28 grab some notes from the blue source and bring it over for the Blue Alliance. And with that guitar riff, pay attention to those stages. Your endgame period begins. Some high notes being tossed by the human players. 34-76, Code Orange trying to put a note into the trap, and it makes it in. Over on the Blue Alliance side, 36-47 responds with their own lineup and climb. They are up. 62-28 on the Blue Alliance side, not fully up quite, and 94-52 parking underneath the blue stage. Over on the Red Alliance side, 294 and 51-37 parked underneath the red stage. Your final results from that qualification match going up onto the screen now. It is going to be your Blue Alliance earning themselves 3 ranking points. The Melody bonus earned, meaning that they put...
All right, the Blue Alliance takes the win there, 78 to 49 points. Unfortunately, over on red, it looked like 294 was having some drivetrain issues this match. That really put them down for the count. They were able to position themselves to kind of slow down the Blue Alliance over towards their Blue Alliance source zone, but it wasn't quite able to slow them down to win the match. What did you see over on blue?
Yeah, the Blue Alliance, they had a pretty great match from start to finish. It was a little bit chaotic in that autonomous period where we had Millennium Falcons driving all the way across the field and getting into a bit of a crash with Code Orange there. We saw that A-stop button being used to make sure that no damage was done. So great heads-up play by Millennium Falcons drivers so they could get back into that match. And then again, once we started the teleop period, Millennium Falcons just right back into that shuttling role that they've been doing all tournament, and we've been seeing it from them all off-season. They really like sitting in that corner by the source, feeding notes to their alliance partners, and it seems to be working very, very well for them. Their alliance partners, 6220, had an interesting take on the note delivery strategy. They were hand-delivering notes to their alliance partners across the field, which is very nice of them. It doesn't seem like they wanted to be shooting it quite across the field, but 9452 had no problem with that. They were picking up those notes from both the Falcons and the Golden Griffins and scoring those notes very well. 9452, you'll notice, was in the driver's station right in front of the source. So that allowed the Falcons to really put all of their notes when they were shooting them over really back into that deep corner where no other teams can steal notes from them, which is so nice when you're able to have your kind of cleanup scoring robot be in that driver's station where they can see right down in front of them. It really makes a big difference, and you get to see strategies like this where Millennium Falcons don't need to worry. They can just hit that corner every single time, and the Steel Stingers are ready to capitalize on that. So yeah, very impressive match, good coordination from the Blue Alliance. They got that Melody RP, which we don't see too often, so that was very exciting for them. And we'll head on down to our next match at the field.
All right, we're just about set here on the field. Let's introduce the teams. Starting off on the Blue Alliance, or Red Alliance, excuse me, Team 687.
Nerd Herd.
And right in between, we got 4738.
That's the Patriots.
Finishing it up, Surfs Up to 359.
The Hawaiian Kids.
Over here on blue, starting off, they're working on the robot. It's Team 3128.
The Aluminum Narwhals.
Next up, flying right in, 2710.
Jetstream.
And rounding off the blue is Team 4141.
That's Monarch Robotics.
All right, we got the thumbs up. Let's get this match underway. Drivers behind those lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Alrighty, folks, let's kick off match number 23. Starting off on the Blue Alliance, we see Team 2710 racing for those center line notes. Their alliance partners 3128 putting one note up into the blue speaker, cleaning up those wing notes in the Blue Alliance. Over on the Red Alliance side, we see Team 359 Hawaiian Kids doing the same thing for the Red Alliance. Your score after autonomous is 36-44. Red Alliance is currently up. 359, the Hawaiian Kids putting one note up into the red amp. Over on the Blue Alliance side, they respond by ferrying some notes over for their alliance partners to use. 3128 looks like they have a note stuck in their robot. Let's see if they can get that out. As for 4738 over on the Red Alliance, that's the Patriots. Sending notes over for their alliance partners to use. Team 687 and 359 sending two notes up into an amplified red speaker. On the Blue Alliance side, looks like Team 3128, the Aluminum Narwhals, taking some notes and tossing it over for their Blue Alliance partners to use. 4141, following in their footsteps, launches another note over for the Blue Alliance to use. Looks like Team 2710 over on the Blue Alliance has a surplus of notes to select from, trying to put it into that blue amp and get an amplification period ready. The Red Alliance responds with 359, putting a note up into the red amp. Looks like Team 687, the Nerd Herd, has disabled in the center of the field. Hopefully the Red Alliance can recover from this, and 359 tries to send up a note into the red speaker. With two notes in the red amp, they are ready for an amplification period. With that first note going up for the Red Alliance, that begins their amplification period. Each of those notes are now worth 5 points. 359 doing amazing cleanup work with the notes sent over from 4738, the Patriots. As for the Blue Alliance, they respond with their own amplification period. 3128 and 2710 doing some cleanup work. 4141 fueling that fire and sending more notes over for the Blue Alliance to use. Looks like 3128 didn't quite like that note, tossing it out of the arena. Quickly remedying that, looks like they might be lining up for a combine. 2710 seems to be doing the same thing for the Blue Alliance. As for the Red Alliance side, we see some high notes being thrown. 4738 Patriots is already up on the red stage. 359 Hawaiian Kids has a note up in the trap and a high note tossed on by the human player. Over on the Blue Line side, we have 3 robots up with 1 harmony. Your final results in just a moment. Final results from qualification match number 23. It is your Red Alliance with a score of 121 to 64. 4 ranking points earned for the Red Alliance. And now over to the analyst desk.
All right, the Red Alliance takes the win there. But I am joined by a special guest, drive coach of 2710 Jetstream, Stanford. Stanford, how are you?
I'm great.
Yeah.
Just came off the field, so a bit
Yeah.
of a rush, but yeah.
Yeah, now your Alliance was up in the autonomous period of that last match, but not really quite the result you wanted to end the match with.
Yeah.
Do you want to give a little breakdown of maybe what happened there?
Yeah, so autonomous we kind of discussed a lot to try to just get as much notes in as possible, try not to gamble that much. Just trying to have as accurate autonomous and stuff. And then the original plan was to have double shuttling to us, but we were having some really nasty drive issues that we're going to investigate back in the pit. And so that involved kind of calling an audible and having 3128 come try to clean up. So we tried the best with what we had, but without a cleanup robot, our alliance just couldn't keep up. So it was kind of rough.
Yeah, so at what point, as a drive coach, are you making those calls with other drive coaches? Like, how does match awareness kind of play into how a strategy evolves over the course of a match?
So there's a couple things that actually happened in that match that determined when we changed. Partially it was Narwhals jammed after autonomous, and as soon as they were back in commission, we knew we were out of commission on cleanup, so we just switched with them as best we could. Making it down the field with a weird drive was still a challenge, but so like knowing that they were back and them communicating to us that they were back, that's when we make the switch. Same thing with 40 and 41. We were kind of talking back and forth. They're just making sure they're doing the right thing, and yeah, they were doing a really great job.
Yeah, and I'm kind of going backwards here from what I planned, but describe a bit for everyone Jetstream's particular robot archetype and what role you guys seek to fulfill on the field.
So we're kind of trying to be a Swiss Army knife this event. We can put more than 10 game pieces downfield passing. We played cleanup a couple matches ago and got the note RP for the first time this offseason. So we're just trying to contribute as best we can and really try to work towards that note RP especially. Get 21 notes. So
yeah, and this is your 4th event of the year. How has your off-season performance compared to your in-season performance?
So this offseason, we beefed up our end effector quite a bit just to prevent it from breaking, and we've gotten through some seriously violent collisions, and nothing bad has happened so far. So reliability is the main thing that's been improved. We also have new autonomous options, so our 4 notes a little bit quicker and a little bit more reliable. We have a centerline auto now, and really just trying to kind of fit into the late season crescendo meta of passing and cleaning up. So that's been the main change. It's been a reliability and a strategy change too.
Absolutely. Well, Stanford will be joining us here in the next few matches here on the desk. And with that, we are going to send it to the field for introductions for qualification match 24.
Thank you very much, Lizzie. Welcome back to the field, everyone. Let's get started with our next match, starting off with 9271.
The Cyber Porpoises.
Hiding under the table is 2102.
Team Paradox.
And lastly for the Red Alliance team, 5199.
The Robot Dolphins from outer space.
Over here on blue, starting off is 4322.
It's Clockwork.
And right in the middle here, feeling a little blue, is team 2658.
Emotion.
And lastly, team 8888.
The Flying Lions.
All right, let's get this match underway. Teams behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And Red Alliance starting off strong with all 3 of their preloaded notes scoring a speaker. However, it's like 5199 running into Alliance partners Paradox. Unfortunately, only one of them is able to continue on their way, still managing to get one more note scored, but not enough to pull ahead of Blue Alliance, who earned 24 points themselves. And now Blue Alliance, if you can tell which ones those are, it might be a little hard in this match. They are back, both team 88-88 and 43-22. That's Clockwork on their own side of the field. Flying Lions lining up underneath the speaker. Unfortunately, that shot bouncing a little bit low. Well, Clockwork, meanwhile, tries to free a trapped gear. Back on red, 51-99, scoring it into an amplified speaker. And 92-71, Cyber Porpoises looking to add one as well. Red Alliance starting to pull ahead. Robot Dolphins coming back. Getting one no scored in the amp, finding another. And despite some defense from Clockwork, getting that one placed as well. That means your Red Alliance is ready to amplify, and as Robot Dolphins fire into speaker, they do just that. They get 1 and 2 notes scored in an amplified speaker. They find a third, and looking to get that fourth in place, they do get that fourth amplified note scored, courtesy of a handoff from their Alliance partners. But back on blue, meanwhile, it looks like we have 88-88 trying to slow down the Red Alliance between their source and their own side of the field. However, even as they slow down one of those red robots, the others are able to make their way around. Cyber Porpoises lining up in front of the speaker, while Robot Dolphins once again work on the amp. And with 40 seconds to go, back on the blue side of the field, it looks like we have a couple of teams still trying to play some defense, while 26-58 comes back, scoring in the speaker for blue. However, it'll be difficult to catch up as red amplifies and scores again. And that means that it's red with a healthy lead as we hit the 20-second mark. However, Red Alliance has not yet hit that 21 note threshold necessary for that Melody RP. And it looks like Robot Dolphins working on trying to climb on that red side. And their Alliance partners, Team Paradox, are the first up in the air. Just 3 seconds left. And Clockwork on blue makes it on stage just in the nick of time.
Before we announce your scores, I have a quick message from your event organizers today. Please, please, no food in the stands. I'll say that again. If you have food, please do not eat it in the stands. Please go outside and eat it. Please go outside and buy it. Do not bring it inside. Thank you.
And we have your results from that match. Your winner is the Red Alliance by a score of 84-50. And now for some more breakdown on that match, let's send it over to our analyst desk.
All right, the Red Alliance takes the win there. Red Alliance, pretty straightforward strategy. They come out on top in auto. 2102 does a great job of feeding to their alliance partners, 9271 and 5199, the Robot Dolphins. They're going to kind of alternate cleaning up those fed notes and then running full cycles to their source. At the end of the match, we see Dolphins take a very healthy amount of time to try and line up that trap. which they fall first attempt. They're luckily try to get up a second time, but at that point they fall in a way in which they can't quite get up. But their alliance partners, 2102, pull off the climb for them and are able to secure the match. What did you see over on blue?
It was a rough match on the Blue Alliance's side. Clockwork getting a note stuck on them right after Autonomous. Behind the glass, that's just so frustrating because you have this whole plan, you're going into it, you're excited about the match, and then suddenly you have to invent a whole new strategy on the fly. They did pretty well at defense, trying to chase robots around on the Red Alliance, trying to stop the flow of notes downfield, which in this kind of strategy meta that we're in is one of the most effective ways to play defense. And after that point, the Blue Alliance was left with no robots that could reliably score in the amp. So a 26-59 cycled back and forth, did a pretty good job. But yeah, just overall a really, really hard match for them. But they did the best with what they could.
So as a drive coach, can you kind of speak to like first steps? Everything out the gate goes wrong. Who are you talking to? Are you immediately running over to your alliance partners? Are you talking to their drive coach? Like, immediately describe that process for us.
So the first thing is trying to fix it.
Yeah.
And Clockwork actually did that by, victory spins. But yeah, then you run over to, who else? In that case in particular, they had a passer on the other side of the field. So if I were drive coaching in that match, I would go immediately to the passer and say, you got to change this because you don't have a robot to pass to.
Yeah.
So that would be a pretty quick change to run over to your passer and communicate with
Absolutely.
that.
Well, that insight is appreciated. And with that, we are going to send it on to the field for introductions for qualification match 25.
Thank you very much. All right, everyone. Welcome back. We're here for another qualification match. Let's introduce the teams. Starting off on the Red Alliance, Team 498.
The Cobra Commanders.
And moving over here, Team 399.
Eagle Robotics.
And lastly, hopping in at the end of the line is Team 7042.
It's Poly Robotics.
Over on blue, leaping in as well as Team 4079.
Quantum Leap.
And right smack in the middle here is Team 4276.
The Surf City Vikings.
And rounding it off, flying in, 3255.
The Super Nerds.
Here we go, folks. We have the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And on the Red Alliance, Poly Robotics scoring their preloaded note, while a couple of their alliance partners tries bounce out of the speaker. But back on blue, they have a couple notes scored. Super Nerds picking up 2 more and getting those placed as well. And it's enough for blue to start start teleop with the lead. And Super Nerds quickly looking to add to that. They get 1 note placed in blue's amp, while Eagle Robotics counter with 1 for red. And Poly Robotics score in red's speaker. But speaking of, Blue Alliance is prepared to amplify. However, they have no robots and no notes on their own side of the field just yet. And it is Super Nerds first to come back with some. They fire into the speaker. They get 1 amplified note scored. However, they have to raise all the way across field to their own source and try to make it back and score before that amplification runs out. And as they do so, they face a little incidental defense from 498, who is coming back with a note from their source, passing it along to their alliance partners. 7042 and Eagle Robotics, both working on scoring in an amplified red speaker, and as that runs out, turning their sights to the amp. And as Blue Alliance with a 12-point lead, and quickly looking to add to it, their own speaker now amplified. Super Nerds coming back from their source with a note on board, but as amplification has run out, They take it instead over to their blue amp. And meanwhile, at midfield, we've been seeing some heavy defense as teams try to slow each other down, racing back and forth from the source. And just like that, we see 498 running into Surf City Vikings, but both of them eventually make it on their way. 498 tossing that note along to Eagle Robotics and Poly Robotics, who are waiting to score back on red zone side. And blue hanging on to that lead, but the match is not over yet as we enter endgame. Blue Alliance close to that 21 note threshold, but not there yet. Looks like they might be racing back, see if they can get anything more scored. Well, meanwhile, on red, Poly Robotics up in the air and on stage, and 399 making their way off of the ground as well. And we have your final scores. It is the Blue Alliance winning 65-52 and earning 2 ranking points from the victory. And now for a little more on that match, let's take it over to our analyst desk.
All right, blue picks up the win there. Stanford, what did you think of that match?
That was a very well executed match by the Blue Alliance there. 40-79 playing defense on red definitely starved them quite a bit, and I could see that red was having to adapt to that. And 32-55 is able to actually shoot from both sides of their robot, which is very sick. Other thing is it makes them a very, very good cleanup robot. We saw that a couple weeks ago at Battle at the Border. So they were, it seemed at the start, 42-76 was trying to feed the Super Nerds. Super Nerds was getting a little bit starved in notes, so they switched to cycling temporarily. And when that was happening, I was really impressed by 42-76. Always, it seemed, doing exactly what the Alliance needed to be able to score the most points. There were times where they were on their way back and knew that they weren't going to have notes to do much with, so they actually stopped and went back to the source to grab another note and scored an amplified shot for the Blue Alliance, just pulled them further ahead. So I would say a very, very well executed match.
Absolutely. They were ahead in auto, and they were able to extend that lead. So, that's always a great position to start your teleoperated period from. Over on red, it looked like 498 was feeding for the other 2 red robots, and, they weren't able to quite keep up with the amount of notes that 498 was sending over to their side of the field. And then towards the end there, we see 498 play some defense over on 32-55, trying to get back to their side of the field. My question for you as a drive coach is, 399 and 7042 are in a situation where they're not quite keeping up with those notes. If you're 498's drive coach, are you changing the plan? Are you telling them to commit to those fed notes? Say you run a full cycle?
So it kind of depends on what the opponents are doing. If you know you're playing against teams that are going to steal, you might want to make a change, but I think red could kind of see that they weren't going to be stealing, and having an excess of notes there wasn't really a problem because there was also defense on, the passers for the Red Alliance. So that kind of played a factor, I think, in not super caring that there are extra notes around, for sure.
Yeah. Well, overall, looks like a slightly better execution on the side of blue. And with that, we are going to send it to the field for introductions for qualification match 26.
Here we go, folks. Your next qualification match. As always, let's introduce the teams. Starting off on the Red Alliance, leading the pack is 38-82.
It's Lunas.
And next up, breaking in is team 696.
The Circuit Breakers.
And rounding off red is team 58-35.
Sage Hill Robotics.
Over here, team 21-22.
It's Team Taters.
And here we have team 60.
The Bionic Bulldogs.
And rounding off blue is team 1197.
The Torbots.
All right, folks, here we go. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And over on the blue side of the field, Team Taters starting off with their preload, grabbing a note from the center line, but they clip the stage as they come back, get turned around, and unfortunately fire well off target. Red, however, has been slowly but steadily racking up some scores of their own, enough to start Teleop with a 7-point lead. And 58-35, already adding one more note to Red's amp, but Torbots countering that with one of their own for Blue. And now it is Luna's edging in, getting their note in place in Red's amp, but Blue is just a little bit ahead in pace so far. And both of our teams now, one after the other, have amplified their speakers. However, with a congested field, it's a little bit difficult to quickly take advantage of that. Blue, however, has all three teams coming in at the same time, just towards the end of that amplification, each of them scoring a note in the speaker. And it's Bionic Bulldogs racing back with another. Looks like they are lining up at the moment, ignoring the amp, firing straight for the speaker, while Alliance partners Taters run back and forth and fetch their Alliance partners some notes from the source. Back on Red, meanwhile, Luna and 58-35 both scoring in an amplified speaker. And they have plenty of notes there to work with, courtesy of 696, who has been back and forth steadily fetching notes all match. And they still have several banked and ready to score. However, looks like they are still working on filling up the amp. Well, Blue has already amplified another time. And Blue trying to catch up to Red, but our Red Alliance hanging on to the lead for now and soon to add to it. Their speakers amplified, however, unfortunately, 30-82. Their first shot falling a little bit short of the speaker. Looks like they run out of amplification, but do still score that note. And our scores are pulling closer. Blue trying to take back that lead. And they have a shot at it, getting 1, 2, and 3 amplified notes scored. But we have just 15 seconds left in the match. Red has earned the Melody RP. Blue has not quite hit that threshold yet. Just 8 seconds left. Looks like Bionic Bulldogs and Torbots both up on stage on the same chain, and both of them make it up and into the air for Blue. have your results. The Red Alliance win by 92 points to the Blue Alliance's 88, and the Red Alliance coming away with 3 ranking points. And now for another look at that match, let's take it over to our analyst desk.
All right, with 696 reliably delivering notes to the Red Alliance is able to pick up the win there. What did you think of that match?
That match was a little bit of a wild ride for the Blue Alliance. In Autonomous, we didn't see a whole lot of movement, and we saw Team Taters trying to get a lot done, but they crashed into the stage about halfway through, ended up shooting a note backwards into the middle of the field, but then they actually recovered from that and were able to finish their Autonomous routine and still score another note, which is very impressive from them and their programming team. So huge kudos to the Taters for making an Auton that can recover from something like that. And then moving into the teleoperated period, we kind of saw our usual strategy. We've got the notes being fed across the field from one robot, another robot kind of just staying, cleaning up, being the main scorer, and then you have that third robot kind of shifting around, just helping whoever needs it. So overall, some pretty good teamwork from the Blue Alliance, a lot of what you've been seeing all tournament. And then when we came into that last endgame climb period, we saw one of our only double climbs on the same chain that we've seen, which was very exciting. Team 1197 using that single hook climb that they have to get way up on the side of the chain so that they could make room for Team 60 to get on there. And Team 60 also, if you notice, you look really carefully, they're intaking from the side of their robot. That was something really impressive to me. Everybody else seems to want to go front and back. Team 60's got it on the side of their robot for that intake. So some very cool stuff from the Blue Alliance.
Absolutely. My only other distinction really over on Red is that 4 points separated these two alliances, and I think the Red Alliance had really, really good match awareness to cycle to the last minute. 58-35 is actually the only team that can climb on that alliance. So I think to rather say, rather than staying put and climb, even though you're not going to get the RP from it, we should try to get that last amp cycle in and boost our score before the end of the match. And that really made the difference there. So, really, really great read from the Red Alliance. And with that, we are going to send it on over to the field for introductions for qualification match 27.
Let's meet the teams in match 27 on the Red Alliance 1148.
Apologies, I was just getting off the desk. If Nick wants to kick things off here.
Okay, now we got Izzy in the right place. Let's try this again. Team 1148!
From Studio City, California, it's Harvard Westlake Robotics.
Joining them, 9615!
From Redlands, California, it's Redlands Robotics.
And let's hear it for Team 8521!
From Westminster High School, it's the Cyber Lions.
Over on blue, Team 7157.
From Brea, California, it's Mubotics.
Their alliance partners, 597.
From Los Angeles, California, it's the Wolverines.
And let's hear it for Team 3309.
One of your host teams, it's Friarbots.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Kicking things off here in qualification match 27 here today at the 2024 Beach Blitz. We have robots moving across the field, 597, 7157 Mubotics, and Friarbots getting those leave points during the autonomous period. They're going to pick up a couple extra points, whereas the Red Alliance was scoring into their speaker stationary during that autonomous period. 5-9-7, the Wolverines race across the field with Mubotics to pick up some notes. Mubotics, they're going to start off this match by feeding their alliance partners some notes to score. 85-21, looking to line up a note into the amp. They're going to be followed by 1148, Harvard Westlake Robotics. 71-57 and 3309, making the most of that amplification period. They put up 3 notes in quick succession, while our Red Alliance lining up some more notes over on the amp. They're just taking turns. Harvard Westlake Robotics and 9615 Mubotics continuing to get some notes fed to Firebots. Looks like they are alternating, getting some notes fed, scoring some notes when they're ready to amp. A very efficient strategy over on blue. 85-21, the Cyber Lions heading on over to their source to pick up some notes. Looks like a little bit of traffic on the side of 9615 and Mubotics, but Mubotics is going to opt to hook around the stage to feed notes to the Firebots. 597, the Wolverines lining up for a shot into the speaker, and they make it. They quickly sneak another note from that red-sided source zone to make a second note over on blue. 71-57 Mubotics grabbing the available notes on the red side of the field. No red robots over in that amp zone means that those notes are for the taking. Harvard Westlake Robotics is going to have to be careful here. They're quite close to the blue source zone. That is a protected zone for the Blue Alliance. 3309 sticking to that blue side of the field. Firebots, they are the primary scorer for their alliance here. We are in the end game. We've got some high notes going up on the stage. Let's see if the Wolverines can climb and capitalize on that high note that was thrown by the human player of Firebots. And that is the conclusion of qualification match 27. All right, and our scores are in for qualification match 27, and the Blue Alliance takes the win, 119 points. All 3 robots moving up in the rankings. We're going to send it on over to Emma and Dean at the desk.
Thank you very much. All right. Let's get started talking about that match. So, that was not a match to win. That was a match to demonstrate. What do you think that match demonstrated? I thought it was definitely the defense of the Red Alliance.
Yeah, I think Red Alliance did a pretty good job with that. I know. I think I saw at some point, some bad luck with getting a note stuck on board, but showed a pretty good ability to pivot and make the most of what they were able to do at the moment. They definitely slowed the Blue Alliance down a little bit, but on the other hand, even facing that defense, Blue Alliance kept up a pretty impressive pace of scoring.
And they knew the Blue Alliance strategies pretty well. 71-57 seemed to be the courier between the two teams, shooting all of those notes across the field, and Red Alliance just dogpiled on them, just bogged them down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that was interesting to see, actually, because Mubotics, in a lot of their earlier matches, they played the role of, staying by the amp and the speaker and scoring, and it looks like this time it was trying something a little bit new, being the fetcher instead of the fetchee. And I think, it worked out pretty well for them. They, did a pretty good job with it, but definitely that Red Alliance defense made it a much harder task.
Indeed, indeed. All right, let's bring it over back to Nick on the field for our next qualification match.
Let's meet the teams. Starting on the Red Alliance, 2659!
From Mission Hills, California, it's the Robo Warriors.
Joining them, it's 9408!
From Downey, California, it's Warbots.
And let's hear it for 44-19.
From San Marcos, California, it's Team Rewind.
On the Blue Alliance, 44-15.
From Valley Christian High School, it's Epic Robots.
Joining them, 69-95.
Family Community Team Nomad.
And the one, the only, 44-14.
From Ventura, California, it's High Tide.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
The autonomous period begins for qualification match 28. These robots are racing to the midline to grab those notes, 44-14 and 44-15. Picking up some of those midline notes, well, 26-59, the Robo Warriors also heading for those notes in the center of the field. There is not one left as we head into our teleoperated period. A collision up against High Tide and the Robo Warriors. They're both looking to head to their source zones to pick up some notes. High Tide feeding to 44-15 Epic Robots. Well, 9408 is lining up at that speaker. They're getting ready to start that amplification period once that note makes it in, and it does. 44-19 also looking to score during this amplification period over for the Red Alliance. 44-15 Epic Robots making one last speaker shot in before the end of that amplification period, and they're going to start it all over again. They're picking up notes, shooting right into that amp, graciously provided by 44-14 High Tide. 69-95 Nomad looking to slow down the Robo Warriors as they head on to the red side of the field. Robo Warriors lining up for a shot. They don't quite make it, but no worries. Their alliance partner, the Warbots, will clean that up for them as they head over to pick up another note. 44-14 passing notes to 44-15, not to get those two robots mixed up. Less than a minute in this qualification match 28. Our robots are all still in motion. 26-59 trying to get as many notes over to the red side of the field for the Warbots to score for the end of this match. 44-15 and 44-14 faithfully putting up notes for that Blue Alliance as 69-95 looks to slow down Red. 94-08 with another shot up for Red. And our teams are going to start to look at beginning their end game. 26-59 is going to have some trouble making it back to the red side, but they narrowly avoid 69-95's defense. They're going to line up to trap here. Looks like all three blue robots are up in the air. 44-14 with a trap for blue. 26-59, not quite a trap for red. And that is the end of qualification match 28. All right, and our scores are in for that last match. The Blue Alliance wins 88 to the Red Alliance's 70 points. And with that, we are going to throw it on over to the desk for the breakdown of qualification match 28.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting match. I mean, it was 18-point difference. That's usually a standard for these kinds of close to even matches. But I want to point out something interesting, which was sort of a reverberation of the effect of this game. 44-14, High Tide. They're a dual bot by any definition. They can do whatever they want, whenever they want. But we've seen, not with just High Tide, but with a lot of dual bots across the board, this need to go across the field, go to the opposite alliance, and just shoot all those notes for as long as you can. It seems that this is a very optimized role, which is a very strange effect when the dual bots usually do all.
Yeah. And I think another thing that really stood out to me in that match was actually the defense from Nomad. They were playing some excellent, absolutely punishing defense. They were
against 26-59.
Yeah.
They made it their mission. It was a targeted hit.
It really was. And it worked for them. It slowed them down so much. They had a hard time even getting to the source, much less passing those notes back.
For those of you in the audience or even on stream, you may not have heard it, but you could hear literal gears grinding from 26-59 as they could not get past 69-95. It was crazy.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the things that made a big difference in that match, because Red Alliance, I mean, still two, robots efficiently working on scoring, still getting those cycles of amplification in, but every time they were scoring one or two less notes than they could have, and, in the end, that added up. All it takes is, 18 points, and that makes a difference.
And especially where your dual bots are very conspicuous on the field. If you have a targeted offense, you go after them. All right, we're going to wrap it up. Let's move it over to our next qualification match. Nick, take it away.
Let's meet these teams. Starting off on the Red Alliance, 70-42.
From Long Beach, California, it's Poly Robotics.
Their alliance partners, 2102.
It's Team Paradox.
And of course, 3476.
From Irvine, California, it's Code Orange.
On the Blue Alliance, it's your best spuds, 2122.
All the way from Boise, Idaho, it's Team Taters.
Joining them, 294.
From Redondo Beach, California, it's Beach Cities Robotics.
And let's make some noise for 4141.
From Santa Ana, California, it's Monarch Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
The autonomous period begins here. Qualification match 29. Code Orange and Team Taters racing to those midline notes towards the scoring table side of the field. 294 Beach Cities Robotics going for the one closer to our audience. The autonomous period ends here. 3476 Code Orange immediately putting some notes up into the amp. They're going to want to start that amplification period as soon as possible. Team Taters over on blue, they have to agree. 2102 Paradox looking for a note over in that red source zone, 41-41. Monarch Robotics also fulfilling that role of the feeder here in qualification match 29. 21-02, passing directly to Code Orange over on red, 294, and 41-41 passing to 21-22. A little collision in the center of the field on the side of Beach Cities Robotics and Code Orange. Another collision right under that red stage. These robots are going to traverse the field to their source zones to pick up more notes. There is not quite any left on the field. Beach Cities Robotics losing a bumper here. They're going to pick up another note in the meantime and make their way across the field. Team Paradox tailing them as they try to slow this Blue Alliance down. 21-02's next target is going to be 41-41 Monarch Robotics as Monarch decides to exit the red side of the field from the stage, allowing them to get out of the grasp of Team Paradox. 41-40 looks like they're 41-41 lining up for a shot over on blue. Team Taters starting to run some cycles across the field as they continue to faithfully score into the amp for that Blue Alliance. Their notes are going to be worth more once that human player triggers that amplification button. And now in our end game, our robots are lining up on the stage to climb. 21-02 quickly climbing onto the side of the red stage. Our Blue Alliance looking to get two robots onto the same chain. That is 294 Beach City Robotics and Monarch Robotics. And they're up in the air. And that is the conclusion for qualification match 29. We will have our scores shortly. All right, and our scores are in. The Blue Alliance takes the win, 97-59. And we're going to send it on over to the desk for that match breakdown.
We're back at the analysis table for qualification match number 29. That was a grudge match. Started off dead heat after autonomous period. Something I want to comment on was 21-02 had a very efficient auto, just grabbing notes, driving by, shooting them, going the other side, grabbing again. Extremely efficient and kept up with the opposing alliance, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we saw, unfortunately Red Alliance was playing a lot of that match, down a robot 2v3. That being said, they stayed in that match. It was not a blowout by any means. They kept it going. I think we saw 21-02. They kind of switched gears. They started the match out as pretty much exclusively feeding notes to their alliance partners. They took on more of a mixed role, trying to slow down blue as well. But, at the end of the day, it's hard to keep up against blue with 3 robots all working on that speaker scoring.
Blue was definitely keeping the lead from having 3 robots, but red was being extremely efficient. Code Orange going back and forth, clean machine, 0 defense. They weren't keeping up, but they were keeping behind at a consistent rate. But what would you say is the defining factor that won that match for the Blue Alliance besides the down 1 bot?
Well, I think there's something to be said about consistency and making the little improvements to your cycles, because like you said, at the start of Teleop that was basically a tied match. But, if you can shave a second off your cycles or get an extra note in when your speaker's amplified, that adds up. Yeah, and I think a last thing that, also stood out to me, I think Blue Alliance was really hoping for that ensemble RP, that fourth RP, and they did not quite get that.
No.
And so I think our top ranking score at this event is 3.25 right now. There's a lot of teams at an even 3. So an extra RP can go a long way in the rankings, but they didn't quite make it there this match.
All right, that's it from us for now. Let's move into qualification match number 30. It's your turn, Nick.
Let's meet the teams in match 30. On the Red Alliance, 3309.
From Anaheim, California, it's Friarbots.
Their alliance partners, 3255.
From Escondido, California, it's the Super Nerds.
And small but mighty, 696.
From La Crescenta, California, it's the Circuit Breakers.
Over on blue, let's hear it for 4079.
From Cypress, California, it's Quantum Leap.
Their alliance partners, 9615.
From Redlands, California, it's Redlands Robotics.
And of course, 8888.
From Riverside, California, it's the Flying Lions.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
We are in our 30th match here at the 2024 Beach Blitz. 32:55, the Super Nerds going for a third note in this autonomous period. They go for 4. They make 3 of those 4 shots. 40-79. Quantum Leap putting up shots for blue. And as we head into our teleoperated period, 696 races for some of those center line notes. They are joined by 3309, the Friarbots. 696 looking to take their usual role of a feeder. They're really just taking up all these center line notes. They are here for the taking. 8888 and 9615 heading over to that blue source zone to grab notes. 3255 having to be careful as they get a little too close there to the Flying Lions in their protected zone. 3255 looking for a note over on red, and they race back to their side of the field. 696 line up for a shot into the speaker. They don't quite make it, and they're going to head back over to that source for another go. 9615 heading back to blue. They're going to send a note to their alliance partner, 4079 Quantum Leap. 8888, the Flying Lions lining up for a shot from their human player, grabbing a note to head on over to their side of the field. 3309 and 696 trying to get over to their source zone. 696, quite a small robot. They have no problem evading the Flying Lions defense. 3309 hand passes a note to the Super Nerds so that they can put up a shot into the speaker and the amp. Once they have enough notes in that amp, they are going to be able to amplify their speaker shots, earning more points for their alliance. 4079 Quantum Leap lines up a shot for blue. It looks like it makes it, but it bounces out at the last second. They're going to look to grab that note again for a second try, and it makes it in. 3255, absolutely no shortage of notes to choose from over on the Red Alliance as we head into our end game. They are going to quickly put up 2 shots during that amplification period as 3309 delivers another note to their alliance partner. In the end game here, 696 is going to look for another shot as well, potentially. And that is the conclusion of qualification match 30. All right, and the scores are in. And the Red Alliance takes the win in qualification match 30, 70 to 46 points. We are going to send it on over to Emma and Dean at the desk.
Thank you very much, Izzy. So, it was definitely one of those matches where it seems like higher ranked teams are beating up on the lower ranked teams on the opposite match. But that didn't seem to be the case, though, where these lower ranked teams with maybe not the robots to do it all, but to do enough, are still fighting back and making space on the field. What would you have to say about that?
Yeah, I think I agree. And that, you know, in this match, strategy and how the teams played mattered quite a bit more than just, you know, what their robots could do. One thing I did notice is that after the end of Autonomous, not a single note had been taken from the center line, which can be pretty unusual in this game. So I think Red saw that opportunity and took advantage of that. I think they cleared most of those out, brought them back to their own side before they started source cycles.
Yeah, definitely an advantage of this game for all levels of teams. It's all low-hanging fruit. Everyone can get it. You can have a very simple bot that does enough to do high-scoring stuff. The bar is literally low for these teams to do it, rather than you have different levels of accomplishability.
Yeah, and I think those few extra notes at the start of Teleop made a pretty big difference, because I saw Red Alliance pretty much had a stash over on their own side for most of the match, whereas, you know, Blue Alliance was waiting on those cycles, waiting for those notes to come back before they could be scored.
Yeah, another quick point. I think what really worked for Losing Alliance is drive-by defense. Really effective in this game, trying to do one thing, and while I'm on the way, I'm just going to defend against this one bot that wants to do what it wants to do, and it gets you points and it gets you defense for free. All right, that's it from us. We're taking it over to Nick for qualification match number 31. Take it away, Nick.
Starting off on the Red Alliance, let's hear it for Team 1148!
From Harvard Westlake Upper School, it's Harvard Westlake Robotics.
Their alliance partners, Hall of Fame Team 359.
From Waialua, Hawaii, it's the Hawaiian Kids.
And their alliance partners, Hall of Fame Team 597.
From Los Angeles, it's the Wolverines.
Over on blue, let's hear it for 2659.
From Mission Hills, California, it's the Robo Warriors.
Ironically, next, their alliance partners, 2658.
From San Diego, it's Emotion.
And let's hear it for 9452.
From Lincoln High School, it's the LHS Steel Stingers.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Qualification match 31, our autonomous period. We see the Red Alliance immediately making a few shots up into their speaker 359, cleaning up those wing line notes as they head for the midline. The Robo Warriors and 9452 also putting up notes for blue. We head into teleoperated period, and our Red Alliance robots go for those centerline notes, but Emotion grabs the last one for blue. 9452, the Steel Stingers, looking to pass notes to their alliance partners. They're going to shoot over the blue stage to get those safely into the hands of the Robo Warriors. Over on red, our robots are trying to get into the amp there. Very excited to get that amplification period started. 597 and the Hawaiian Kids are racing to put up shots. Over on blue, the Robo Warriors has plenty of notes to choose from as they line up at their speaker to make shots. They are joined by Emotion. As a passed note lands right onto Emotion's robot, they're going to spin around and try to dislodge that note so that they can pick up more. A reminder that robots may only possess one note at a time, and they successfully get that note unstuck from their robot. Now they will look to intake it and score it for their team. The Hawaiian kids shoot another shot in that amplification period, but it does not quite land. So they are going to move that note on over to the amp so that they can be one note closer to getting another amp cycle off. They're passing, the Hawaiian kids passing to the red side of the field, grabbing notes wherever they can find them. 26-59, the Robo Warriors looking to play some red source-sided defense, trying to slow down the Hawaiian kids and the Wolverines from taking notes to the red side of the field. Our Red Alliance with another amplification period as the Steel Stingers are scoring some notes into the amp over on blue. Emotion also looking to slow down this Red Alliance. We are headed into the end game, which means the Hawaiian kids, they have lined up for a trap, and not only have they lined up for a trap, but they have a double highlighted climb there on that stage. Incredibly impressive work from the human player over on the Wolverines, and that is the conclusion of qualification match 31. The scores are in on that last match. The Red Alliance takes the win, 105 points to 56. We're going to send it on over to the desk for that match breakdown.
Thank you very much, Izzy. That was a 3-5-9 match, if I've ever seen one. That was an incredible autonomous period. I lost count of the amount of notes they scored just within the opening seconds. And 359 weren't expecting it. They were cheering from their driver's station, just a pure excitement. They could not have played a better game. And Blue Lion is still trying to keep in the lead. I don't know if you could hear it, Emma. 2659 still has that gear problem where I hear gears grinding whenever it's moving. But, yeah.
Yeah. I think another thing I noticed in that match, on the Blue Alliance was how, the strategy of just, fetching notes in this game, easy to say, sometimes hard to do. Sometimes I saw at some point, unfortunately, they lobbed a note directly onto an Alliance partner's robot, which slowed them down for a little bit. That happens. It's bad luck sometimes.
It's definitely one of those games where going too far is too easy. These things are so light, the robots are so powerful, and you just overshoot it sometimes.
Yeah. And I also saw, they had notes really piling up over by their speaker, and having a few notes on hand can be a good thing, but having too many can start to become a liability. And so like we saw, 597 actually on the Red Alliance came in and started, stealing some of those blue notes, because, why not? They're there for the taking.
Yeah.
So, it can be actually really hard to balance, when is it time to have your alliance partners keep fetching notes, or have one of them maybe come back to help score or switch over to defense. It's not easy to do. It's a pretty tough balancing act.
Yeah. I will say one note about endgame. 2659, they were out of action most of the game. Their gears are grinding, figuratively and literally, but they still got endgame points. So even if you're out of the count, don't give up. You can still get those last points you need, not to get victory, but to certainly show you've got determination. All right, that's it from us. Let's take it back over to the field for qualification match number 32. Nick.
Let's meet these teams. On the Red Alliance, 44-19.
From High North County High School, it's Team Rewind.
Their alliance partners, 31-28.
From Canyon Crest Academy, it's the Aluminum Narwhals.
And let's hear it for Team 9271.
From right here in Mission Viejo, California, it's the Cyber Porpoises.
Over on blue, 38-82.
From Lahaina, Hawaii, it's Lunas.
Flying in next to them, 27-10.
From Palos Verdes Peninsula, it's Jetstream.
And last but not least, except numerically, Team 60.
From Kingman, Arizona, it's the Bionic Bulldogs.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, crescendo. Okay, let's try this again. 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
Qualification match 32 kicks off here with Team 60 and Jetstream putting up some speaker notes for blue. 31-28, the aluminum narwhals putting up some notes for red. They look for another note closer to the center line. They don't quite find it. And our teleoperated period begins. This teleoperated period begins with all center line notes available for the taking. Aluminum narwhals looking to quickly put those on the red side of the field, but Luna's 38-82 looking to grab one back from the Red Alliance. 27-10 heading on back over to their side of the field, but 44-19 Team Rewind looking to slow them down a bit there, and they do, but they pass that note on to their alliance partner. 31-28 looking to head back on over, running a full cycle for the Red Alliance. They're lining up to shoot in the speaker as their alliance partner, the Cyber Porpoises, lines up at the amp. 31-28 with another shot for red, easily grabbing all of the notes that have been put on the red side of the field. Team Rewind and Jetstream getting into a bit of a tussle in the center of the field. 38-82 Lunas with a note into the blue amp. They're going to look to start an amplification period. 27-10 Jetstream putting up multiple notes for the Blue Alliance. Those notes are going to be worth more. And 38-82 looking to get one last note there at the end of that amplification period. Team 60 standing by to slow down our Red Alliance robots, but 31-28 easily driving under that blue stage so that they can avoid Team 60's defense. They're going to launch that note for the Cyber Porpoises to score into the amp as Team Rewind looking to slow down our Blue Alliance. 27-10 feeding a note over to blue, but they're going to go look to pick it up and potentially score it. 31-28 looking to score another note into the amp. They're going to be ready for an amplification period here in the last 20 seconds of the match. Team 60 and 27-10 Jetstream lining up for that double climb onto the blue stage, while the Cyber Porpoises climb and are in the air over on the red stage. Narwhal's putting up the very last speaker shot here in qualification match 32. We will have those scores in just a moment. All right, and our scores are in for that last match. The Blue Alliance takes the win, 64-35 points. They pick up 2 ranking points there. And we're going to send it on over to the desk for that match breakdown.
All right. I'm going to start off with a bit of a heartbreaker. That was not Aluminum Narwhal's match. Everything that could go wrong nearly did go wrong. They clutched it at the end of the match, really showing that they have the speed to keep up. But starting with, as I said earlier, it's very easy to shoot notes too far. It's also very easy to shoot them not far enough. Starting off an autonomous period, just like plopping them out, and then getting disconnected in the middle of the field at the start of the match. That was not a good start for them.
Yeah. I will say one thing we saw in this match, like a couple matches ago, Teleop started with all of those notes available at the center of the field, but this time they were split a lot more evenly. I think Narwhals grabbed some for red, Jetstream came in and got some for blue. So, the note economy was a lot more balanced between alliances in this match, but ultimately I think Blue was able to capitalize upon it a little more because, note economy matters, but at the end of the day, you still got to get those in the speaker to score. So.
Yeah, and a point about those notes, we talked earlier about a lot of bots being couriers, shooting those notes across the field in whatever way they can. And one of the consequences of this that we saw is that keep-away defense is not viable this game. You can't go up to a bot and simply hold them in place because they're still going to shoot their note, go back and keep shooting it. You have to play aggressive to the border of the rules, of course. One more point before moving on to make. We saw Blue Alliance here try and harmonize, but one of their bots missed. There's not been a lot of harmonizations recently. It seems very tricky to do. What would you say it takes to get a team to harmonize in endgame?
I think definitely it takes a lot of planning. You have to know before the match exactly how you're going to get it done. Because what I see a lot of times is teams, rush to harmonize, but they left themselves only 10 seconds when they needed 15 or 15 when they needed 20. So if you're going to get it done, it can't be, a last-minute thought. Like, you definitely have to go in with that intention, make sure you give yourselves the time, the coordination. It's hard to do. That's why I think we haven't seen it done a ton here today. So, just don't underestimate the task, pretty much.
All right, that's it from us. Taking you back to the field is your lovely MC, Nick. Take it away.
Let's meet the teams, starting with Red 1, Team 6220.
From Los Alamitos High School, it's the Golden Griffins.
Their alliance partners, 687.
From Carson, California, it's the Nerd Herd.
And let's hear it for 6995.
Escondido, California, it's Nomad.
On the Blue Alliance, 4276.
From Huntington Beach, California, it's the Surf City Vikings.
Their alliance partners, 4322.
From Orange, California, it's Clockwork.
And last but not least, 7157.
From Brea, California, it's Mubonics.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Autonomous period begins here for qualification match 33. Clockwork's first shot not quite making it into the speaker as the Nerd Herd scores multiple notes over on red. Clockwork's additional shots make it, as well as Mubotics, and we head into the teleoperated period here in qualification match 33. 42.76 and 43.22 racing to that blue source to provide notes to Mubotics. Mubotics, this is a position they are quite familiar with, being that primary scorer here in this match. Over on red, 6.87 looking to put up another note in their amplification period here as they are delivered notes by their alliance partners, the Golden Griffins. Nomad also getting those amplification notes lined up for red so that those speaker shots are worth more. The Nerd Herd lining up that amp shot so that they can get ready to start that amplification period, and it kicks off with Nomad shooting into that speaker. Our blue robots are just racing back and forth to deliver notes to Mubotics over on blue, and Mubotics putting up multiple notes into the speaker effortlessly here in qualification match 33. 62-20 the Golden Griffins looking to also grab some notes for red as 69.95 a race back between the source zone and the amp. A collision between 42.76 the Surf City Vikings. It does not slow them down as they head back from that blue source, just very politely leaving those notes for Mubotics. 6.87 looking to traverse to that red source, but they're going to run into some trouble on the side of Clockwork as they attempt to slow them down. We are slowly getting closer to the end game period here in qualification match 33. A lot of traffic there for the red robots on the field. 69.95 looking to put up one more shot before heading to that red stage. 43.52 climbing successfully there, given a little bit of contact over from the Nerd Herd. 43.22 still making that trap shot in though. And that is the conclusion of qualification match 33.
Without a threat, and I can't wait to see what happens next. How far can we get if we sail a little bit high, a little bit low? How far can we get if we sail a little bit high, a little bit low? We're
All right, and then our scores are in for qualification match 33, and the Blue Alliance takes the win. I believe that is a new high score here at Beach Blitz, 141 points to 73. We're going to send it on over to Emma and Dean at the desk.
All right, we're back here, everyone. I want to say about that match. I think you put it best, Emma, before we went live. It was definitely a match with nothing particularly standout. It was just a bunch of it was a machine. It was a bunch of teams working together. There was no one team standing out above another. But of course, the team that takes it is a team that has clockwork in it.
I mean, yeah, it is definitely one of those things where consistency adds up. It's like, we saw, I think Red Alliance was actually the first to amplify, but Blue Alliance was able to capitalize on it a little bit more. I think they started out with a bit of a lead after auto and kept just, incrementally, like clockwork, adding more and more to it.
I just want to give a bit of attention to 6220 on two things. One was that I noticed that they missed a couple times when they were going for long shots. Blue or Red Alliance would always sneak up behind them, or Blue Alliance, would sneak up behind them, bump them right as they're shooting. They're timing it just right to where they miss. But then again, 6220 also has this is a new innovation with Swerve. You can have sticking defense where you basically stick yourself to another robot and try and just get them going in the direction you want. 6220 was sticking to one team in particular and just not letting go of them. One other note before we cut back to the field. Be careful playing defense near endgame. Came very close to one bot touching another bot during endgame. I won't say who, but be careful, please.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Nick.
Well, actually, I do want to say real quick, credit where credit is due. If I say that there wasn't a single standout factor, that's really because Mubotics makes it look easy.
Yeah.
If you do it right, it looks like, it doesn't take much effort, but I don't think I saw them miss a single shot. They have just such a forceful shooter, always on target, but also with enough power that you don't see a note bouncing out of the speaker. So, great job from them, back on their role on their own side of the field. And, that really helps because it's their own benefit added, plus it multiplies the contribution of their alliance partners.
It's always the quiet ones that make the difference. All right, we're going to pass it over to Nick and start our next match. Take it away, Nick.
Starting off on the Red Alliance, our number one ranked team, 5199!
From Dana Point, California, it's the Robot Dolphins from outer space.
Their alliance partner, 5137!
From San Marcos, it's the Iron Kodiaks.
Joining them, 9408.
From Downey, California, it's Warbots.
Over on blue, make some noise for 8521.
From Westminster, California, it's the Cyber Lions.
Their alliance partners, 399.
From Lancaster, California, it's Eagle Robotics.
And our number 2 ranked team, 4738.
From San Diego, California, it's the Patriots.
When you've got your number 1 ranked team against your number 2 ranked team, you know it's going to be a good match. You know it's going to be an important match when it comes to alliance selections tomorrow. Not only who wins, but how many ranking points they get.
Walking around in the circle of life, doing the things I know, walking the same ways 100 times with the same soul. But do you ever try path on the right side, put it up in your mind? But do you ever try path on the left side, put it up in your mind? Seeing all the water rain fill your eyes, doing things they know, talking about the same old stories they've heard about the people they think they know. But do you ever try path on the right side, put it up in your mind? But do you ever try path on the left side, put it up in your mind?
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
Qualification match 34 kicking off here. The Patriobots and Eagle Robotics putting up multiple shots for blue, while the Warbots making some shots for red, grabbing those center line notes. They don't quite score them, but they will get an additional shot in the end of the autonomous period, and the Warbots will also immediately go for those remaining centerline notes. 85-21 and 399 looking to kick things off by putting notes into the amp and speaker, but they don't quite make it. So they're going to have to reattempt that. 51-37, the Iron Kodiak's going to be passing some notes to their alliance partner, the Warbots, who will score them into that amplified speaker. Those notes will be worth more points. 51-37, making sure that those notes are passed close to the amp so that 9408 can efficiently get another cycle going here. 85-21, lining up for a note from their speaker, from their human player, That low shot gets passed right to Eagle Robotics, who is going to try to get another shot off into the amplified speaker, not quite making it. No robots over on the red source zone, so they're going to safely pick up that note and put it into the amp. 9408 lining up for a shot over on the speaker, while 5137 looking to grab that extra note there hanging around. 9408 and Iron Kodiaks again working together to get those amplified periods going so that their speaker shots can be worth as many points as possible. 9408, the Warbots starting that period off. They're going to hopefully grab a couple more notes as they look to race back across the field. Eagle Robotics getting ready for an amp cycle over on blue. 8521 trying to slow down the Warbots as they head back to that red source. 399 heading over to the blue source zone to pick up more notes as 8521, the Cyber Lions, are keeping the Warbots away from their side of the field. 9408 safely making it over. They're going to get another speaker shot off. Looks like the Iron Kodiaks will also try to get another speaker shot off before the conclusion of this match. 399 Eagle Robotics climbing there, not quite in the air. And that is the conclusion of qualification match number 34. All right, we have scores in for that match. And the Red Alliance takes the win, 54-46 points. We're going to send it on over to the desk for that match breakdown.
Can you hear me now? Excellent.
There we go.
Okay. Qualification number 34. Something very rare we see in FRC, a 2v2 match. Yeah, it's a very pinned down match, but Red Alliance still pulling ahead with a disadvantage here, just barely by 10 points. What would you have to say about that, Emma?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously, I don't think that match really went the way that anybody might have wanted or expected, but you know, these teams definitely took the chance to still try and make the most of it. So I think, you know, this is one of these matches, especially with, you know, scores relatively low, every note counts. And not just scoring it, but when you score relative to, you know, amplification.
Yeah.
So I think I saw at some point, you know, some of the Blue Alliance robots, you know, like jostling around a little bit for position, not quite, you know, scoring as fast as they might have. So, you know, even if the scoring is relatively low, coordination still matters a lot. And, you know, timing, like if you know, getting every last second out of each time you amplify. So, I mean, I feel like I'm saying this every match, but it's kind of true every match. The little things really do count.
Although what was interesting from what I saw was that Blue still tried to play a bit of defense. They got two robots, one scoring, one playing defense, and they didn't win the game, but they sure made a difference on the score. And this is just with two robots where each point counts and each robot counts more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I will say, you know, one last thing that's interesting. Unfortunately for 5199, although they won the match, they only earned 2 ranking points. So we saw that their, you know, their ranking score, they actually dropped from first to second place. So I think once again we're going to see these extra ranking points become increasingly important as the event goes on, because, you know, every one that you earn might bump you up or down with the ranks like this.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to our next match, qualification match number 35. Let's take it back to the field.
Let's meet our teams. down. Let's meet our teams for our next match. Starting us off, it's 44-14, High Tide. Joining them in the middle, 58-35. And rounding out the Red Alliance, 1197 Torbots. Now let's walk with purpose on over to the Blue Alliance side. Starting us off is 44-15.
Rope.
And joining them in the middle station, doing the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs, 36-47. And your final Blue Alliance team member, it's 498. I see a thumbs up. Let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
And we're starting off the match with a very exciting autonomous period. Millennium Falcons coming straight out to the midline, and they've crossed into the other side of the field, so they're going to use that autonomous stop button. Meanwhile, High Tide moving around the center line, picking up everything that Millennium Falcons weren't able to get. And as we head into the teleoperated period, teams are already beginning their shuttling strategies. Millennium Falcons have shot one over into the corner already. Sage Hill Robotics picking up a note there in front of the speaker, and they shoot it in for an early score. On the blue side of the field, Epic Robots is on the cleanup duty for the Blue Alliance. They've got 1 and 2 in the amp already. They're getting ready for their first amplification period. It's beginning right now. Blue Alliance have double points into the speaker right now. Millennium Falcons line up a shot, not quite on the red side of the field. They're just beginning their amplification period. Sage Hill Robotics shooting another one. High Tide makes one in. Cobra Commanders shooting some onto the blue side of the field. Millennium Falcons also passing notes to Epic Robots in the corner. Epic Robots have a nice pile of notes over there, getting ready for that next amplification period. On the red side of the field, High Tide is approaching the amp. They're getting lined up to score one more note. Blue, meanwhile, is in their amplification period. We're seeing one go up from Millennium Falcons, another one up from the Millennium Falcons. Meanwhile, Epic Robots trying to get another into the amp to start that next cycle. Millennium Falcons going to shoot that last note in and move over. Torbots, High Tide, and Sage Hill Robotics all going back to that red side source. They're going to be getting ready for the next amplification period. This match is neck and neck. Current score says 48-56. Red Alliance has a slight lead, but this is still anyone's game with 53 seconds left in the match. On the blue side of the field, it looks like Epic Robots having a little bit of trouble getting a note into the amp. It looks like it's getting stuck on that lip right there. They're going to keep trying that. Meanwhile, the Millennium Falcons are shooting up into the speaker. Cobra Commanders playing a little bit of defense with Sage Hill Robotics, trying to block off that little trench. Sage Hill Robotics trying to come back, but the Cobra Commanders are in the way. Let's see if they can get around them. Meanwhile, on the red side of the field, High Tide shooting up notes into that speaker. We've got just 20 seconds left, so you'll see High Tide go for their trap. Let's see if they can make it. They need one more robot to climb with them if they want that ranking point at the end of the match. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance is continuing to score as fast as they can to try to get ahead in these last few seconds. We have High Tide off the ground. Torbots look like they're about off the ground. The Blue Alliance getting ready to climb with 1 second left, and that's the match.
I was joking, Adam, okay?
Yeah. Do we have any tape? Someone just tripped on this and I'm worried it's gonna keep happening. And we have our official scores from that match. It's 86-74 with the Red Alliance taking the win. That's 3 ranking points over to your Red Alliance. And the Blue Alliance did get the ensemble bonus at the end. We're going to see some slight shifts in the rankings. Let's head it on over to the analyst desk to hear more about that match.
Thank you very much, Connor. I want to note an interesting dichotomy in that match that I think that's what gave Red the win there was Red very much had a collective action plan. They came back and forth in waves, always together and always scoring together. And there was a lot of individual action from Blue. They were very much doing their own thing in their own corner. What would you say to that?
Yeah, I think that's a good way of looking at it. And I think even for all of that, it looked to me like for most of this match, both alliances were making, the same number of shots on goal, as it were. Shooting the same number of notes. But I saw quite a few times for the Blue Alliance just those notes hitting a little high or a little low or bouncing out and just not quite, not quite getting all the payoff from all the notes they collected and shot.
Yeah, and there was definitely a lot of, because there was no, I don't know what kind of strategizing was going on in the queuing line, but it definitely seemed to me that there was a lot of ad hoc planning. I saw one Blue robot, I didn't get the number down sadly, just decide to do defense against a Red wave. They just picked one robot and stuck with them. Then they had to break off or else they get fouled. But it was very much like the Red came in, they got what they needed, got out, scored, went back in, back and forth, and then on the Blue you have like Millennium Falcons just going around, just doing what they think needs to be done, like cleaning up a house with chores. All right, we're just about to wrap it up here. Let's bring it over to qualification match number 35. Take us away, Grace.
Let's meet our teams for our next match of the day. Starting us off is Team 696.
That's the Circuit Breakers.
Joining them in the middle station, it's Team 6220.
The Golden Griffins.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, it's none other than 4276.
It's the Surf City Vikings.
Over on the Blue Alliance side of the field, your first team is 2658.
Emotion.
Joining them in the middle station, they're not fast forwarding, it's 4419.
Team Rewind.
And your final Blue Alliance team, give it up for Team 597.
The Wolverines.
We're ready to get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
And that's the buzzer for the beginning of our autonomous period. You see that tiny little robot on red, 696, the Circuit Breakers, moving into the middle of the field, shooting their third note of the autonomous period. They're going to end the autonomous period, waiting for that next note. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the field, Wolverines getting ready to shoot one more, but they're not quite have enough time. So we move into our tele-operated period. We see the Wolverines immediately head to that amp to begin their first amplification period. On the red side of the field, the Golden Griffins are scoring into the amp to charge up their own side of the field. We have the Circuit Breakers passing notes over to the Golden Griffins, while Surf City Vikings doing an excellent job of playing defense, stealing notes, and passing notes over to their own team. The Golden Griffins getting ready to line up a shot for their amplification period, and they make it. 696 with another shot. That's 2 amplified points for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance, Emotion has just begun their amplification period. Let's see if the Blue Alliance can get any more shots in during this double point period. It looks like they're about to run out of time. The Red Alliance has their amp fully charged, and with that note from 6220, the Golden Griffins, they're going to begin their amplification period. 696 racing back, and they're going to score one more into the red speaker before the amplification period ends. Surf City Vikings trying one more. I don't know if they made it in time. On the Blue Alliance, The Wolverines making their way across the field. They're going to be scoring into the amp. They've already got one in there. And with this second note going into the amp right now, they're going to be ready for their amplification period. Emotion approaching the speaker. They're going to launch their shot when they're ready for it. Meanwhile, Team Rewind playing defense against Team 696 in the corner. These two smaller robots doing a great job of getting in each other's path. Oh, and 6220 gets right past Team Rewinds. Very nice driving from them. Meanwhile, the Wolverines still passing notes onto the blue side of the field. We have just 40 seconds left. The Red Alliance has a slight advantage, but it's still anyone's game. Oh no, the red amp almost fell over, but the Golden Griffins are back on their feet, or on their wheels. Surf City Vikings scoring one more into the speaker. Another note going in from 696. 6220 and 4276 have taken a momentary pause on the field. 696 still continuing to try to score points. The Blue Alliance has not slowed down, however. They're still scoring. 2658 looks like they're lining up for the climb. They're off the ground right now. The Wolverines are hoping to join them off the ground, and they make it up. Team 4419 makes the park at the last second. And our official scores for that match, it's going to be the Red Alliance with a 73-57 victory. The Red Alliance gains 3 ranking points. We have Team 696 moving up to 5th place. 4276 is in our top 10. Blue Alliance did not, unfortunately, get any ranking points. Let's break down this match with our analysts.
Thank you very much. That was a very odd match, a very endgame heavy match. There was a lot happening in those last 40-30 seconds. Everything's going off. But I do want to point out something before we start. There's very much something to say about soft power and auto that, you see Red Alliance making all these big moves, getting all these big shots. Blue Alliance barely moves. They get the auto score out of it. It's very much a finesse auto game this year. You don't really see a clear winner from Autonomous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And another thing that I saw in that match was Surf City Vikings. They spent a lot of that match playing some defense. In fact, I think I saw them, not only, pushing other robots back and forth, but almost snatching a gear out from one of the blue robots at one point. However, they weren't doing that exclusively. They were playing pretty mobile defense when they were, and they were also, getting a few scoring cycles in, coming back and fetching gears. In fact, I saw them do more of that sort of break off back towards their own side of the field when Red was getting really close to that Melody RP threshold. And so I think they're playing, really well, really adaptive to the match and what their alliance needed at the time. Yeah. I mean, pretty much well done by them.
Yeah, and something to say about that. This is definitely exemplary of the swerve meta is here. You have swerve defense where robots are spinning around each other trying to get away, and now there's having to be counterplay off the counterplay off the counterplay, and it keeps on going and going, and it's a new it's a new branch to explore of development and strategy that was never seen before anywhere in First history.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, hey, another way to improve mobility, downsize. That's what we've seen from 696.
Tiny
They're
bot.
So mobile out there across the field. They're able to really get that consistency in fetching notes, and it really helped their alliance out.
Yeah. All I have in my notes right now is 696, tiny bot, smiley face. All right, that's it from us. We're going to take it back to the field for qualification match number 37. Grace us with your presence.
Thank you, thank you. Let's meet our teams on the Red Alliance. Starting us off is Team 3255.
It's the Spurs.
They are joined in the middle station by Team 2710.
That's Jetstream.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, Team 8888.
The Flying Lions.
Over here, we're heading to the blue side of the field. Your first team is 6995.
It's Nomad.
They are joined in the middle by Team 4141.
Monarch Robotics.
And last but certainly not least, it's Team 5137.
They are the Iron Kodiaks.
I see a thumbs up. Let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines, counting it down in 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
It's the beginning of our autonomous period. We have a stream running out to the middle of the field. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, that's Nomad cleaning up all of the notes right in front of their speaker. Nomad's going to make a last push to the middle of the field. Don't quite pick up the note. Meanwhile, in the Red Alliance, not a whole lot of activity after that first bit. We're going to move into the tally-operated period of our match. 32:55 immediately going to the amp. They're going to start filling up, getting ready for that first amplification period. It looks like Team 8888, the Flying Lions, are lining up for their first speaker shot. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, we have Monarch Robotics passing notes across the field to their partners. Nomad 6995 cleaning up in the corner over there. It looks like Nomad has the driver's station right in front of the source too, or right in front of the amp, so they're having a great time picking up those notes. Monarch Robotics continuing to pass while Nomad has activated the amplification period. They've scored, and that's the end of the amplification period. On the red side of the field, Super Nerds putting the first note into their amp. They're going to be getting ready to amplify as well. Super Nerds coming back with another note, just as Nomad puts another note into their amp. Iron Coat one up into the speaker, and they make it. Monarch Robotics, they have their strategy, and they're continuing to excel at their strategy. Those notes being passed over to their alliance partners. The Iron Kodiaks working hard to get those notes into the speaker. On the red side of the field, we're just now beginning our amplification period as Super Nerds score another note into the amp, or into the speaker. Super Nerds, Flying Lions, and Jetstream all approaching their source, picking up more notes, returning to their side of the field. They're hoping to get another amplification period or two in before this match ends. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, their strategy has been set since the first moment, and they have not deviated from that plan. They're doing excellent with 78 current points on the board. A little bit of defense between Iron Kodiaks and the Flying Lions. Monarch and Jetstream getting in the way, but they're just going to shoot their notes to their alliance partners and keep moving on. Jetstream shooting another note in. Super Nerds trying to get another note before the amplification period ends, but they don't quite get it up in time. You heard that buzzer. That means we have 20 seconds left. Teams are going to get started with their climb sequences. Human players throwing their notes out onto the field. No spotlights so far in this round. On the Red Alliance, it looks like they're deciding to not go for the climb points, and they're going to get those last few points into the amplification period speaker. Blue Alliance has one climb up off the ground and 2 parks. Let's wait and see what the official score is for that match. And our official results, 97-69. The Blue Alliance takes the win with 3 ranking points. That's Team Nomad moving up into the 3rd ranked slot of this tournament. Let's pass it on over to the analyst desk to break down this match further.
Well, that was an exciting match. Nick, give me your thoughts on the strategy we saw today.
Yeah, I think that was really clean execution by the Blue Alliance. So we had 51-37, kind of playing that like midfield role. They did a little bit of grabbing from the source. They did a little bit of cleanup. And then we had their alliance partners, Nomad, 69-95. They were a beast at cleanup. They are a very efficient machine at both the amp, and they've got a great shot. And then they had their 3rd alliance partners just feeding most of the match and just kept getting those notes. There was even a point where the Blue Alliance was able to grab. Red had dropped a note into the source and didn't have a robot there, so they just claimed it. They're like, that's ours now.
Yeah, it really shows the effect of good coaching and teamwork that we saw here. Your driver, coach, or maybe even the operator of the robot can look out for those opportunities where, maybe the opposing alliance drops in a note with no robot there, or they shoot one just off target and take advantage of those shorter cycle times. Well, with that, we're going to head back down to the field for qualification match number 38.
Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back to the field. Let's get another match underway. Starting off on the Red Alliance's team, 498.
From Glendale, Arizona, it's the Cobra Commanders.
And right in the middle here, we got team 3128.
From San Diego, it's the Aluminum Narwhals.
And the last play for the Red Alliance team, 38-82.
From Lahaina, Hawaii, it's Lunas.
Over on blue, starting off as team 9408.
From Downey, California, it's the Warbots.
And right in the middle here, 3476.
From Irvine, it's Code Orange.
And rounding off blue is team 3647.
From San Diego, it's the Millennium Falcons.
All right, we're ready to get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous period starts here in qualification match 38. The aluminum narwhals taking those wing line notes for red, scoring them into that speaker. Code Orange in 9408, the Warbots putting up some notes for blue. And that is the conclusion of our autonomous period. These robots are going to be driver controlled for the remainder of the match. The aluminum narwhals 3128 quickly feeding some notes to their alliance partners 498 and Luna's looking to start an amplification period as soon as possible. The Millennium Falcons and the Warbots with shots up for blue, and they begin an amplification period. Code Orange puts up a shot, but they miss. No worries, Millennium Falcons and the Warbots make up for that. And the Warbots immediately head over to start amping again for their alliance. 498 trying to slow down the Millennium Falcons as they make their way to their source, and after slowing them down, they're going to slow down their partners, Code Orange, who is trying to feed to 9408 the Warbots. 3882 Lunas with another shot up for red. They're going to be joined by 3128 the aluminum narwhals. 3647 trying to grab a note for blue, while 3476 also looking to make their way back over to the Blue Alliance with another note for the Warbots. These two teams, 3476 and 3647, not to be confused, both feeding to 9408 over on blue. The narwhals passing some notes over to Lunas. They're looking to start another amplification period. Lunas lines up for another shot. They're going to be joined by the narwhals, while 498 trying to keep our Blue Alliance from scoring. 3882 also looking to head into that blue stage, picking up a note while they're waiting on notes from the aluminum narwhals. 3476 swerving around 498 the Cobra Commanders. We're headed into the end game here in qualification match 38. These robots are looking to climb the stage. 3476 Code Orange lining up for a trap. Their partner in the Millennium Falcons on the red side of the field, and aluminum narwhals with a climb for red. And that is the conclusion of qualification match 38. Right, and our scores are in. The Red Alliance takes the win. Qualification match 38, 116 to 96. They pick up 4 ranking points. And with that, we are going to head over to Grace and Nick at the desk.
Red Alliance taking the win on that one, and it was close. Lots of points during that match where it was tied. Red Alliance had an interesting strategy, and for a while there, I thought it may not go their way with 498's intake breaking early into the match. You know, the Cobra Commanders have played over 120 matches this season in between regular season events and off season, and the robot, while it is still working awesome, definitely having to keep up on those repairs, and they played some pretty incredible defense. It was interesting to see them kind of dancing around the other teams, trying to make sure they're staying out of that protected zone. You know, I didn't see any major fouls from that alliance as well, with Red Alliance taking that victory. And so it's exciting to see kind of what their strategy was over the match. Now let's dive into that strategy more. What did it look like on blue?
Yeah, the Blue Alliance, I would say this is another case where like those robots have played so many matches and like just the wear and tear is really a problem. I think if Millennium Falcons hadn't had that trouble at the end, we would have at least seen a much closer match. Like we had Downey, 9408, like really cleaning up efficiently. There were a bunch of missed shots in the beginning and Auto, which also hurt them a little bit, but like they were all just kind of on it, swarming, cleaning up, like maximizing those points. They very clearly had a plan, and other than the robot failure they had, I would say the execution was pretty darn good.
Yes, on both alliances, it was pretty incredible to see their different strategies play out and then pivot throughout the match. You know, really anything can happen.
Yeah, and like I could tell Cobra Commanders, like they had practiced, hey, something breaks, let's go play defense. But like I could also tell that Code Orange, Millennium Falcons have dealt with a lot of defense and they knew what to do.
Yeah, it was definitely exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing our next match. Let's hand it back to the field to meet our teams.
Thank you very much, Grace. Let's bring it back here to introduce the teams. Starting off on the Red Alliance team, 9452.
From San Diego, California, it's the LHS Steel Stingers.
And next up, who let the dogs out is Team 60.
From Kingman, Arizona, it's the Bionic Bulldogs.
And last up for the Red Alliance team, 9271.
From Mission Viejo, California, it's the Cyber Porpoises.
Over here on blue, hopping right in is Team 7042.
From Long Beach, California, it's Poly Robotics.
And next up on blue is Team 8521.
From Westminster High School, it's the Cyber Lions.
All right, what have you got? 7157.
From Brea, California, it's Mubotics.
Alrighty, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind those lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 39 kicks off here with the autonomous period. The Steel Stingers putting up a few notes for red. They're going to grab those wing line notes. Also going to pick up a couple points for leaving the wing. All right, and Mubotics joined by 7042. They're going to race to the center field for those center line notes, while Team 60 and 9271, these cyber porpoises, are going to begin driving over to feed notes to the Steel Singers over on red. Mubotics going to be passing their notes to their partners in 7042. There's many notes over on that blue side of the field, and they have a lot to work with. 9271 passing over for red. Their note shots fall a little short though. While 7157 Mubotics, their notes are making it right next to the amp for blue. 7042 shooting into that speaker during this amplification period. You see those blue lights on that speaker. That means that speaker is amplified. A plethora of notes litter the field over on the blue side, where 9271 and Team 60 are trying to do the same for their partners in the LHS Steel Stingers. Mubotics just keeps on sending those notes over. I can imagine they will join their alliance partners in cleaning those up here towards the latter half of this match. 8521 also trying to bring some notes over for the Blue Alliance. Team 60 with a shot into the speaker. 8521 giving 9452 the Steel Singers some trouble making their way back over to the red side of the field. And now their target is 9271, the Cyber Porpoises. 7042 Polyrobotics, they have climbed. Their robot is up on the stage here in the endgame period of the match, while Mubotics cleans up the remaining notes over on the blue side of the field. Team 60 with contact over there with the Cyber Alliance, and they're going to head to their side of the field to climb the stage. And that is the conclusion of qualification match 39. All right, and our scores are in for that match, and the Blue Alliance taking home 3 ranking points. We're going to send it on over to the desk for that match breakdown.
That was a really interesting match on the Blue Alliance's side. So I know it may have looked close in the score for most of the match if you weren't looking at the pile of notes over in the corner by the blue amp. So there was really an interesting mismatch here. Like, Polyrobotics is pretty good at cleaning up, but Mubotics is a beast. They are so fast at getting those notes across the field. Like, that asymmetry meant that the notes were just slowly piling up. And then right at the end, when Polyrobotics goes to climb, Mubotics cleans it all up, gets a clear lead, and wins the match. I wonder, like, I don't know, haven't asked them, but, like, I wonder if that was a little bit of a psychological tactic that they were playing to, like, have the opposing drive team underestimate how well they were doing.
So I noticed during that match, because I was looking ahead and kind of trying to figure out what will we see during that match, looking at the firepower on the Blue Alliance. And I think one thing that maybe threw a wrench in their plans was a note getting stuck on Polyrobotics early on. So I don't know if it was so much a psychological tactic or this is what we can do.
It was at about 45 seconds left when that note landed on them.
Okay, yeah, it was definitely interesting to see how the Red Alliance pivoted to deal with it. They were leading the score for a while, like you mentioned, and just how they can fight back against that firepower. And arguably, they might have been successful, too, depending on what they did about those bank of notes that were there.
Absolutely. If it was an intentional tactic, it's definitely a risky one.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, let's head back down to the floor and meet our teams. Sorry, I had a panic moment there at the end. It totally did. I was like, oh yeah, Nick was supposed to do that. Oops.
Well, well, well. Qualification match number 40. We're getting through the day. We're almost done. Let's wrap it up. Let's introduce the teams. Starting off on the Red Alliance team, 4079.
From Cypress, California, it's Quantum Leap.
Take a knee for 4738.
From San Diego, California, it's the Patriots.
And last but not least, 1197.
From Torrance, it's the Torbots.
Coming over here on the Blue Alliance, starting off is team 2659.
From Mission Hills, it's the Robo Warriors.
Over here at the middle, like clockwork, is team 4322.
From Orange, California, it's Clockwork.
And last but not least, 1148.
From Studio City, California, it's Harvard Westlake Robotics.
All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Our 40th qualification match is underway here at Beach Blitz 2024. The Robo Warriors racing for those center line notes, as well as our rank 6 team in the Patriots and their partners, Quantum Leap. Our teleoperated period has begun. These drivers have picked up their controllers. The Torbots immediately heading for that Red Alliance amp. They're going to quickly score 2 notes in. Got to make sure that second one makes it in all the way in there. And they are going to start shooting into the speaker 4322 Clockwork. Passing notes to their partners, 2659, the Robo Warriors. The Patriots also helping Torbots get some notes to the red side of the field. And they're going to make another trip. 4079 Quantum Leap also trying to make their way back to the red side of the field. They're receiving some defense on the side of 1148 Harvard Westlake Robotics, trying to shut all 3 of those robots down simultaneously. And in the meantime, 2659 taking a note from the red side of the field while it was unoccupied. That note will be scored into the amp. Collision under the stage amongst our red robots as 4079 shuttling notes to the red side of the field. Their partners are going to have to work quickly to make it back over and score those notes before the Robo Warriors can pick up another red note. They're trying to grab that one right by the subwoofer as 1197 is going to look to keep them away from their notes on that red side of the field. 4322 Clockwork colliding with the Torbots as they look for another note to bring to their alliance partners. 2659 trying to get past the Torbots. The Torbots with a note stuck in their robot. They cannot pick up another one. So they are going to make sure that they can slow down this Blue Alliance. Almost 20 seconds left in this match, and 4322 Clockwork is climbing the Blue Alliance stage, and they've successfully scored a note into that trap. 1197 looking to climb over on the Red Alliance. 2659 for blue. We've got a second robot up for red. And that is the conclusion of qualification match 40. All right, and our scores are in for qualification match 40. And the Blue Alliance takes the win by only 3 points. They pick up 3 ranking points as well. And with that, we are going to pass things on over to the desk. Grace and Nick, take it away.
Clockwork made a bet and it paid off. I don't know if you can hear on the live stream how much shouting there is right now and excitement. You hear that? Clockwork at 35 seconds is leading by 1 point and goes for the trap, trying to get that ensemble ranking point. And I'm going, so they're betting that the opposing alliance will not score more points than they can get through the ensemble ranking point in 35 seconds. And they were within a couple of points. That was a 3-point win. Very close. But it paid off. They got 3 ranking points and move up.
Yeah, big deal there for the Red Alliance, or rather the Blue Alliance on that one, that last second climb. Like you said, we were sitting here questioning, okay, what's the strategy behind that, making those last second calls? Saw a lot of pivoting during that match once again with that call. With on the Red Alliance, you saw 1197 switching to the defensive role. Blue Alliance actually had opted for that the entire time. So any other thoughts before we wrap up?
No, I think that's it. Let's send it down to the field and meet the teams in our next match.
All right. Qualification match number 41. Getting closer and closer to the end of the day. Let's meet those teams. Starting off with a spectacular start to the Red Alliance. It's 21-22.
From Boise, Idaho, it's Team Taters.
And next up, 44-15.
From Valley Christian High School, it's Epic Robots.
And lastly, get up from the driver's station, 21-02.
From Encinitas, California, it's Team Paradox.
Over here on blue, starting off as Team 96-15.
From Redlands, California, it's Redlands Robotics.
And next up, the Ingenious Collective, it's Team 687.
From Carson, California, it's the Nerd Herd.
And finally, splashing into the blue, 51-99.
Our rank 2 team here at Beach Blitz, it's the Robot Dolphins from outer space.
All right, let's get this match started. Teams behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 41, 687 and 51.99, putting up speaker notes for blue, but 51.99 collides into Team Taters. And then Team Taters collides into that red stage. 44-15 and 21-02, putting up notes for red. We've headed into the teleoperated period. These robots are racing to grab the remaining centerline notes and keep them on their side of the field. 51-99, the Robot Dolphins shooting some notes over to the Nerd Herd 687, who is looking to score into the amp. Meanwhile, over on red, Team Taters is passing notes to 44-15 Epic Robots, and they're joined by 21-02. 96-15, heading over to that blue source zone over on the red side of the field. They're looking up to pick up more notes for blue, pass them right to the Nerd Herd. The amplification period begins for that Red Alliance, and they shoot many notes up into that speaker. Those notes are going to be worth more. 44-15 accidentally shooting a note out of the field instead of into the amp. They're going to be followed by their partners 21-22 and scoring some more points into that amp so that they may start another amplification period. Meanwhile, over on blue, the Nerd Herd and Dolphins are shooting into the speaker for their own amplification period. These teams are going to want to get as many amplification cycles off as possible to elevate the number of points that they are able to score over the course of the match. 21-22 and 21-02 racing back and forth across the field with their partners, Epic Robots. The same over on blue, the Robot Dolphins, and 96-15 looking to shuttle those notes to 687. Looks like 687 is going to be getting ready to start another amplification period, as over on red, 21-22 also looking to score that second note. They need those two notes in the amp before that amplification period can begin. 21-22 looking to start that off, but they miss slightly, as well as 21-02, but they're going to go pick up those notes that have bounced out and score them for those extra points. It is the end game here in qualification match 41, and the Robot Dolphins from outer space have trapped onto the blue stage, and they are joined by their partner, Red Lens Robotics. All three red robots still looking to cycle and score. 44-15 looking to climb, but they do not quite make it, and that is the conclusion of qualification match 41. All right, and our matches are in for that match. And the Red Alliance wins 104-73 points. They pick up 3 ranking points, and all of those robots move up into the rankings, 21-22, jumping into that 7th seeded position. We're going to send it on over to the desk to Nick and Grace for that match breakdown.
So the Blue Alliance, I think they had a really simple game plan, and it just didn't quite stick. Like they actually had a lead coming out of auto by several points, and they were feeding Nerd Herd to try and clean up. Nerd Herd had an issue with a note getting stuck kind of in their robot, just a little bit slower, and they were never quite able to complete those cycles. And you can really see in like the point breakdown that their speaker points just weren't there, and I think that's really what lost them the match.
Yeah, on the Red Alliance side, it was definitely looking a little dicey coming out of auto, or, diced, if you will, with Taters getting stuck underneath the stage. But they really were able to pull it back together, get to their roots, if you will, and kind of just seal the deal, especially with those amplifications there at the end. I was a little worried. We saw 44-15. It looked like they might have been browning out a little bit as they were over at their source. It was still pretty close then, but their alliance really pivoted the strategy, had all 3 robots helping feed at that point, really banking a bunch of notes on their alliance side in order to amplify and then rack up the points after that.
Absolutely. I think let's throw it down to the field and get ready to meet our teams in our next match.
All right, let's move it on up. Qualification match number 42. Let's introduce the teams. Starting off with one of your hosts is Team 3309.
From Anaheim, California, it's the Friar Bots.
And next up, the second of your hosts tonight, team 24-14.
From Ventura, it's High Tide.
And lastly, completing the surf trilogy is team 294.
From Redondo Beach, California, it's Beach Cities Robotics.
Over on blue, starting off, surfs up to team 359.
From Waialua, Hawaii, it's the Hawaiian Kids.
Flying in the middle here is team 399.
From Lancaster, California, it's Eagle Robotics.
And lastly, from over the hill is team 5835.
From Newport Coast, California, it's Sage Hill Robotics.
All right, we have a green light. Let's get this match underway. Oh, nope, never mind. All right, Act 1, Scene 2. Let's try this again. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 42. Our autonomous period begins. 44-14 High Tide racing to the midline to grab notes. They have picked up 3 midline notes so far. 294 Beach Cities Robotics picking up the remaining over on the red side. The Hawaiian Kids and their partners also putting up some notes for blue. 44-14 races to that last remaining midline note as they look to score into the amp for the Red Alliance. We've got contact over on the red side of the field. A little bit of traffic on the side of Sage Hill Robotics. And 359 the Hawaiian Kids. 3309 going to be looking to prevent Sage Hill Robotics from picking up the extra notes left on the red side of the field. But they are able to swerve away from the Friarbots defense. Friarbots pushing Sage Hill Robotics into the Hawaiian Kids. A little bit of contact there, but they recover well. 44-14 is going to zip back and forth across the field, as well as their partner, 294 Beach City Robotics, to get the amp ready for an amp cycle. They're going to start shooting into the speaker. High Tide not quite making it, but they will pick up the shot again, waiting for that note to be scored before they press that amplification button. They want that period to last as long as possible. 359 over on blue. Their blue speaker is been amped, and those robots are gaining extra points for notes scored during that 10-second amplification period. Got a lot of traffic over here on red as Sage Hill Robotics and the Hawaiian Kids trying to pick up notes from the source. Looks like the Hawaiian Kids are going to line up for an amp shot, and they make it. Racing to grab that note before High Tide does. 3309 still not letting these blue robots get in and out of their red side of the field very easily, as 399 also looking to prevent 44-14 and 294 from quickly making it back and forth from their side of the field. Our blue speaker is amped as we head into the end game, and 359 is lining up for a climb onto the stage. They're also going to try to score into the trap. I don't know if they will quite make it. but they are joined by 399 also climbed on the stage, and that is the end of qualification match 42. All right, and our scores are in, and the Blue Alliance takes the win. They take home 3 ranking points, 83 points to 74. And now we're going to send it on over to the desk for that and match breakdown.
Whoa. That was a really well played match, and it did not go how I had expected at all.
No, it was plot twist after plot twist on that one.
It really was. Like we saw, so we had High Tide against Hawaiian Kids, like 2 high caliber teams who really know what they're doing.
And don't forget your finalist, Beach City Robotics.
Absolutely. And 399 has been having an awesome event. They were playing smart too. But we saw a lot less shuttling on both sides, I think, because they knew both sides were really watching carefully. And if you shuttle a note and the opposing alliance takes it, that's really a tempo loss that you just can't afford. So they played it safe, they played it cautious. Blue kept the match to about the auto split. They were behind from auto, and they kept it to about the same number of points the entire way. And I think their plan was going for those ensemble points. That microphone helped, and those foul points made a difference too.
Yeah, it definitely shows the impact of playing a clean match there as well. And of course, when you have that much firepower on an alliance, sometimes you'll see the robots get in each other's way unless they can stagger that flow. We saw a little bit of that interference with High Tide and Beach Cities as well, but they were able to work it out amongst themselves. But once again, with nobody shuttling notes across the floor, there were lots of collisions, lots of unintentional defense in the middle of the floor.
Yeah, I would say it was really opportunistic defense. Like, hey, we're on offense. We're just going to slow you down. Go for it.
Exactly. All right. Well, it looks like we're going to head back down to the field and meet our teams for our next match of the day.
Thank you, Grace. We're already on qualification match number 43. Only 7 more matches after this, and we're done for today. Let's introduce the teams. Starting off on the Red Alliance team 1148.
From Studio City, California, it's Harvard Westlake Robotics.
Next up, team 4738.
From San Diego, it's the Patriots.
And flying in at last is team 6220.
From Los Alamitos, it's the Golden Griffins.
Over here on blue, starting off 9271.
From Mission Viejo, it's the Cyber Porpoises.
And hopping right in between is team 7042.
From Long Beach, it's Poly Robotics.
And wrapping up the team, don't tell them the odds, team 3647.
From San Diego, it's the Millennium Falcons.
let's get this match underway. Drivers behind those lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
The autonomous period kicks off here. Qualification match 43-43. The Patriots putting up some notes for red. The Millennium Falcons putting up some notes for blue. They don't quite make it in, but they will be on the blue side of the field at the conclusion of the autonomous period. And their drivers, their alliance partners, can pick up those notes and score them. Better to have those notes on your side of the field than your opponent's. 62-20, the Golden Griffins lining up for a amp shot. They're going to try to get this Red Alliance ready for their amplification period. 11:48. Harvard Westlake Robotics trying to slow down 92-71 the Cyber Porpoises from returning to the blue side of the field. 36-47, the Millennium Falcons are going to avoid this defense by driving quickly under the Red Alliance stage. 47-38, shuttling notes to their partner, the Golden Griffins, while 70-42 is picking up some notes to score for blue. That's Poly Robotics. 62-20, lining up another amp shot for the Red Alliance. They've got 2 notes in the amp, which means they are going to begin shooting into the speaker for those amplified speaker shots. Those notes are going to be worth more points. Shot goes up for the Patriots, but they don't quite make it. Over on blue, an amplification period just ended, so these robots are going to race back and forth from their source zone to pick up more notes for Poly Robotics to score into that Blue Alliance amp. 36-47, they shoot towards the Blue Alliance, but it hits the stage and bounces off slightly, but no worries. 70-42 has got it. 47-38 also shuttling notes for the Golden Griffins. It is a game of feeding here. Which robots can feed their alliance partners better than the other? Which alliance can get off more amp shots? The red speaker is amped, and we are in the end game here in qualification match 43, 92-71. The Cyber Porpoises lining up to climb that stage, and they are joined by their partners, the Millennium Falcons. They're up in the air. Looks like just one robot in the air there on the field, and that is the conclusion of qualification match 43. Right, and our scores are in for that match. And the Red Alliance takes the win. Qualification match 43. Those robots pick up 2 ranking points. And we're going to send it on over to the desk to Grace and Nick for the match analysis.
That was a pretty close match for most of the 2.5 minutes. Like, I would say the Blue Alliance had... I've seen Poly Robotics do this plan a few times already this event. Like, they have a high-powered shooter on their alliance. They clean up a couple of notes on the floor at the end, and then they clean those last few up. But I think some issues with Millennium Falcon's shooter, or with their intake, may have caused that to not quite work out as well. And that was where I think it really split apart from being a close match at the very end.
Yeah, it was interesting to see once again how the strategy had to pivot for that alliance. 36-47, really going out there, getting those notes that are available to them. I think they might have stolen more from the opposing alliance than they got from their own source, especially at the beginning of the match, which great opportunity, great way to use the opportunities given to them. But also once an intake broke, less notes were taken away from the Red Alliance, so their cycle time went way down, and they were able to kind of widen the gap in the score.
Yeah, and I think the other unfortunate thing is for Blue, they had a lot of notes on the ground. They just had a lot of missed shots, but they took a lot of shots in auto. I think if they had made all those shots in auto, we would have had a very, very close match in the end.
Yeah, well, we will see how that strategy keeps on evolving throughout this competition. I think we are all ready to meet our teams in match number 44. Let's head down to the field.
Alrighty, folks, qualification match number 44. Let's introduce the teams. Starting off on the Red Alliance, clawing their way in is Team 597.
From Los Angeles, California, it's the Wolverines.
And over here in the middle, we have Team 4415.
From Valley Christian High School, it's Epic Robots.
And wrapping up red is Team 8521.
From Westminster, California, it's the Cyber Lions.
Over here on blue, flying out from the driver's station, is Team 2102.
From Encinitas, California, it's Team Paradox.
Streaming by 2710.
From Palos Verde Peninsula, it's Jetstream.
And wrapping up the blue is Team 4079.
From Cypress, California, it's Quantum Leap.
All right, drivers, behind those lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous period begins. We have immediately 4 notes up for the Blue Alliance. Epic Robots and 597, the Wolverines, putting up notes for red as well. Epic Robots looking for those center line notes, but they have already been scored and taken by the Blue Alliance. Our teleoperated period begins, and 2102 Team Paradox races to the source to start passing notes to Jetstream 2710. They line up for an amp shot. They've got 1 note in the amp. They're looking for a second. 4079 Quantum Leap looking to slow down the Wolverines, who is passing notes over to Epic Robots. Epic trying to score into that amp. The note is a little stuck, but they give it a bump and it goes in. Our Blue Alliance has an amplified speaker. 2102 making one last shot as that amplification period ends. 4415 shooting into the amplified speaker for red. A minute and a half in this match remaining. The Wolverines continue to feed notes to the red side of the field, making sure that they are available for their alliance partners, Epic Robots. 2102 looking to potentially race and grab that note, though. That will need to be made up by the Wolverines, or Epic will have to race across the field to pick up a note. 2102 heading for that blue source to grab a note. They run into some trouble with 85-21, the Cyber Lions, as Jetstream also heads over to that blue source to grab notes. They need 1 more note to amplify their speaker, but there is some traffic. 597, the Wolverines, and 85-21, making it difficult for this Blue Alliance to make it back to where they need to be. Luckily, 2102 also putting a shot up into the speaker for blue, as 2710 is occupied by the red robots. That Blue Alliance is ready for another amplification period. 2710 quickly scoring 2 notes into that speaker as we head into the end game. These robots are going to look to climb their stage. 4079 going to join 2710 Jetstream, while 2102 takes the other side to climb. Wolverines climbing for red. They are going to be joined by their partners, Epic Robotics. They do not quite make it, but that is the conclusion of qualification match 44. And our scores are in for that match. And the Blue Alliance wins 89 to 40 points. Those robots are going to take 2 ranking points, all 3 robots moving up in the rankings. And with that, we are going to send it on over to the desk to Grace and Nick.
This match was a story of great execution by the Blue Alliance. We had I think almost every shot the Blue Alliance made in auto went right in. 2710 did a great job of cleaning up, and they were actually a little bit faster than Paradox, because Paradox was feeding the whole time across the stage. And when 2710 ran out of notes, they go and grab one themselves, and then Paradox has gotten a couple over to them. And their alliance partners, I believe it was 4079, were really shutting Red down with that defense. That was excellent defense. They weren't just like slowing them down. They had Red robots just stopped, unable to cross the stage line and get notes from the source. It was a really, really effective combo. And I would say they, other than like the end, not quite getting those climbs, I would say there's nothing they really missed.
Yeah, it was a kind of a crash course in how to play crescendo from the Blue Alliance from start to finish. They picked up 3 of the 5 notes off the middle line in autonomous. Were ready to grab number 4 by the time the drivers took control. Like you mentioned, the climb at the end was a little tricky, and unfortunately what sealed the deal too was Red Alliance looking like they tripped their main breaker. Now here's a pro tip. I'm not a pro, but I hear it from the FTAs, and they are the pros, is that when you pop your main breaker, you want to replace that. You can actually, it's not made to be popped over and over and over again. And these robots have been through a lot. It's always a good reminder to check on your electrical system, make sure everything's working as you expect it to.
Absolutely. Now, let's throw it down to the field and meet the teams in our next match.
Here we go, qualification match number 45. Just 5 more matches after this. Let's introduce the teams. Starting off with the Red Alliance, we have team 3255.
From Escondido, California, it's the Super Nerds.
And right behind them is team 60.
From Kingman, Arizona, it's Kingman First Robotics Team 60, the Bionic Bulldogs.
And last but not least, 5835.
From Newport Coast, California, it's Sage Hill Robotics.
Over here on blue, starting off team 4141.
From Santa Ana, California, it's Monarch Robotics.
And next up, 1197.
From Torrance, it's the Torbots.
And lastly, 2658.
From San Diego, California, it's Emotion.
All right, we have a green light. Let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 45 has begun with 3 shots up for blue and a few over on the red alliance as well. 32-55, the Super Nerds looking for those additional notes to be scored into their speaker. Our teams are just about neck and neck as we head into the tally-operated period. No notes picked up from the center line during auto means that all 6 teams race to grab those at the beginning of the match. Monarch Robotics and Emotion heading over to that blue source zone to pass notes to the Torbots, who are going to look to score another note into the amp before their alliance begins to shoot into the speaker. Team 60 and Sage Hill Robotics shuttling to the red side of the field. Team 60 takes a shot and they score into that speaker. They are going to be followed by 32-55 into that red amp. All 3 robots grabbing those notes from the blue source zone. They try to make it back before the end of that amplification period, but they do not quite make it, so the Torbots look to score into the amp. Team 60 giving their friends 58-35 a boost onto the red side of the field to safety. And that red alliance has amplified their speaker. Their notes are going to be worth more during this period. The Torbots heading to the blue amp and they score. They're going to be passed notes from Emotion. They will pick those up and continue to shoot into the speaker for that blue alliance. 26-58 trying to pass. It doesn't quite go very far, but no worries. The Torbots is on it. Now all 3 red robots have headed to their source. They're looking to score one more note into their amp before they begin to shoot into their speaker. So the Super Nerds are going to hold on tight really here as Sage Hill puts a note into the amp so that their speaker shot can be amplified. We have headed into the end game here in qualification match 45, and our teams are going to look to begin to climb their stage if that is a part of their strategy. Looks like our robots are trying to get a last few cycles in. Torbots with one last shot, and that is the end of qualification match 45. Right, and our scores are in from that match, and the Red Alliance takes the win, 93-69 points. They pick up 3 ranking points here in qualification match 45, and we're going to send it on over to the desk.
It was an adventure of a match right there. It was interesting to see kind of what was happening there between our Red Alliance and Blue Alliance. Was looking a little dicey coming out of auto. What were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would say it was a pretty close match. Like, Blue Alliance was, like, just behind, and I think they may have had that ensemble plan, like, as a last-second catch-up, but then 41-41 died on the field, and I think that trouble is really what caused this gap of points. Otherwise, I think they would have been at least 80 points on the board.
Yeah, it was interesting to see kind of how the Red Alliance pivoted as well. You mentioned 41-41 dying on the field, or at least taking a break on the field. Maybe their robot was still active. They're making some decisions to stay out of the way. We also saw 58-35 having some connectivity issues, and it was interesting. There was a really smart move that I loved from Team 60 where they pushed them out of the Blue Alliance's stage area, really trying to avoid any possible foul points that could happen there.
Yeah, that's really smart. I think I also want to call out that, like, the Blue Alliance, this was another, like, we have 3 robots, they're all playing crescendo, they all have a job, but, like, they're not really, like, gelling as much. But 1197, that really clean auto, they were a specialist, just running notes back and forth. Nobody was really throwing notes, So, like, not doing it wasn't a loss for their alliance, but if they were good at it, maybe that would have helped them get at least a closer score.
Yeah, 1197 did a great job taking advantage of notes in the source area. The Red Alliance human players did, a lot of placing notes, getting ready for their teams, but 1197 at least 2 different times took advantage of those available to them. All right, I think we are going to head back down to the field and meet our teams in qualification match number 46.
All right, thank you, Grace. We're on for qualification match number 46. Let's introduce the teams. Starting off on your Red Alliance team, 21-22.
From Boise, Idaho, it's Team Taters.
And next up, riding right in is team 44-14.
From Ventura, it's High Tide.
And wrapping up red is team 498.
From Glendale, Arizona, it's the Cobra Commanders.
And right over here, in front of their own robot is team 31-28.
From San Diego, it's the Aluminum Narwhals.
Next up on blue is team 94-52.
Also from San Diego, it's the LHS Steel Stingers.
And lastly, swooping right into blue is team 399.
From Lancaster, California, it's Eagle Robotics. Before we kick things off here in qualification match 46, I want to remind all teams that tomorrow morning as we are entering the building to please be gracious and walk to the stands. Please do not push your fellow robot enthusiasts. Please and thank you.
Alrighty, folks, ready to get this match underway. Drivers behind those lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 46 is underway. These robots are racing to score notes in our autonomous period. 31-28, the Aluminum Narwhals putting up extra notes over on blue. 498 putting up extra notes for red. And that is the conclusion of our autonomous period. Our robots grab the last remaining notes on the center line. 498 heading to that amp. They are going to pick up the excess notes left over on red, immediately starting to score those into the amp as 4414 gets ready to shoot these notes into the speaker. They're going to be joined by 498. And over on blue, the speaker is amplified as well. Eagle Robotics and the Aluminum Narwhals putting up as many notes as they can. 399 missing a note just slightly there. 21-22, the Taters looking to shuttle notes to the Red Alliance. 4414 looking to grab notes from blue as they shoot into that speaker. 94-52, the Steel Stingers shuttling notes for blue. Our robots are running cycles here. 4414 grabbing a note from under the blue stage. That red speaker is amplified. That blue speaker is amplified. Let's see which teams can grab notes and score as many during this amplification period as possible. 498 trying to grab notes from blue as they head back on over to that red speaker. Taters back and forth to that center line, passing notes to the Red Alliance. The same for the Steel Stingers. The Aluminum Narwhals shooting into the speaker for blue while that is amplified. Working hard to pick up and clean up all those notes remaining on the blue side of the field. We've got about 30 seconds left of robot action here in qualification match 46. 498 looking to get another amplification cycle off. We will see if 31-28, the Aluminum Narwhals, can get another as well. And 44-14 quickly traversing under that blue stage, avoiding Eagle Robotics as to not get a penalty. 498 continuing to cycle notes until the very last second while their partners in 44-14 get a spotlighted climb, as does the Taters. And 31-28 climbing the stage over for blue. And that is the conclusion of qualification match 46. All right, and our scores are in, and the Red Alliance takes the win, 125 points. The Blue Alliance is 88 points. They pick up 4 ranking points. And with that, we are going to send it on over to the desk to Grace and Nick.
Wow, what a match. That was crazy. You know, looked really close coming out of Autonomous. In fact, Blue Alliance having the advantage, but Red Alliance just punishing the Blue Alliance with their strategy. Out of the depths of the randomizer, they really unearthed a good move there. Lots of synergy there from the Red Alliance with 44-14's just crazy firepower. Taters cycling notes back and forth, and 498 going for those amp points. Speaking of the amp, what an incredible human player was there. What did we see from that human player on the Red Alliance?
Oh man, I would say like the Blue Alliance was really on their A game, despite having, like, they had a robot that was out for most of the match, but they were really engaged and really locked in. They were able to keep it to about a 10-point match against high-powered opponents. And I would say the thing that really started to shift the momentum was when the Red Alliance started realizing the team who was ferrying for the Blue Alliance, their shots, they were a little bit noisier, and some of those shots were coming closer to the red side. I even saw at one point Cobra Commanders going in by the blue amp, grabbing a note, and then going back to the red side with it. I think there were 4 notes that were stolen by the Red Alliance, and that momentum shift, like, yeah, it's 8 points, right? But like that momentum shift is huge because it's 8 points in both directions.
Yeah, it looked like a regular capture the flag moment, trying to make sure Cobra doesn't get a foul on that amp-protected zone. And then the end game with 2 spotlit robots. We've got a trap score. We've got a climb from Taters. Their climber, it's built out of yard signs. I'm not kidding, carbon fiber rods there. Pretty incredible to see some of that Idaho engineering, if you know what I'm talking about. Well, we have gushed over this match enough, I think, but what an incredible match. Let's head down to the floor and meet our teams in the next one.
Thank you very much, Grace. Let's get on with introducing these teams. Starting off on the Red Alliance team, 96-15.
From Redlands, California, it's Redlands Robotics.
And next up on Red, give it up for 69-95.
Family Community Team in Nomad.
And last up on Red, it's 26-59.
From Mission Hills, California, it's the Robo Warriors.
Over here on Blue, it's Team 34-76.
From Irvine, it's Code Orange.
And next up, one of your hosts is Team 51-99.
From Dana Point, California, it's the Robot Dolphins from outer space.
And lastly, give it up for Team 38-82.
From Lahaina, Hawaii, it's Lunas.
Alrighty, folks, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind those lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 47 begins. 69.95 putting up 2 shots for red. And over on blue, Robot Dolphins and Code Orange also rushing to put as many shots up as they can during this autonomous period. Both of these alliances scoring about 4 to 5 notes during auto. And as we head into the teleoperated period, Robot Dolphins are going to race across the field to deliver notes to Code Orange, who is going to quickly pick them up and score them into their amp and speaker. Luna's as well shooting over that blue stage. Over on red, a similar strategy has been deployed. 26.59, the Robo Warriors are being shuttled notes by 69.95 and 96.15. And they've got an amplified speaker. Code Orange racing to get another amplification period started. They may be a note or 2 ahead of the Red Alliance. And things are coming down to the wire here. We have all these robots racing to and from their sources as they have a dedicated robot to score the notes on their side of the field. Blue has an amplified speaker. It's going to receive notes from Luna's and Code Orange, but the speaker is also amplified over on red. Robo Warriors and 69.95 Nomad shooting into the speaker. Little over 40 seconds here remaining in qualification match 47. 34.76 Code Orange puts a note up into the speaker. It does not quite miss, but no worries. It will get picked up by 38.82. 96.15 shooting notes under the speaker, while 69.95 shoots notes over that stage, making sure that no notes fall out of the field so that they are available for the Robo Warriors to score. The Robo Warriors going to climb here in the end game, 51.99 with a successful trap. They're going to look to be joined by Code Orange, while 69.95 looks to climb the stage as well for red. High note almost makes it there on that red stage, not quite. And that is the conclusion of qualification match 47. All right, and our scores are in from that match, and the Blue Alliance takes the win. They have earned 4 ranking points after putting up an impressive 114 points to the Red Alliance's 85. And with that, we are going to send it on over to the desk.
That was an incredible showing by the Blue Alliance. I want to especially call out Code Orange. Like, they're ranked a little bit lower, but this was their best showing today by far. They were cleaning up notes almost as fast as 51.99 could supply them. They were a very efficient cleanup machine. I think they only missed 1 shot the entire time. It was a very, very clear. They'd run away with the match 30 seconds in, and they just kept climbing.
Yeah, Code Orange has one of my favorite kind of unique designs from this season with a cantilevered arm and a sector gear to control the rotation. I am impressed by how well they've been doing. I'm surprised how low they were in the rankings, and their alliance partners showing why they're in the top 8 as well. Over, of course, Red Alliance, though, was an incredible alliance in its own right with your then number 3 ranked team, Nomad. They put up a lot of shots as well. It wasn't like they had a bad match or anything either.
Yeah, they just had a bad matchup. Well, let's throw it down to the field and meet the teams in our next qualification match.
Cool.
Welcome everyone to qualification match number 48. We're almost done for the day. Let's get this match started. Starting off with team 9408.
From Downey, California, it's the Warbots.
And next up, breaking in is team 696.
From La Crescenta, California, it's the Circuit Breakers.
And wrapping up red is team 7157.
From Brea, California, it's Mubotics.
Over here on blue, starting off, give a cheer for 5137.
From San Marcos, it's the Iron Kodiaks.
And next up on blue, give it up for team 4276.
From Marina High School, it's the Surf City Vikings.
And lastly, speaking of surfing, it's team 359.
From Waialua, Hawaii, it's the Hawaiian Kids.
Alrighty, folks, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind those lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous period begins here in qualification match 48. 9408 and 696 racing to that center line to grab those notes. They have grabbed 4 of them in total. The Hawaiian Kids picking up that last center note here in the autonomous period, and they score it. We are headed into our teleoperated period. 9408 and 696 looking to shuttle notes to Mubotics. This is a trusted strategy for Mubotics. 4276 and 5137, the Iron Kodiaks shuttling notes to their partner, the Hawaiian Kids. Both Mubotics are a rank 3 team and the Hawaiian Kids are a rank 1 team. Very experienced in this strategy. Both alliances have amplified speakers at this moment, and 359 getting another shot before that amplification period ends. Lots of notes over on the red side of the field for Mubotics to clean up. They shoot for the amp, they don't quite make it. They're going to have to work quickly to make sure that those amp notes are scored. They're going to get some help from their partner in 9408, the Warbots. Might see a bit of an adjustment here in the strategy. Mubotics not amping currently, and they're going to give that task to their teammate, the Warbots. All 359, the Hawaiian Kids, continues to score for the Blue Alliance. 9408 working quickly to pick up those blue notes. Pick up the red notes, apologies. They are in a very safe, protected part of the field because the blue robots cannot safely enter the red side amp zone while 9408 is over there. 696 and Mubotics also helping to score notes during this amp period for red. Our blue robots 4276 Surf City Vikings sending another note over to blue, and those notes being passed very nicely under that blue stage. We have headed into the end game. Our blue alliance has an amplified speaker. Our red alliance has an amplified speaker, and these robots are getting ready to climb. The Hawaiian kids looking to score into the trap, and they do successfully. They're looking to be joined by their partners, the Surf City Vikings, over on that stage. And that is the conclusion of qualification match 48. And our scores are in, and the Red Alliance takes the win, 129 points to 102 points. That was qualification match 48. We are going to send it on over to the field, to the desk, for that match analysis.
That one could have easily been a playoffs match. We had two teams on each side who were ranked in the top 8, and two more teams who've been playing well, but really not as optimized for rank. Like, that was a high-power match, and I think it really came down to a couple of key things. So I saw the Blue Alliance was making really good use of that amp period, but they just didn't have enough notes coming across. Like they were more optimized, but they just didn't have the throughput to win the match.
Yeah, whereas Red Alliance was almost the opposite story. They had an insane throughput. I mean, the amount of notes that were flying over to the red side, I don't think I could have kept track of them myself. And, left me questioning. There were times even where they had so many notes that they just decided to amplify even when one robot was over on red, which, as I was watching both alliances, wondering why, what's the strategy behind that? And then suddenly the score shoots up 30 points, and I go, oh, that all makes sense. Just incredible work by both alliances. Of course, the cutest robot in the Wild West, 696, just insane. That driver clearly has experience in terms of picking up notes, touch to own, shooting it across the field. Just a great match.
Yeah, I have to say, it's just great seeing a robot that's barely bigger than a note do so well. Like, you see, that it's kind of an off-season project. You'll see maybe once or twice a year. But I think this is the best I've ever seen a tiny little robot do.
Yes, it's the tiny robot that could. Well, speaking of which, we've got two more matches left before we're done for the day. So let's meet our teams in qualification match number 49.
Alrighty, folks. Number 49. Getting through almost 50 of these is exhausting, but let's finish this day. Starting off on the Red Alliance team, 43-22.
From Orange, California, it's Clockwork.
And next up on Red, team 44-19.
From San Marcos, it's Team Rewind.
And lastly for the Red Alliance team, 294.
From Redondo Beach, it's Beach Cities Robotics.
Over here on blue, it's starting off with team 8888.
From Riverside, it's the Flying Lions.
And right here, we have team 3309.
One of our host teams here today, it's the Friarbots.
And wrapping up blue, 687.
From Carson, California, it's the Nerd Herd.
All right, drivers, let's get this match underway. Get behind those lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 49 has begun. Only one more qualification match after this one. 294 and 43-22 Clockwork racing to get those center line notes. They don't quite score. Over on blue, 687 the Nerd Herd scoring into that speaker up until the very last second of our autonomous period. Our robots have begun to be controlled by the drive teams. 294 looking to score into the red amp. They are met with 687 the Nerd Herd. 8888 the Flying Lions grabbing a note from their human player at that blue source. Our red speaker is amped. And our Beach Cities Robotics is going to clean up as many notes as possible during this period. 687 the Nerd Herd trying to grab a note in front of that blue subwoofer there, looking to score. 43-22 quickly jetting back and forth to shoot notes over that red stage. Our red speaker is amplified. And 294 quickly making work of those notes, and there's certainly no shortage of those to go around. Their alliance partners, Clockwork and 4419, helping out in these efforts. 687 and 8888 Flying Lions, they shoot and score into that blue speaker. 687 and 8888 are going to have to begin cycling to their source as there are no other notes on the blue side of the field. Looks like 687 was potentially posturing to grab one from that red source, not quite able to safely grab that. So they're going to look to grab it from the red amp zone, but that is a protected zone. So they are going to have to be careful in contacting Beach Cities Robotics as Beach City Robotics lines up to score in the amp. They are one note short of having another amplified period to be able to shoot those extra valuable notes into their speaker. Our end game has begun here in qualification match 49. Clockwork lining up with that trap. They shoot and score there on that stage. If another robot can join them on the other side of the stage, that will be a highlighted climb for the Red Alliance. And over on blue, 687 going for one last shot. They don't quite make it. And that is the conclusion of qualification match 49. All right, and our scores are in from that match, and the Red Alliance takes the win, 137 points to 52. Beach Cities Robotics bumping up into that 8th seeded position. We're going to send it on over to the desk for that match analysis of qualification match 49.
Well, that was an interesting one to watch. Blue Alliance, of course, having the lead coming out of autonomous, but Red Alliance really pulling ahead. And unfortunately, what helped Red Alliance was 25 foul points. Unfortunately, we saw several tech fouls for teams getting teams contacting in the wrong area. That's one of the risks of trying to thief notes from the other alliance. And 687 really trying to make that work for the Blue Alliance, maybe looking at their strategy, realizing they're playing down with firepower, but maybe needing to do something crafty to get ahead, and it just unfortunately didn't pay off. But Red Alliance between Beach Cities and Clockwork, both those teams vaulting up in the rankings with their firepower. What did you think, Nick?
So I think the Blue Alliance may have taken a little bit of a different, broader strategy here. Like sometimes you get your match schedule and go, we're not winning that one. And that's okay. That's okay. It happens to us all. And you know, sometimes rather than go, we're going to try to win this match, we're going to try to optimize for RP, you go, we know the scouts are watching. We want to make sure they see what we want them to see. And I think I saw a little bit of that, especially from 8888 over on the Blue Alliance. Like, we really saw them, like, doing that volley, like, getting those notes across. And, like, maybe it wasn't supporting their alliance winning, but, like, I think it was really showing off what they're capable of. And that can be something that, while tactically for one match, not the most useful thing, strategically for the event, it actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's all about kind of what is going to do the best for your team and your alliance without compromising anything else. And I think we have one more match left today. We're going to head down to the field and meet our teams for qualification match number 50.
Thank you very much, Grace. All right, everyone, 50 matches for us today, and we got through them all. Let's round it up. Right. Test. 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 Let's introduce the teams if I keep cutting out. Am I holding steady? Test. Test 1, 2.
Turn your pack off. Okay, go.
All right, we're doing this manually. Let's introduce these teams, starting off on the Red Alliance team 2658.
From San Diego, it's Emotion.
And next up, team 399.
From Lancaster, it's Eagle Robotics.
And lastly, give it up for team 3426.
From Irvine, California, that's Code Orange.
All right, let's see if I can dual wield this. First up on the blue lanes, you better give me something this time, Stanford team 2710.
From Palos Verde Peninsula, it's Jetstream.
Next up on the Blue Alliance, flying right behind them is team 1197.
From Torrance, it's the Torbots.
And lastly for blue, give it up for 8521.
From Westminster, it's the Cyber Lions.
All right, let's get this final match of the day underway. Teams behind those lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 50 has begun. Our red robots shooting 3 notes into the speaker. Over on blue, Torbots and Jetstream looking to also put many notes up into that speaker. They've got 5. And we are headed into the final teleoperated period of the day. Code Orange quickly trying to shoot those center notes to the red side of the field so that they can be picked up and scored by Eagle Robotics. Meanwhile, over on blue, Torbots sending some notes over to Jetstream, who has got a second note in that amp. They're going to look to start scoring in that blue speaker. It is our final match of the day. I want to hear you guys make some noise. Both of our speakers are amplified. These robots are looking to capitalize as much as possible on these amplification periods so that they can be scoring as many points as possible. Torbots grabbing more notes from the source zone. Looks like Emotion 2658 also looking to shuttle notes to the Red Alliance. 3476 Code Orange scoring that first amplified speaker note for red there, followed by Eagle Robotics. Jetstream lining up to shoot into that speaker, and they score. They're going to start off an amplification period for blue. 2710 quickly trying to make their way over to that blue source zone. 8521 currently still. They're down a shuttling robot. So they're going to shuttle to the Torbots to make up for that difference. 2658 E-Motion trying to give them a bit of a hard time as they look to slow down that Blue Alliance in the remaining 40 seconds of this match. Qualification match 60. Blue's ready to amp. Red just having finished an amplification period, so Eagle Robotics trying to line up and set their alliance up for at least one more amp period before the conclusion of this match. Jetstream sending on notes over to Blue. Looks like Torbots. They've got a note stuck. They're not going to be able to score anymore during the duration of this match. Eagle Robotics going to navigate around 8521 to climb for the Red Alliance. Code Orange also looking to climb as well as E-Motion. Torbots is up for Blue. And that is the conclusion of our final qualification match today, qualification match 50. All right, and those scores are in. Qualification match 50, and the Red Alliance takes the win. They're going to round out their day with 2 more ranking points. And with that, we are going to send it to the desk for our last analyst desk segment of the day.
That was an interesting match to watch. No extra ranking points gained by either alliance in that one. Red Alliance coming ahead with a 30-point advantage. It helped out a little in the rankings, but unfortunately with the ranking point system, didn't help out a lot of those teams. What were your thoughts from that match?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Blue Alliance, like, had good robots, but they just didn't complement each other very well. Like, 2710, we've seen them doing a great job cleaning up today. Torbots, we've seen them doing a good job on the amp. Like, those 2 robots are good individually, but together they're just really not that great of an alliance. And I think the execution was just off because nobody was in their element.
Yeah, it definitely speaks to what teams are going to be looking for in their scouting data tonight in their meetings, looking for robots that complement them well. And that's something we've seen in a lot of matches, in high-powered matches of, robots who are both crazy good shooters, just not playing well together, and then others who figure it out. So I'm looking forward to seeing what alliances are cooked up tonight and tomorrow, and moving forward. Any last thoughts for tonight?
Well, I think the one last thing we got to tell everybody is, remember, it's daylight savings.
Yes, remember, set your clocks back an hour. Now, of course, a lot of us have phone clocks, so we don't have to actually turn the dial backwards. But still, you get an hour extra of sleep on a robotics night. That's an hour extra we can do scouting meetings.
Well, it's an hour extra. I hope it's an hour extra of sleep. It might be an hour extra of scouting meetings for some people.
Yeah, well, regardless of that, please drive home safely. I know it's been raining a lot out there. We've got a lot of traffic leaving the venue, and we will see you all back here bright and early tomorrow morning.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.